William Morrow and Harper Audio present The Earl Takes a Fancy, a Sins for All Seasons novel by Lorraine Heath, performed by Kate Redding. Prologue. London, 1854. The pain came swift and hard. Etty Truelove gasped, pressed a hand to her swollen belly, and dropped the ladle filled with soup. It hit the scarred oak table, splattering her eldest as he held his bowl out toward her. It wasn't the first contraction to hit her. They'd been coming all day, but this one was definitely the sharpest, and she felt the wetness rolling down her legs. "Mick, go fetch Mrs. Winters. Quickly now." The lad who'd been delivered to her in the dead of night 14 years earlier didn't hesitate to dash out the door to search for the midwife. Her other darlings, 3 boys and a girl, stared at her with large eyes as round as saucers. She gave them a reassuring smile. "You're going to have to fill your own bowls. Have your dinner in the garden. Stay there until I come for you." Slowly she made her way to her small bedchamber. As she began unbuttoning her bodice, she became aware of the quiet footsteps. Glancing over her shoulder, she beamed encouragingly at her daughter. "Off with you now, Gilly. Do as you were told." "I'm staying." Her lips pressed in a mulish expression, she marched over to the wardrobe. It had been nearly 13 years since, wrapped only in a blanket, she'd been left in a wicker basket on Etty's stoop. But then all of her children had been brought to her door, one way or another. Gilly took out a nightdress and held it toward her. Etty sighed with resignation because her daughter was the most stubborn of the lot. "Until Mrs. Winters gets here." By the time Mick returned, breathless and flushed, she was in her nightdress, tucked into bed, having suffered through 2 more contractions without screaming, but it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold her tongue. "She's off, delivering another babe," Mick announced, with such solemnity he might as well have pronounced the midwife dead. "Well then," Etty tossed back the covers, "I'd best boil some water." "We'll do it." The stoic set of Gilly's mouth didn't hide the fear in her eyes. "I can handle it, love. Just tell us what to do, Mum." And so she did. And 4 hours later, within her arms, she cradled the most beautiful babe upon whom she'd ever set eyes. Skimming her fingers lightly over the dark hair, with sorrow, she reminisced briefly about the 2 babes she'd given her husband, and the sweet joy they'd brought with their arrival. But then Michael had died, and shortly thereafter, so had her little ones. She'd begun taking in byblows as a way to earn a few coins. Now she had one of her own. "What you going to name her?" Gilly asked. "Fancy. Because one day she will not live in the squalor her mum did, but she will marry a fancy man, live in a fancy house, and enjoy a fancy life." She smiled warmly at the 5 children surrounding her. "You'll all have fancy lives." Chapter 1. London, 1873. A man's life was bookended by 2 events, the day he was born and the day he went toes up. Interspersed throughout were other critical moments, but for the Earl of Rosemont, only 3 were of any consequence. The day he wed, the night his wife died, and the morning she rose from the grave to wreak havoc on his life. Sitting at the desk in his library, opening the newspaper his butler had dutifully ironed, he once more read the letter that had ruined his appetite at breakfast 3 days earlier. "To the noble ladies of London, it is with unheralded sorrow, tempered by a great deal of hope, that I pen this letter. The very fact that you, gentle ladies, are reading it today signals that it has been 1 year exactly since my passing. We all know gentlemen seldom observe the full mourning period of 2 years, while women always have the more dedicated hearts and adhere more fervently to society's strictures. I, for one, am glad we allow such leniency toward men, as I want my darling Rosemont to be saddened and without the comfort of a woman for as short a time as possible. To that end, dear ladies, I call upon you to hasten the close of his period of sorrow and bring forth his smile. For you see, it was his smile that first drew me toward him. It was ever so slow in coming, but when it did arrive, it fairly took my breath and softened the countenance of a man whose pride sometimes has the better of him. He is not an easy man to love, and yet love him I did, for I saw a side to him that few witnessed. He has brushed my hair, rubbed my feet, and not only read me poetry with animated passion, but written it as well. Ah, dear ladies, his voice is a soothing baritone, his features most comely, and his shoulder incredibly comforting when I required a haven to absorb my tears. His eye never wandered, well, except towards sweet shops. He does so enjoy his lemon balls. In spite of my flaws, he remained the most loyal and steadfast of husbands. Win his heart, and find yourself falling into a lifetime of happiness. With my most sincerest regards, the departed Countess of Rosemont. Each time he read it, the cold-hearted lies she'd meticulously penned mocked him. She hadn't loved him, not in the least, not with one iota of her being. The daughter of an industrialist knighted by the Queen, Elise had been in want of a titled husband, and at only 19, she'd known well how to work her wiles on him. He had little doubt his smile had drawn her, that much was true. But she'd also been lured by the title he'd inherited only the year before. He'd been all of 23, infatuated with her beauty and teasing eyes that promised wicked adventures and a tantalizing escape from all cares. When she'd suggested a tryst among the plants in the conservatory during a ball held at his married sister's country estate, he'd been only too keen to accommodate her. Being caught by Elise's father with her skirts up and his trousers down had resulted in a rather hasty trip to the altar. But the triumph mirrored in her eyes when they were interrupted alerted him that he'd been cast into the role of gullible fool. It had been a hard lesson learned, a high price paid, and he'd made a solemn vow to never again be duped by anyone of the female persuasion. A marriage based on a lack of trust was no marriage at all. During the first 2 years, they'd not confided in each other at all, preferred to spend their time apart, he in the country, she in the city. He'd been in no rush to get her with child. The joy of having her had died in the conservatory, and he'd been hard-pressed to work up any enthusiasm when it came to the bedding of her. The 3rd and final year, he'd seldom left her side, as the cancer had its way with her. Elise had made a point of listing all the things she'd never do. She'd not welcomed death, nor should she have. She'd been all of 22, with hair that would never grey, and skin that would never wrinkle with age. Still, her letter confounded him. Why had she gone to the bother of writing it and arranging to have it published? To ease her guilt at having duped him? Knowing her deceptive ways, he couldn't take her missive at face value, so what was she striving to accomplish? Based on what he'd experienced since the message first appeared, perhaps she merely wanted to make his life as unpleasant as possible, as though the coldness of their marriage had not been punishment enough for falling into her trap. At the approach of hushed footsteps, he glanced up to see his butler enter, carrying a silver salver. The slender man, greying at the temples, came to a stop and bowed slightly. "My lord, Lady Fontaine and her daughter have come to call." In frustration that Elise had placed him in this unenviable position, he slammed his eyes closed. His first visitors of the day. He could expect at least a dozen more before the sun finally bid its farewell. If he wasn't home to them now, they'd only return later. After carefully folding the broadsheet, he shoved back his chair and stood. "Have tea brought to the parlour." And so it went. Day after day after day. A parade of eligible young ladies through his front door. They had talked, recited poetry, sung on occasion, played his pianoforte with gusto. He was invited for walks in the park, as though he were a hound in need of having his legs stretched. They issued him invitations to dinners, recitals, the theatre, and gatherings in their gardens. They sought promises of a waltz at upcoming balls once the season was fully underway. They alternated between cooing over his abhorrent loss and assuring him that happiness waited around the corner, if only he would march briskly toward it, and they were more than willing to become his countess and accompany him on the journey toward discovering what glories life still held, in spite of the unfairness fate had already visited upon him. It was the lemon balls that finally became the last straw. Within 2 weeks of the letter's appearance, he'd received so many of the damned things he could have opened his own sweet shop. If he ever smelled lemon and sugar again, he might go stark raving mad. Hence, after having his belongings packed up and his London residence shuttered, he went in search of peace. Chapter 2. Standing behind the polished oak counter in her bookshop, Fancy Truelove read once more the letter she'd clipped from the Times a month earlier. The Countess of Rosemont's words regarding her love for her husband had deeply touched Fancy's romantically inclined heart, a heart she had feared would cause her, when she was introduced into society at a ball the following week, to be foolish enough to fall for a lord who viewed her as someone to be only bedded, but not wedded. All of 19, she was more than aware of the realities of the world, and understood fully that the circumstances of her birth would not serve her well when it came to securing her place among the aristocracy. Still, her family was determined to see her married to a noble. The man had to be titled. Not the second son, or the third, but the first. A duke was preferable, a marquess adequate, an earl acceptable, a viscount an outcome to be avoided, if at all possible. From the moment she'd made her entry into the world, they had decided her destiny and moved her unerringly toward it. But the life they had mapped out for her seemed to lack one crucial element: love. She yearned for love more than she wanted to breathe. Oh, her family loved her, she had no doubt about that, but she longed for the sort of devotion about which sonnets were written and poets waxed, a grand love like the one her mum had known. When Fancy was a wee lass, yet still old enough to be curious about the absence of a man about, she'd worked up the courage to ask about her father. With tears in her eyes, her mum had explained how she'd fallen for a handsome regimental officer. They'd not been married when they'd given in to passion on the eve of his departure to a foreign land, but he'd promised to wed her upon his return. However, fate had intervened, and he'd died heroically, yet tragically, on a bloodied battlefield on the Crimean Peninsula. But still, he gave me the most wonderful gift of all, you. Even now, the recollection of her mum's words caused her eyes to dampen. From that moment on, Fancy had understood she was special. Unlike her siblings, who had all been left at her mum's door, she had been wanted. And so it was that she had a tender regard for stories brimming with romance, and Lady Rosemont's letter certainly fell into that category, serving as a talisman, offering hope that she, too, might discover a passion not to be denied. At that very moment, with long, slender fingers, her future husband might be opening the gilded invitation that would set him on the path toward meeting her. Unlike her brothers, his hands would be soft and without calluses or scars. His movements would reflect elegance. He would have mastered the waltz to perfection, and when he took her within his arms to sweep her over the parquetred flooring, although he would hold her at a proper distance and with decorum, his gaze would capture hers and communicate his intense regard toward her, would reveal how firmly she'd already won him over. His eyes would reflect warmth and hint at his desire. Jingle, jingle. As the bell above her shop door heralded the arrival of a customer, she gave a guilty start. Based on the heat scalding her cheeks, she was blushing profusely at being caught dreaming the afternoon away. It didn't help matters that the man crossing the threshold had smoothly removed his black beaver hat to reveal a handsome countenance, a face that no doubt set many ladies to swooning. Quickly she folded the letter and slipped it into the pocket of her skirt, where she had handy access to it when she needed a reminder that love could be found among the aristocracy, and that the path her family had set her on was one worth travelling. The gent surveyed the various areas of her shop, the shelves lining the back wall, the parallel bookcases with the elaborate scroll work standing perpendicular to it, the small tables with novels stacked on top of them, books gathered in corners, books, 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 everywhere he looked. She could never have enough of them, which was obvious to anyone entering her shop, whether for the first time or the 100th. In her youth, a lad had once told her she had a fetish when it came to books. Because of how much she read, she knew the word, and that he was implying something untoward, and so she'd bloodied his nose. What she had for books was a healthy appreciation for all they offered, an admiration for those who penned them, and a gratitude to those who published them. She wasn't ashamed of it. Rather, she revelled in it. She couldn't decide if her customer, who seemed absorbed by all surrounding him, was enthralled by her collection, or appalled that so much space was taken up with literary works. Knowing she'd never before seen him within these walls, his mere mien indicated he was not one easily forgotten. She straightened her narrow shoulders to welcome the gorgeous stranger into her midst. "May I be of service, sir?" He swerved his head toward her, and she became ensnared in the most striking green eyes she'd ever beheld. His black hair, a tad longer than was fashionable, every strand in place, made the green stand out all the more. Her wits seemed to have deserted her, and she knew staring into those emerald depths for the remainder of her life would be an insufficient amount of time to fully appreciate the various facets of them, of him. He seemed at once imposing, yet approachable, and she dearly wanted to approach him, but remained where she was, unwilling to risk any action that might cost her a sale, or at the very least, placing a book into a hand. "The sign on your door indicated you were closed." His enunciation, hinting at an education, good breeding, and possibly an affluent background, was posher than that spoken by most of the people who lived in the area. But it was his deep, smooth voice that sent a warm shiver through her. Interesting that in spite of the sign, he'd given the door a try. A man who obviously didn't quite trust what was before him. Or perhaps one who merely needed proof that what he was told was true. Glancing at the tall standing clock resting against the wall to her left, near her office, she saw that indeed it was 10 minutes past the hour of 6, when she usually locked her doors. She'd been so engrossed in the letter, she'd failed to even notice the chimes, signalling the time. "My posted hours are more a suggestion," not a law. Nor am I one for turning away someone in need of a book. If you would like to browse, or I'm happy to help you find something to your taste." He edged farther inside, but only by a couple of steps. "I don't wish to impose, if you were on the verge of latching up for the night." "It's no imposition, I assure you. Partnering people with books is one of my greatest joys. I can even recommend a few of my favourites, if you like." "As long as you're so graciously willing to accommodate me, I'm in the mood for some dastardly deeds. Have you the latest penny blood?" She blinked, parted her lips, and heard the smallest of scoffs beneath his breath. "You're no doubt too young to recall that phrase. I believe it's more popularly known these days as a penny dreadful." "Ah, yes, over here." She skirted around the edge of the counter and approached a narrow stand of slanting shelves where she displayed the weekly publications. "I have the individual serials available here, and on this shelf." She walked a short distance away. "I've bound editions containing all the episodes for a particular tale." "Very good." Having approached, he leaned down to study the covers facing out, revealing the title of the series represented within. He'd brought with him the scent of bay rum. Had he not lowered himself, she'd not have noted that the curling strands of his hair at his nape appeared damp on the ends, leaving her to believe he'd bathed shortly before beginning this sojourn. But he'd not bothered to shave, as dark bristles shadowed his jaw. It was a magnificent jaw, strong and squarely cut. She thought it a shame to hide it away beneath a light coating of whiskers, yet couldn't deny the masculinity of them. His broad shoulders also gave her pause, and she wondered if he'd come by them naturally, or if his labours, whatever they were, had formed them. Those prone to leisure didn't reside in the area, and seldom shopped here, so he no doubt was engaged in some occupation. He seemed an odd mixture of rough and smooth, like the brandy she enjoyed on occasion. "Ah, Dick Turpin." A warm fondness marked his tone. "When I was a lad, I spent many an afternoon reading about this highwayman's exploits." He pulled it from the shelf. "I'll take this one." "It's 6 shillings. If that's a bit of a stretch for you at the moment, I can give you credit until the end of the month, if you live or work in the area." It wasn't exactly a smile he gave her, but more a twitch of his lips. And fine lips they were, full and nicely shaped, with a natural tilting up at both corners, as though he were constantly amused by the world at large. "I'll settle things between us now." "Excellent." She wandered back over to the counter. He removed a small purse from inside his jacket, withdrew the necessary coins, and passed them over to her. She couldn't help but notice his large gloved hands and the elegant ease with which they tucked the supple leather back into place. Suddenly drawing in breath seemed a challenge, as images of those hands tucking other things, hair behind an ear, a button back through its mooring, a stocking over a knee, raced unbidden through her mind. She didn't know what was prompting her to have such lascivious thoughts where he was concerned, although of late she had begun noticing the pleasing attributes of men. Her family would no doubt be horrified to learn that she'd recently started reading books banned by obscenity laws, when she could find one. She didn't want to be a complete innocent when she made her foray into society. His eyes narrowed as he studied the shelf behind her that housed her rare finds, some she had restored to perfection herself. They brought her such pleasure and joy, it took everything within her not to parade him on a journey through the extraordinary tomes, allowing him to carefully handle them in order to see how well preserved they were. "Is that an early edition of Pride and Prejudice?" "A first edition." She couldn't stop the bright smile from forming. It was found in a rubbish bin of all places, outside of a house in Mayfair. With great care, she had removed the soiled, discoloured leather binding and worked with it until it was once again supple. When the book was reassembled, it gave the appearance of being barely used. Sort through rubbish bins often, do you? You'd be amazed by the treasures people toss out. I suppose I would. However, I don't rummage through the rubbish, but some poor or orphaned children do, and they bring me their finds in hopes of gaining a few coins. Even when the book was beyond use and couldn't be restored, she paid them, to ensure they had a bit to see them through to the next day. You don't think you're encouraging them to steal from elsewhere? Aren't you a cynic? No, I'm encouraging them not to accept the harsh life they've been dealt, but to know it can be improved upon with effort, hard work, determination, and a bit of ingenuity. I wish you the best with that, then. He tipped his head slightly. But she couldn't let him go without telling him more. I once had a lad bring me a story written on bits of foolscap he'd collected here and there. He'd sewn the pages together with needle and yarn. I bought it for 2p. My hope was to encourage him, so perhaps he'll grow up to be a storyteller. You might have noticed it on display in the window. She'd taken great effort in arranging small shelves of knickknacks in the front bay windows as a means to entice people inside. Books, a statuette of a woman reading, and another of a boy, book in hand, sitting with his back leaning against a tree. One of the windows exhibited an extremely tiny desk with paper, quill pen, and inkwell, all to signify a writer at his labours. I did notice it. I was intrigued and wondered what it was about. She offered him a warm smile. Now you know. I do indeed. He was studying her with the same intense scrutiny he'd given her shop when he'd first walked in. She didn't know why she'd told him as much as she had. Yes, she did. She so loved talking books. They'd been her passion ever since Gilly had first sat her upon her lap and turned back a cover to reveal the magic hidden within. She was rather certain, based on the warmth spreading through her cheeks, that she was blushing under his examination. Apologies, sir. I didn't mean to carry on so. I'm keeping you. 'Tis I who have been keeping you. Thank you for so graciously remaining open for me. It was my pleasure. How could it not be when he provided such a compelling view? She'd only ever seen paintings of mountains, and yet she couldn't help but think he rivaled them in majesty. I hope you enjoy the book as much as you did when you were a lad. I've no doubt I will. She followed him to the door, where he hesitated a heartbeat, as though he wished to say something more, before opening it and exiting her shop. Closing it after him, she watched as he halted to study her window display, the one with the miniature desk, before carrying on. A wistfulness, a sadness shadowed him. She wondered if he was without family, alone in the world. Turning the lock, she was grateful for the sale. It would have been her first day without dropping a single farthing into her till, and she refused to be disheartened by the shortage of customers. She knew not everyone grew up in a family that cherished books as much as hers did, nor could a good many people afford them. Although for some years now, the publishing world had been working to make literature more affordable to the masses, which was the reason she'd been able to sell the 1-volume collection of serials so inexpensively. Her shop had been open for a little over a year now, and business was slowly increasing, thanks in no small part to her brother Mick's rejuvenation of this area of London. A few years earlier, he'd torn down the dilapidated ruins he'd purchased and replaced them with sturdily built brick buildings. Shops lined either side of the street. On the corner across from hers, and taking up quite a bit of the area, was Mick's crowning achievement, his grand hotel, that bore the Truelove name. While he'd not wanted to see her working, had preferred she spend her time preparing for her entry into society, she'd managed to convince him to allow her to use one of his smaller buildings as a bookshop. All her siblings had met with varying degrees of success, and she'd wanted to do her part to make a difference, not only in her life and for her family, but in the lives of others. Walking back to the counter, she smiled as her cat leapt onto it, stretched languidly, and glared at her through green eyes. She ran her fingers through his thick fur, as white as pristine snow. He'd been scrawny and practically furless. What little bit remained in his possession had been matted when she found him in the mews, bound up like a sausage. If she ever discovered who'd abandoned him there like that, she'd give the tosser cause for regret. It had taken a while to earn the cat's trust. Jealous, Dickens? His eyes were a far richer shade than yours, but you're still my favourite fellow. He merely purred in response and began licking his paw. Picking up her till, she popped into her small office, crossed over to a painting of a woman poised on a ladder while reaching for a book, and took it down to reveal the safe securely tucked away behind it. Tugging free the chain hidden beneath her collar, she pulled forth the key and inserted it into the lock, always feeling a bit mysterious that she had a place in which to secret things away. After swinging open the door, she tucked the till inside and then relocked the safe. The painting went back onto its spot on the wall, and she stuffed the key behind her bodice. That chore taken care of, she snatched up her small flower-adorned hat, moved over to the oval mirror hanging on the wall, and positioned the brim just so, giving her a rather sophisticated air. From her siblings, she'd learned how she presented herself should reflect all she hoped to attain. "Half the trick is leading people to believe you've met with success," Mick had told her the day she opened the shop. Grabbing a tiny book and slipping it into her pocket, most of her frocks contained large pockets where she could easily carry things. She wandered across her beloved shop to the door and stepped out onto the walk. People were scurrying about, some on their way home from their jobs, others from their shopping expeditions. The fragrance of freshly baked bread wafted on the air, courtesy of the bakery 2 doors down. They were no doubt finishing up the order they would deliver to the hotel for the guests who dined there that evening. The elegant dining room was gaining a reputation for serving delicious meals. Not that Mick would have settled for anything less than perfection. After locking up, Fancy strolled up the street. "Hello, Miss Truelove," a young woman with a lad and a lass clinging to her skirts called out as she hurried the little ones along. "Good evening, Mrs. Byng. Will I be seeing you during story time tomorrow?" Every Friday afternoon, Fancy gathered children in her shop and read to them. "My Muppets wouldn't miss it." Fancy suspected her son and daughter favoured the sweets she provided as much as the stories. While this area resembled the Rookeries not in the least, she was very much aware that many of these folks had little money left over once they'd paid for necessities, and it made her feel charitable to offer them something extra. Her afternoon readings provided a bit of respite to many of the mothers, especially those with numerous small tykes. She often noticed some of them dozing, while Fancy worked to keep their little ones entertained. Knowing few households contained books, she liked the notion of not only introducing children to the power of reading, but possibly giving them a desire to attend school. While the recently passed Forster Education Act provided public funding for children whose parents couldn't afford to pay their education fees, it hadn't made school attendance compulsory, which she found unacceptable. Not all parents cared to see their children's lives improved. She'd grown up in an area where some had felt it was more important for their broods to work and provide coins for the family coffers than to spend a few hours each day in a classroom. Several other people greeted her as she carried on. She would miss living here when she married, but was well aware that her future husband, no matter his title, would have a posh residence in an exclusive area of London that he would expect her to share with him. To be a proper lady, she would have to give up the management of her shop. Although Gilly still ran her tavern, it had always been understood that Fancy was destined to become a scion of society, and that wouldn't happen unless she immersed herself fully into that culture by making morning calls, as well as hosting afternoon teas, dinners, and balls. Not to mention providing her husband with his heir and spare, and a daughter or two. But until her official introduction into society, she was free to do as she pleased, and it pleased her to have dinner at the Jolly Roger, a pub Gilly had opened in the area 6 months earlier. Because she was busy managing her tavern, the Mermaid and Unicorn, overseeing her Duchess duties, and raising the daughter she'd delivered to the Duke, she'd handed the reins of her new venture over to Roger, who'd assisted her at the Mermaid. The cook, who also happened to be his love, had come over with him. Hannah prepared simple fare that was a delight to the palate, and often reminded Fancy of her mum's cooking. While she appreciated having her own lodgings, she did miss her mum quite a bit, just as she had when she'd been off at a posh finishing school, paid for by Mick, as the first step in achieving her mum's dream of seeing Fancy well married. As a result, her manners were above reproach, her speech more refined, and she didn't sound as though she crawled out from the gutter. Although she'd never truly spoken as though she came from humble origins, Gilly had insisted all her siblings speak well, with clear pronunciation, because she believed proper speech was essential to bettering one's life, and her first employer had educated her regarding correct enunciation. Before Fancy had ever attended a formal classroom, Gilly had sat her down and taught her how to speak like those who lived in the most affluent areas of London. While Fancy had made the most of her time at the finishing school and understood the need to learn how to speak, walk, and eat as those among the upper classes did, she had resented the time it had required to be away from her family. Although her brothers and Gilly were much older than she was, and had moved to their own lodgings before she'd seen 6 years, they'd remained a constant in her life, frequently visiting, taking her on outings, bringing her sweets, dolls, and other gifts. They'd spoiled her rotten, still did, and she loved every one of them for it, didn't want to let them down by not earning a place within society that would make them proud. The magnitude of what she needed to accomplish weighed on her constantly, but she would see it through and not give her family any cause to be ashamed of her. Enough thinking about that. She was going to spoil her dinner if all those thoughts kept rumbling around in her mind. She'd headed to the pub for the distraction it would provide. Opening the heavy door, she stepped over the threshold and stumbled to a stop, very nearly smashing her nose against the broad wall that appeared before her. Not a wall, a chest, one that had been in her shop only moments earlier. Plastering a smile on her face, she looked up. Hello again. Hello. Although undeniably handsome, if he would only sport a grin, he'd be quite devastating. You ate rather quickly? I've been waiting for a table. It seems none are to be had. Oh. She'd arrived later than usual. Glancing around, she could see he had the right of it. But then on the other side of the room, look, one at the back there is becoming available now. 2 gents were heading away from a small square table nestled up against the wall. I'll snag it for you. Before she could tell him that it was his by rights for being there ahead of her, he was gone, his long legs and lithe frame making short work of his edging his way between the crowded tables until he reached the empty one only seconds before the lad with a small copper tub did. Without being told, the young man, who had probably seen 15 or 16 years, began gathering up platters and glassware before using a damp linen to wipe the top of the table and the wooden seats of the chairs. The customer, who had been in her shop earlier, lifted his arm and beckoned her over. She was struck by the ease with which he communicated a great deal with so simple a movement, as though he were accustomed to commanding and being obeyed without question. With no help for it, she wended her way around the tables, chairs, benches, and people, greeting those she knew as she passed by. Finally, she reached him. "While I appreciate your gallantry, you were here before me. The table should be yours."
"You'd have arrived ahead of me if I'd not delayed you in your shop."
His mien reminded her of her brother's, and she was well aware of the time involved in striving to win an argument with them, so she graciously accepted her defeat, but decided one last rally was in order. "As there are 2 chairs, I don't see why we can't share the table." He narrowed his eyes slightly, in what appeared to be disapproval, as though she'd suggested they strip off their clothes and dart about through the establishment.
"You're an unaccompanied woman."
"Which is the reason the other chair is available." She kept her tone amiable and pleasant, rather than pointing out she knew exactly what she was. For the span of a heartbeat, she thought he was going to smile, but he seemed to be fighting his inclination to do so. "Please, you can read your book, and I'll read mine. We needn't speak. It'll be as though we're dining alone."
"You have a book?"
"A miniature, in the pocket of my skirt. Please join me. Otherwise guilt shall gnaw at me for delaying your dinner, and I won't enjoy mine." She didn't know why she was insisting when he seemed so uninterested in her company, but she never had liked the thought of inconveniencing another. With a slight bowing of his head, he pulled out a chair and indicated it was for her. Gracefully, because she'd mastered the lessons that had taught her it was the only way a lady sat, she eased down to the wooden seat, grateful when he took the one opposite her, yet surprised he exhibited almost as much grace. She'd watched countless men drop into their chairs within these walls. Few did it with such deliberate care, as though every muscle, bone, and bit of sinew had been trained to respond with an elegance of motion, as if their owner were accustomed to being observed and intended to ensure none found fault with him. He tugged off his gloves and set them aside, while she placed hers across her lap. "Evening, Miss Truelove." She glanced up at the young woman whose face was flushed with her efforts, and her bosom in danger of breaking free of her black bodice's restraints. "Hello, Becky. What you be having this evening?" "What has Hannah prepared?" "A lovely shepherd's pie and mutton stew." "I'll have the pie and half a pint of light beer." "Yes, miss. And ye, sir?"
"I'll have the pie as well, along with a pint of Guinness."
"Very good, sir. I'll be back in a tick." Fancy watched as Becky hurried off, grabbing empty tankards and glasses as she went, nodding toward those asking for another pint or beverage. The woman was like a juggler, tossing far too many balls in the air, yet effectively keeping each one from landing on the ground.
"Miss Truelove."
The quietly spoken name, drawn out, almost like it was a bit of confection to be savoured, caused her attention to swing back to her table companion. "You say that as though you didn't know who I was."
"I didn't. I assume you're related to Mick Truelove."
She couldn't stop her pride in her brother's accomplishments from beaming forth. "I'm his younger sister, and you're not to blame. We never introduced ourselves. I'm Fancy Truelove."
"The Fancy Book Emporium."
He mulled it over.
"The name of your shop is lacking an apostrophe and an S."
Trust a man to point out the obvious, or seek to correct what needed no correction. Their omission was intentional. It's a play on my name, you see. A bit of fun. You've yet to tell me who you are. A hesitation as though he weren't quite sure of himself.
Matthew Summersby. 2 M's.
She held out her hand. It's very nice to meet you, Matthew Summersby, 2 M's. The smile he bestowed upon her fairly stole her breath. She'd seen hints of it, a twitch here, a small curl of a corner there. But when he spread his lips into a full smile that revealed perfect straight teeth, when his eyes sparkled as though he was truly pleased, she found herself astounded by the seeming swiftness with which he'd been transformed from a man of such seriousness to one who projected an image more welcoming, more inviting, more sensual, more everything.
A pleasure, Miss Truelove.
His palm, hinting at the slightest roughness, like the finest grains of sand on a beach beneath her soles, came to rest against hers. For some reason, she envisioned him kissing the tips of her fingers. He possessed an elegance and refinement that reminded her of courtly gestures. But he merely released his hold, then opened and closed his hand, as though wanting to hoard the sensation he'd experienced while touching her. I assume you live in the area, she said.
The next street over. 86, Etty Lane. I can see the back of your shop from my upstairs window.
Which meant he had a view of her bedchamber, or at least the light from it, before she closed the draperies. She doubted he could actually see inside to make note of the furnishings, although she might be visible walking about. Mick named the street after our mother. Have you lived there long?
A little over a fortnight now.
How are you finding it?
To my liking, thus far.
My brother has worked hard to make the area welcome. Here you are, loves, Becky said, setting the pewter tankards on the table. Drink up and enjoy. Food'll be here shortly. After the girl wandered off, Fancy continued. Welcoming, I was going to say. She lifted her tankard. Cheers. While he lifted his pint, she took a sip, enjoying the crisp flavour. Gilly served only the best. Watching as he turned back the cover on his recent purchase, she removed the miniature book from her pocket, taking satisfaction from his gaze darting over to capture her movements, unsure why she wanted to bask in his attention. Perhaps because she'd never garnered a man's full interest before. It was no secret in the area where she'd grown up that her family considered her destined for greater things, so most of the boys had kept their distance, none of them wanting to face her irritatingly intimidating brothers.
What are you reading?
He asked. Aesop's Fables.
Have you a favourite?
The Ant and the Grasshopper, I think. It applies to my family. They've always worked hard, seldom taken time for play. Have you one you favour? One to which you can relate, perhaps?
The Fox and the Crow. Be wary of flatterers, or something to that effect.
She could have sworn a tinge of bitterness laced his voice, and wondered at the cause. Yet she didn't know him well enough to ask for the reasons behind his selection. Although his choice of fable was certainly one she should take to heart when she began making the social rounds. Although, as she understood it, the entire season revolved around flattery. Have you any advice on how to differentiate between flattery and honest compliments?
Unfortunately, no.
Chapter 3. Not that Matthew Summersby wasn't presently tempted to let loose with a foray into flattery that would have his dinner companion blushing with pleasure. It had been a good long while since he'd been drawn to a woman. He wasn't certain he'd ever met anyone as small of stature as she was, who still managed to project such a large presence. The Queen, perhaps. The moment he'd walked into the shop, Miss Truelove had caught his attention without artifice or fawning or innuendo. She'd merely welcomed him with a warm smile and a sultry voice that had caused him to recheck his surroundings to ensure he'd entered a bookshop and not a brothel. His mind had filled with images of that voice lowered into a rasp as she whispered wicked suggestions in his ear. He had no idea why he'd reacted to her as he had. Most certainly she was a beautiful woman, with her high cheekbones, delicate square jaw, and inviting brown eyes, but her attraction had more to do with her confidence and bearing. He shouldn't have been surprised, at least not once he realized she was a Truelove. In spite of their humble origins, they were making their mark on society, Mick Truelove especially, with his tearing down of what had been left to rot and replacing it with buildings in which merchants and residents could take pride. It was one of the reasons Matthew had decided to lease a terrace house here. It was modern and clean, while the area itself provided a good many amenities. "Why bookshop?" he asked. The smile she bestowed upon him seemed to encompass every aspect of her, to reveal her very soul. "The simple answer is that I love stories, but there's more to it than that. My siblings are all quite a bit older than I am. My mother sent them to a nearby ragged school. It cost her nothing, as the schools are free, funded by the generosity of others. Lessons were only given in the morning, and they were only allowed to attend until they were 11, so all that was over by the time I came around. But they learned to read, you see, and after that there was no stopping them." The fire in her voice, her expression, held him captivated. He couldn't recall the last time he'd felt passionate about anything. They continued to educate themselves, informally. They pooled their earnings together and paid a guinea a year to a lending library. They could only borrow one book at a time, and they took turns deciding who would choose the book to be borrowed, but it opened up worlds to them, and to me. My fondest memories are of each of them reading to me when I was quite small. It was magical. So I wanted to open a bookshop in order to surround myself with the stories that my brothers and sister had loved enough to share with me. When I see the spines lined up on a shelf, it makes me happy. I'm happier still when someone takes a book home with them. Tales of adventure or romance or mystery bring undeniable and unending joy. Biographies, history, geography expand our knowledge of what surrounds us. Even if I don't necessarily agree with all the sentiments expressed, I find value in every word written, every word read. That's the reason I have a bookshop. As though she'd not just upended his world with her impassioned diatribe, she settled back and took a long, slow sip of her beer. When she was done, she licked her lips before lifting her gaze back to his, and he couldn't help but believe he'd never been so enthralled by a person in his entire life, nor would he ever again be so. Her love of books was genuine. She was genuine. "Did you attend the ragged schools?" Knowing the moniker had come about because so many of the children who attended wore rags, he hated the thought of her in worn and tattered frocks, possibly without shoes. Although he was aware people grew up in poverty, he'd never before carried on a conversation with one who had. He routinely made donations to one charity or another, but didn't have an active role in doing good works. He was suddenly feeling quite ashamed that his lack of action might have resulted in a harsher life for her or others. Oh no. By the time I was old enough to be schooled, my siblings were all working, and they again pooled their coins, this time to ensure I went to a private school, and later to a finishing school. In both cases, the students' parents were merchants, bankers, tradesmen, or some other occupation that saw them with a decent income. But still I wasn't fully embraced. Unfortunately, the circumstances of my birth carry a stigma." She didn't elaborate regarding the circumstances, but then she didn't need to. It was common knowledge that the Trueloves wore their bastardy like a badge of honor. "I found my years at school quite lonely. Not that I ever told my siblings that. I don't know why I confessed it to you, or rambled on about it. I do hope you'll forgive my dip into self-pity."
It was hardly self-pity, Miss Truelove.
He didn't want to envision her sitting alone during meals, standing at the edge of a garden, not invited into a game of tag. Although perhaps whatever she'd endured had motivated her to invite him to join her tonight. He was beginning to feel grateful she had. She was without guile, and he found it refreshing. Embarrassed to have shared such intimate and personal memories and thoughts with a stranger, Fancy nodded toward the book he'd placed on the table. "I'd promised you could read if you took the chair."
"So you did."
Striving to make sense of the words in her book was proving to be an exercise in futility. Generally, she had no trouble at all blocking out any distractions when she became lost in a book, but her attention wasn't usually snagged by a gentleman whose stories she wished to learn, for surely he had stories to tell. He looked to be on the younger side of 30. Where'd he come from before landing here? How did he earn wages? With her return, Becky set a bowl of shepherd's pie, a piece of linen, and a spoon in front of each of them before rushing off to see to other customers. Mr. Summersby set his book aside, and in unison they draped their linen napkins across their laps. He gathered up some pie, and she fought against watching his mouth close over the spoon, but it was a battle she lost, imagining those lips closing over hers. Whatever was wrong with her to allow such naughty thoughts to travel through her mind? Averting her gaze, she concentrated on her own meal.
"Difficult to read whilst eating," he said quietly.
She usually managed it quite well, especially in her youth, much to her mum's dismay, since it wasn't the way that proper ladies were to occupy their time at the table. With conversation, they were to involve themselves in other people's lives, listen attentively, gleaning bits of information in order to gain an understanding of the person, build an image of his or her character. With Mr. Summersby she was failing miserably, which didn't bode well for her entree into society and judging the man who might ask for her hand.
"I'm a bit surprised," he continued. "Mick Truelove's sister would take her meal here and not dine with him in his lodgings at the hotel."
Her brother had an office where he conducted business and a suite of private rooms on the top floor. Mr. Summersby would have become aware of those facts when he let his residence, since he'd have had to visit the office to sign his lease agreement. "I wasn't in the mood to be put through my paces," she answered honestly. He arched a dark brow in question. "Wednesday next, I'll be formally introduced into society at a ball that my sister Gilly, the Duchess of Thornley, is hosting in my honor." All her family members were a bit nervous, not quite sure whether people would attend out of curiosity about the commoner who had caught the attention of one of the most powerful dukes in Britain, or if no one would show at all, signalling the ton's displeasure that the Duke of Thornley had married beneath him. Noting the speculation in his gaze, she continued, "As for how I have a sister who is a duchess,
I doubt a soul in London exists who hasn't heard tales regarding the Trueloves and their various marriages among the nobility."
Mick had married Lady Aslin, daughter to the deceased Earl of Eames and ward of the Duke of Headley, Mick's father as it turned out, not that the man had ever publicly acknowledged Mick as his son, although they had developed a close relationship of late, and were often seen together. Finn had taken to wife Lady Lavinia, while Aidan had wed Selina, a widowed duchess. Then, of course, there was Gilly with her duke. Her siblings' marriages should have given them all the social acceptance they craved, but it seemed the aristocracy was reticent when it came to welcoming newcomers into their midst. I suppose there is some truth in that. They are all the talk, from what I understand. They've set rather high standards and expectations for me, even before they began collecting aristocratic spouses. So when I have dinner with Mick, he and his wife, bless them, are insistent we follow proper etiquette while dining, selecting the correct utensil from among the ridiculous number set out on the table, and discuss only topics appropriate for dining with the nobs. When I marry a lord, my life will become naught but nights of formal dining and quiet discussions about boring subjects. She looked around her. I doubt there will be robust laughter or claps on the back, or such astonishing joy at reaching the end of a hard day and having a bit of time to relax with friends. So I came here tonight to avoid having to face any faults with my behaviour, and to enjoy the revelry surrounding me.
Then why seek to marry a lord?
His tone was flat, tinged with a bit of disapproval, as though he had the right to be offended by her plans. She wasn't keen to have him sitting in judgment of her. My family expects it. I grew up expecting it. To be honest, there are few ways for a woman to better herself except through marriage. Business ownership or hard work might gain her more success than a man, but it doesn't garner the same amount of respect. It's rather irritating, really, but that is the way of the world. You can't disagree with my assessment, surely.
I don't suppose I gave it a great deal of thought, one way or another. It depends on the lengths you'll go to in order to acquire what you want.
All the lengths that are necessary. Would you not do the same?
I'm not certain I would.
Then I assume you are fortunate, and life has offered you few challenges.
You would assume incorrectly.
As though embarrassed by his words, he dropped his gaze to his bowl and began stabbing the fluffy potatoes on top into the meat filling. God! How was it that they'd become so short with each other? A change in subject was needed. If I may be so bold, you don't sound as though you come from the streets. I'd wager you've had some education.
My father insisted.
You strike me as being a solicitor, or a banker, perhaps. Someone with a position of authority and influence. It was simply the way he held himself, the confidence that rolled off him in waves.
Nothing quite so interesting, I assure you.
His tone indicated that line of conversation was at an end, but she wasn't yet ready to let it go. Now you've piqued my curiosity, Mr. Summersby. How do you earn your way? He studied her for a long moment, as though torn between telling her to go to the devil or answering with honesty. Finally he said,
I am a gentleman with means.
Which told her nothing at all. Had an inheritance fallen into his hands? Had he achieved success at business, investment, with the horses or gambling? How do you spend your day?
Doing whatever I please.
Yet you claimed not to be fortunate.
Everything comes with a price, Miss Truelove.
What price had he paid? Not that it was any of her business. Not that she was rude enough to inquire. She'd already skirted the edge of good manners. Yet she couldn't deny being curious about him. It was odd how he drew her interest when no other man had. Not in this way, at least. She'd found numerous men attractive, certainly, but had never had her heart fluttering because of the beauty of one of them. She'd never wanted to delve into every aspect of one of their lives, didn't know why she wanted to know all the details of his. Perhaps it was simply that she'd begun preparing herself for analysing the men she would meet next week as potential husbands, and her mind had decided to practice her skills in order to hone them. Or perhaps he piqued her interest simply because he seemed so determined not to be known. While they'd been conversing, they'd managed to finish off their meal. Becky hurried over.
"Will there be anything else, loves?"
"Nothing for me," Fancy said.
"Nor for me," he responded.
"Is he with ye, Miss Truelove?"
She glanced over to see his brow deeply furrowed and confusion mirrored in his eyes. It was time to repay his earlier generosity in offering her the table. "Yes." Becky smiled brightly.
"Meal is on the house, then."
"No," he said
quickly, brusquely.
"I'll pay for my meal."
"But you're with Miss Truelove, and Trueloves don't pay in a Truelove establishment."
"This is a Truelove pub."
"My sister Gillies," Fancy told him.
"The Duchess."
She smiled, because keeping up with her family members was a task, and it seemed he'd already mastered it. "Yes." Coming to her feet, aware of him quickly following suit, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a crown. Unfortunately, the newspaper clipping came out with it and fluttered down to land near the toe of his polished boot. Before she could react, he was reaching down to gather it up. She pressed the coin into the serving girl's hand. "This is for you, Becky."
"Ah, Miss Truelove, you don't have—"
"You took such good care of us. Thank you." The girl gave a quick bob of her knees.
"Appreciate it, miss, sir."
Then someone was calling for her, and she was racing off to see to another's needs. When Fancy looked at Mr. Summersby, it was to discover him staring at the embarrassing clipping that had the audacity to open itself up as it made its way down to the floor. She held out her hand. "I'll relieve you of that now."
"Why would you carry this about with you?"
"Because I find the letter terribly romantic and enjoy reading it. And if I may be honest," she didn't know why she felt a need to confess to him. Perhaps because she feared without further justification he would think her a silly chit. "I hope to meet Lord Rosemont at the ball next week and have the opportunity to spend time in his company, to offer her condolences, to come to know better a man who had given his wife so much of his heart." Mr. Summersby hesitated several heartbeats before carefully folding the letter and placing it in her waiting palm.
"It is a dangerous thing indeed, Miss Truelove, to fall in love with a man before ever having met him."
Chapter 4. If the mutinous glimmer in her eyes was any indication, Miss Truelove had not taken kindly to his remark. He didn't know why he'd made it. What did he care if she went around snipping poppycock from newspapers and carrying it about in her pocket? Perhaps because he realized, much to his mortification, that he'd misjudged her. He'd viewed her as open and honest, had begun to take more than a casual interest in her, only to learn that a devious mind possibly lurked behind those deep brown eyes that reminded him of a doe he'd adopted as a pet when he was a lad and spent most of his time in the countryside. It irked that she was planning to land a lord and would use any means necessary to obtain him. He found it more irritating that because of a daft letter, she might possibly be setting her sights on the Earl of Rosemont.
"I'm not in love with him,"
she finally snapped, stuffing the clipping back into her skirt pocket. "His wife adored him, and I find it commendable that he should inspire such devotion. But more, her entreaty to bring him out of his sorrow touched my heart. Not that it's any of your concern, nor should I have to justify myself." She heaved an impatient sigh. "Thank you for providing conversation during dinner. It's late. I must be off." It had grown dark. He couldn't remember the last time he'd eaten a leisurely meal. Generally, he wolfed down his food, so the task of providing his body with sustenance was done, and he could move on to drink.
"I'll escort you back to your shop."
"I'm fine on my own. No one would dare accost me. They know my brothers would see them dead."
"You're assuming everyone hereabouts knows you're a Truelove. I didn't."
She opened her mouth to protest and quickly shut it, obviously coming to the realization he'd already won the argument. "I can't stop you if you've a mind to accompany me." However, she was certainly determined to give it a go, because she turned on her heel and marched briskly for the door, a couple of lads jumping out of her way, obviously realizing they were in danger of being mowed down. Just as she neared the door, he easily caught up to her, reached around her, grabbed the handle, and pulled. She passed over the threshold with a muttered "thank you," that for some inexplicable reason made him smile for the second time that evening. He'd grown accustomed to happiness being absent for some time, and it was a strange thing to feel it tapping on his shoulder. In silence, guided by the lit street lamps, they crossed the street and strolled along the bricked pavement until they arrived at her shop. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a key. This time no paper fluttered to the ground. After unlocking the door, she went still a heartbeat before looking over her shoulder. "I hope you won't be a stranger to the shop, Mr. Summersby." She was protecting her business, in spite of her ambitions, or perhaps because of them. She didn't strike him as a woman who would accept failure of any kind, including when it came to securing her lord. "I'm certain I'll be in want of another book before long, Miss Truelove. Sleep well." Pushing open the door, she slipped through and closed it in her wake. He heard the turn of the lock. She'd left a gaslight burning, and he waited until the main part of her shop went dark. Although the windows sporting little shelves for books and knickknacks prevented him from having a clear view inside, he still managed to follow the journey of a lamp's glow as it rose higher, no doubt her climbing the stairs, until it disappeared from his sight, assuring him that she would soon be safely tucked into her rooms. Glancing around, he considered returning to the pub for another brew, but as she was no longer there, the din within those walls that usually drowned out his thoughts didn't hold much appeal. He headed down the street and turned the corner. Looking up at the brick building, he could see pale light spilling out of a window on the top floor. She was in her rooms now, undoubtedly preparing for bed, removing the pins from her midnight black hair, dragging the brush through the long strands, braiding it. Then she would slowly unbutton the bodice of her navy frock. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. He was not going to be enticed into falling into her web of deceit by her passion for books, or her ability to create a shop that invited one in and offered comfort as welcoming as a warm blanket on a chilly evening, or her large eyes, or her pretty face, or her kindness to a pub serving girl, or her welcoming of a stranger. He passed the mews that ran between her shop and his residence. Continuing on, he took a right at the street, turned up the path to his terraced house, jogged up the steps, and let himself in. Reaching for the gaslight, he turned up the flame until the soft yellow glow illuminated the front parlour. He went straight ahead through the tiny hallway, ignoring the narrow stairs that led to the floor where he slept, and entered the small room where he ate the meals prepared by the woman he'd hired to come in daily to cook in the small kitchen beyond and keep things tidy. A stuffed chair rested near the fireplace, and he'd spent many an evening reading there. He went over to the plain table that housed a solitary decanter and poured himself a tumbler of scotch. With comfort in hand, he climbed the stairs. At the top, the narrow landing branched off into a door on either side. He went through the one on his right into his bedchamber, simply furnished with a four-poster bed, a table beside it, an armoire across from it, and a high-backed brocade chair in the corner. He carried on until he reached the window. Taking a sip of his scotch, he leaned a shoulder against the window casing. When he was in a contemplative mood, he preferred to become lost in whatever lay beyond his own window. In the early mornings, he'd watched drays pulled by large horses make their way through the mews. Late at night, he'd often witnessed drunkards stumbling around. He'd seen a number of cats, a few dogs, and the occasional child. And sometimes, like tonight, His gaze would drift upward to the faint glow from her window, spilling into the darkness and defeating a small part of it. Often he wished it would reach into his soul and conquer the black void that resided there. Because it was a terrible abyss of emptiness and despair, craving that which he'd never possessed and never would: love. Having put his heart at risk once, he was determined to never do so again. Watching shadows moving behind the drawn curtains on the top floor of the bookshop, he wondered if the window looked into her bedchamber, if he was observing his neighbour preparing for sleep. He wondered if Fancy Truelove took the Earl of Rosemont into her dreams. The poor girl was going to be disappointed when she attended her first ball, because her hopes of being introduced to Rosemont would be dashed. He would not bow before her, take her hand and kiss it. He would not ask her for a dance, hold her in his arms, and sweep her over a polished parquet floor. He wouldn't tell her that she had the most expressive brown eyes he'd ever seen. He wouldn't confess that more than once during dinner he'd decided that her mouth had been perfectly designed for kissing. No, the Earl of Rosemont would do none of those things, because now he knew her plans, and he wanted no part of them or her. Chapter 5. At 7:30 the following morning, Fancy rapped her knuckles on the door to her brother's suite of rooms in the hotel. It was quickly opened by a tall footman, who bowed deferentially. "Good morning, Miss Truelove."
"How are you this fine morning, James?"
She skirted round him, removed her hat and gloves, and handed them over to him.
"Very fine, miss. It's kind of you to inquire."
Hardly. It was simply good manners, although she was given to understand the nobility never thanked their servants or engaged them in idle conversation.
"I'll see myself to breakfast."
"Very good, miss."
As she made her way down the corridor, she couldn't help but reflect at how comfortable she felt within her brother's lodgings. As she stepped into the smaller dining room, Mick set his newspaper aside and came to his feet. Not that he'd been reading it. Rather, he'd been leaning toward his wife seated beside him and telling her something that caused her cheeks to turn a pinkish hue. Fancy wanted that. A man who, long after they'd been married, would whisper wicked things in her ear.
"Good morning, little sister,"
Mick said, the normal teasing tinging his tone because she was not only the youngest, but the smallest of Etty Truelove's children. Even Gilly was nearly as tall as her brothers.
"How are you this morning?"
A bit tired. Thanks to Mr. Summersby, she'd not slept well. Surreptitiously parting the drapes just enough to peer through them, she'd seen him standing in the window of his bedchamber, looking out. Because he was too far away for her to see his features clearly, she couldn't be sure if he was staring at the mews or the sky, or even had his eyes closed. His movements, however, were more discernible. He'd leaned against the window casing and sipped something. Scotch, most likely. Lazily, languidly, as though the view were arresting and deserving of his utmost attention. She'd taken those damned green eyes into her slumber and dreamed of a man who enjoyed reading penny dreadfuls, whispering the words provocatively in her ear as his hands stroked places that had never been stroked by a man. She'd grown warm, writhing with need, only to awaken to find her blankets and sheet on the floor, Dickens peering out from beneath the mound with a narrowed glare, leaving her to wonder if perhaps she'd kicked him out of the bed as well. Not that she would confess all that to her brother.
"Doing very well, thank you. And you?"
She headed for the sideboard, where his personal cook had prepared a virtual feast. Not that any of it would go to waste. Aslin always distributed any remaining food to area shelters tasked with feeding the hungry.
"Couldn't be better."
She walked to a table where a footman pulled out a chair for her. After sitting, she looked at Aslin.
"And you?" Perfect.
In every way, Mick added as he took his seat. Of all her brothers, Mick was the last one she'd ever expected to be so frightfully besotted. Another reason she didn't often take her dinners here. While she was ecstatic that the couple had fallen so madly in love, it was difficult to watch when she had yet to acquire the same level of devotion. Besides, she often felt like an intruder, knowing if she weren't present, a good deal more touching, stroking, and kissing would go on. "How did you spend your evening?" Mick added.
I had dinner at the Jolly Roger. When I returned to the shop, I stacked 5 books on my head and walked up the stairs balancing them. Did you really? Aslin asked. 5?
Fancy smiled softly, imagining her sister by marriage had spent a good deal of time balancing books atop her head, because she possessed one of the finest postures around.
No, I was only jesting. I think I have my walk down pat. I didn't practice anything at all. I simply read. She thought about mentioning Mr. Somersby, finding out if Mick knew anything at all about his tenant, but she wanted to hold the gentleman close, keep him just for herself. She also wanted to avoid an inquisition. How had she met him? How well does she know him? Was he trustworthy? How did she know? And it wouldn't do at all for it to be known she'd spent time in his company without a chaperone, although she could effectively argue she'd been watched over by the staff at the Jolly Roger. He might even take it upon himself to send Mr. Somersby packing, if he thought the man would distract Fancy from reaching the goal her family had set for her. You will have little time for reading once your season gets underway, Aslin said. I've been making a list of the women on whom we'll make morning calls after your introduction into society, and I've no doubt some will make calls upon you. I'm wondering if it might be better if you spent your days here, since we'll let it be known that ours is the residence where you will take callers. We'll certainly want the gentleman to visit you here, so you can be properly chaperoned. You're optimistic. I think it'll work exceedingly well if you simply send a servant over to fetch me when I'm needed. She didn't want to give up any more time in her shop than she had to, because a day would arrive when she'd have to give it up altogether. Perhaps I'll even entertain a few in the shop. I could serve tea in the reading parlour. It was a room above the shop set aside for people to lounge about in comfortable chairs and read to their heart's content. It would only require having one of your maids come over to prepare tea in the kitchen in my lodgings. I suppose that's an option. Shall we see how it goes? Which meant Aslin didn't much like the option. And of course there are always the gardens here. Behind the hotel, away from the street, Mick had created an oasis of greenery where his guests could take tea, read, or stroll about. It might be more relaxing, less taxing, to take her callers there, if she had callers. She was striving to keep her expectations modest and realistic, so as not to be frightfully disappointed when her entree into society happened at a snail's pace. With her fork, she poked at her buttered eggs. Suddenly, nothing before her seemed appetizing, perhaps because the thought of gentlemen calling on her reminded her of Mr. Somersby's admonishment. "It is a dangerous thing indeed, to fall in love with a man before ever having met him." Mr. Somersby's reaction had taken her aback. He'd sounded almost jealous, although certainly she'd misread that. They'd only just met, and he hadn't given any indication he had anything other than a friendly interest in her, if even that. Perhaps it was simply that he held a disdain for the aristocracy. He might be a gentleman of means, but if he was living in this area of London and not Mayfair, then his means were no doubt quite modest. As she'd told him, she was not in love with the Earl of Rosemont. The letter merely served as an example of what Fancy hoped to acquire. Still, it had been embarrassing to be caught with it in her pocket. Aslin, Are you acquainted with Lord Rosemont?" The widening of her eyes indicated she was surprised by the question. It was one Fancy should have thought to ask sooner, since Aslin had once inhabited the same world as the Earl. "We were introduced, yes, but only in passing. We never spoke at length. I suppose you're thinking of the letter his wife arranged to be printed in the Times. I know it's silly to place such stock in a letter a woman wrote on her deathbed, but that's the very reason I find it so compelling, so persuasive, that she would go to such bother before leaving this world. He must be an extraordinary man." "One would think. However, knowing he would never be a suitor, I paid very little attention to him." She gave a light laugh. "Although, to be honest, I saw most men as only a potential dance partner and little else, because I always expected to marry Kipwick." The Duke of Headley's son and heir. Mick had stolen her away from him, originally with the intention of ruining her, but then she'd conquered his heart. Fancy watched as Aslin reached over and threaded her fingers through Mick's. He brought them to his lips and simply held them there, meeting her gaze, his warming.
"The best-laid plans, and all that?"
Aslin arched a delicate brow. "Are you referring to yours or mine?"
He chuckled low. "Both."
Fancy knew any further conversation on Lord Rosemont would not be had now, as the couple were becoming lost in each other. She folded her linen napkin and set it beside her plate. "I should be off." Guiltily, Aslin looked at her. "But you hardly ate." "I had more than enough. Thank you for inviting me to breakfast. Don't bother getting up, Mick." She pushed back her chair and stood. "I'll see myself out." As she was walking from the room, she heard soft murmuring, a sigh. Once she left Mick's apartments and was out in the hallway, she glanced over at the glass double doors with True Love etched in them. She could see Mr. Tittlefitz, Mick's secretary, already at his desk. She wandered over, pushed open one of the doors, and stepped in. He immediately jumped to his feet.
"Miss Truelove, what a delightful surprise!"
He was one of the most positive people she'd ever met. Having been born a bastard and raised in the Rookeries, he had every right to be bitter, but instead always reflected an optimism that made him a pleasure to be around. "I was just visiting with my brother. Based on the whispering I heard as I was leaving, I think he might be a while before coming in."
Mr. Tittlefitz blushed profusely, so much so his freckles were fairly obliterated.
"He has nothing pressing on the schedule this morning." She suspected it wouldn't matter what he had on his schedule. Pleasing his wife would always come first. She could only hope her own husband would be as attentive. "I've had no luck finding someone to help you with the lessons on the nights I can't be there." She and Mr. Tittlefitz volunteered their time 2 nights a week in order to offer free reading classes to adults who'd had no or very little schooling. She felt guilty that he would have to carry the brunt of the workload once her season was fully underway. She'd approached some people about filling in for her, but few had the time to spare when it didn't put coins in their pockets. She couldn't ask her married siblings, as they would be at the balls. Her brother Beast was making himself scarce of late.
"Do not worry yourself overmuch. I shall have no trouble at all seeing to matters by myself, although your presence will be sorely missed."
"I fear, Mr. Tittlefitz, I'm going to wish I was helping with the lessons, rather than being the centre of attention at a ball filled with toffs."
"You shall easily win them over, Miss Truelove. I've no doubt on that score."
"You say the kindest things."
"I would not say them if I did not believe them to be true."
One of the reasons he was such an effective teacher was because he was so very skilled at offering heartfelt encouragement. "I won't keep you, but will continue to give thought as to whom I might entice into helping you when I'm unavailable. It's just a bit of a challenge, when most people in the area lead such busy lives, working long hours with little time for leisure. Her thoughts leapt to last evening's dinner companion. Would she be able to entice him into helping? Things between them had been awkward at the end, but she could set that aside for a greater good. The question was, would he? "Are you all right, miss?" She gave her head a little shake. "Yes, I just had a thought. A possible solution to our dilemma. I'll have to ponder it a bit more. Have a good day, Mr. Tittlefits." "You as well, Miss Truelove." Before leaving the hotel, she stopped in the kitchen where one of the staff members gave her a small pitcher of cream. When she returned to her shop, she went upstairs and poured it into a saucer. Dickens immediately arrived to begin lapping it up. He seemed to care little about anything, but did love his cream. After putting away her hat and gloves, she returned downstairs. As always, she simply stood there for a moment, taking in what she had built with help from her family. Every member of her family and Mr. Tittlefits had been kind enough to help her place the books on the shelves. Everywhere she looked were memories of them assisting her in one way or another, never complaining, doing it all out of the goodness of their hearts. She hadn't expected to find incredible satisfaction in working here. Originally, she'd simply seen it as a way to surround herself with books while filling her days, waiting for her first season. Now it all meant so very much that it would be difficult to walk away from it. At 9, she unlocked the front door, ready for business. She halfway hoped Mr. Summersby would have finished his book by now and might drop by to purchase another. She wondered how long he might have stood at that window, how long before he turned away to retire or become lost in the adventures of Dick Turpin. Strange how they'd made a heroic character out of a criminal, but for some reason people expressed a fondness for scoundrels. When it came to the ladies, her brothers had certainly benefited from that attitude. Matthew Summersby seemed more gentleman than rogue. As such, perhaps he'd be willing to assist with the classes, if she could re-establish the rapport they'd shared before the clipping had escaped her pocket and caught his attention. To that end, once Marianne arrived in the late morning to assist her in the shop, she decided to pay the gent around the corner a visit. The streets and pavements were bustling with activity as people went about their daily chores and business. She greeted by name those she knew, gave a smile and nod to those she didn't. As she made her way past the mews, glancing up at the window in which he'd been standing the night before, she couldn't help but wonder how often he stood there, gazing out. Turning on to Etty Lane, her heart picked up its tempo while her feet slowed theirs. The residence was neither large nor intimidating, so the apprehension taking hold surprised her. She was intimately familiar with the layout of these terrace houses, for they were all the same, and Mick had shared the design with her, had even asked for her opinion on the matter, and then she'd watched them being built. It had been exciting to see her brother create so much from nothing. So it wasn't the building causing her heart to thump wildly, her palms to grow damp within her gloves, but the gentleman who made his lair within those walls. To approach him for a favour when she barely knew him seemed the height of foolishness, but surely he couldn't object to her request when it would serve such a useful purpose. Gathering her resolve around her like a finely sewn velvet pelisse, she marched up the steps, banged the knocker, and waited impatiently, practically bouncing on the balls of her feet, hoping whatever fault he'd found with her last night had melted away and he'd deliver a warm welcome. When the door finally opened, she was surprised to find herself staring at a dark-haired woman whose spectacles made her blue eyes seem far too large for her face. "Mrs. Bennet."
"Miss Truelove, is something amiss?"
"No, I'm simply surprised to see you here."
Knowing the man who ran Mick's construction crew and his wife lived on this street, she glanced around. Had she gotten the wrong house? "I was looking for Mr. Summersby." "Ah, he's gone out. Said he'd be a while, that I wasn't to bother with preparing a midday meal for him." She brought her attention back to Mrs. Bennet. "You cook for him?" The dear woman bobbed her head. "Aye, he has me coming each morning to tidy up. Not that there's ever much to tidy. He has very little furniture, our Mr. Summersby. Nothing personal like. Mr. Bennet says I'm not to worry myself over it as long as he pays me every day, which he does. But still, there's a loneliness to the place, you know." She'd deduced he was a bachelor. Still, it saddened her to think he might be all alone in the world. "He's not been here that long. Perhaps he's just not settled in fully yet." "Mayhaps. He's never had a visitor as far as I can tell. Always just the one glass that needs washing. Still, I polish everything up, scrub his floors, won't find a speck of dust when I'm done." "That's very commendable on your part. Will you let him know I came by and wanted to have a word?" "Of course, Miss Truelove. Don't know when he'll be returning, though." "It's not urgent. Just at his convenience, I'd like to speak with him." "I'll pass it on." "Thank you, and give my best to Mr. Bennet." "I will, miss." Darting down the steps, she heard the door close. When she reached the pavement, she glanced back, noting now the absence of draperies at the windows, something she'd overlooked watching him the night before. Although, perhaps even now, he was out seeing about having some sewn. He had Mrs. Bennet to worry over him. She didn't need to do it. Still, she was more convinced than ever that he would welcome the opportunity to assist others in learning to read. What better way to become part and parcel of the whole of the community and to ease one's loneliness? Miss Truelove had occupied Matthew's thoughts through the night and into the following morning, which was deuced irritating, so he'd decided a day seeing to business was called for. After meeting with his man of affairs, and then enjoying a leisurely meal at Dodger's, his favourite club, he'd hailed a hansom cab and had instructed the driver to deliver him to the outskirts of Truelove's domain, because he was in the mood for a stroll before returning to his residence. He stood for a moment, taking in the construction that was expanding the area. The pounding of hammers, the grunting of men, the occasional shouted order, and the creaking of wheels beneath a wheelbarrow's weight created a symphony of sounds that hinted at increased wealth and power. He'd heard similar sounds when he was a lad and went to the coal mines with his father in order to better understand the workings of the Yorkshire legacy that would be left to him. He'd gone down into the labyrinth of tunnels, even wielded a pickaxe a time or two, enjoying the stretch of his muscles, the toil, and the concentration his labours required to avoid creating a mishap. All the worries of living up to his father's expectations had dwindled as the target at which he needed to strike had become his sole focus. He'd applied the same attention to gaining a wife, falling too hard and too fast. He'd actually been grateful his father hadn't been around to witness the cock-up he'd made of that enterprise. "Where women are concerned, always think with your big head, not your little one," his father had often instructed him. "Females can be manipulative wenches." His mother had been responsible for teaching his father that lesson. The old man had held no qualms about revealing that tidbit of information. They'd been married a little over 6 months when Matthew's sister, now the Marchioness of Fairhaven, made her appearance, so evidence existed his father had been caught by deception as well. He'd never heard one kind word spoken between his parents. Their home had been chilled by their disdain for each other. Matthew suspected his father had breathed a sigh of relief when he was born, because it gave the Earl an excuse for avoiding the Countess's bed. He should have paid more attention, learned from their example. Perhaps then he would have foreseen he was destined to repeat his father's mistake when it came to acquiring a wife. Eventually he would have to marry again in order to secure the lineage, but intended to go about it like a business arrangement, listing out the required qualifications. No brown doe-like eyes, no warm welcoming smile, nothing to lure his heart from its guarded state. Like a dog coming out of a lake, ready to rid itself of the water clinging to its fur, he shook off the morose thoughts as he realized he'd reached his residence. The walk hadn't served to maintain the good spirits he'd achieved that morning. It was always a difficult journey down the path of regret. Unlocking and opening the door to his residence, he staggered to a stop as Mrs. Bennet came hustling out of the room that served as his main living area. He hadn't expected her to be about. She generally left once she'd finished cleaning up after his midday meal. As she hadn't needed to prepare anything for him, she should have been gone by now.
"Is something amiss, Mrs. Bennet?"
"Ah, no, sir, but I wanted to let you know Miss Truelove stopped by. She'd like to have a word."
He furrowed his brow, not certain he'd heard correctly, for surely she had no reason to call upon him, not after they'd left matters between them a bit terse.
"Miss Truelove?"
"Aye, sir. She has the bookshop on the High Street."
"I know who she is."
"Well then, sir, she come by earlier, as I was finishing up."
What the deuce could she possibly want?
"It would have been perfectly acceptable to have left me a note, Mrs. Bennet."
"I thought it too important. I wanted to tell you myself, in person."
"While I certainly appreciate your dedication, in the future, a note will suffice. No need to wait about for my arrival. I could have been out until all hours of the night." Not that he'd done that in ages. Reaching into his pocket, he withdrew a coin for her.
"Oh, no, sir."
"Please, your dedication deserves an additional token of appreciation."
He'd paid for her daily services before he left. After she finally took his offering, he saw her to the door and bid her a good day. Curiosity getting the better of him, he shortly followed suit and left the residence. When he reached the shop, he opened the door, stepped over the threshold, and didn't much like the ferocity with which disappointment slammed into him, because a young woman with wheat-coloured hair was standing behind the counter. Not the one he expected, not the one he wanted. No, he didn't want. Want implied desire, and he most certainly didn't have yearnings when it came to Miss Truelove. The young woman bestowed upon him a dazzling smile.
"May I help you, sir?"
It hadn't occurred to him that Miss Truelove wouldn't be about. Yet, still among the musty aroma of all the books she'd gathered to lovingly arrange on shelves and in various places around the room, he detected her scent, a mixture of oranges and a fragrance uniquely her.
"If you'd be so good as to let Miss Truelove know when she returns, that Mr. Summersby stopped by."
Her face brightened further, her eyes widening with pleasure, as though she sought nothing more than bringing him joy.
"Oh, she's here, upstairs in the reading parlour."
Unsurprised she'd have such a thing in her shop, he imagined her curled up in an extremely large, overstuffed chair. The clerk was still smiling with exuberance.
"You may go up, if you like."
May, not can. He suspected Miss Truelove had had a hand in educating the shop girl, generously sharing what she might have learned in order to better others' lives.
"Thank you."
He made short work of ascending the stairs, taking the steps 2 at a time, certainly not because he was anxious to see Miss Truelove, but he was curious to know why she'd bothered to stop by. At the landing was a small hallway. Another set of stairs stood at the far end. He assumed they led up to her lodgings, to the window where light often spilled out late into the night. Bringing his mind back to his purpose in even being here, he noted the open doorway to his right, strode over to it, and came to an abrupt halt. She was indeed sitting in a large, overstuffed chair, but wasn't curled up. Her posture was erect, graceful, perfect. A dozen or so children in an assortment of poses, sitting cross-legged, on their knees, stretched out on their bellies, were gathered at her feet, all as enthralled as he was. She was reading Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, her voice animated as she took on the role of various characters. He was familiar with the tale, as he'd given a copy to his niece at Christmas, and she'd pleaded with him to read it to her, which of course he had. He had very little resistance when it came to the pleadings of the females ensconced in his life. Which was no doubt the reason he was here. Even if Miss Truelove wasn't exactly entrenched in his life, she was certainly some part of it. Otherwise, he'd be able to stop thinking about her, from wondering what precisely she was doing every minute she wasn't visible to him. Entertaining children, it seemed. She lifted her gaze from the words, and it landed on him as solid as a punch. Her mouth curled up at the corners, spreading her lips into a radiant smile, as though she'd spied her salvation, the deliverer of whatever she desired. He should turn on his heel and leave at once. Instead, he remained rooted to the spot, held in place by some invisible force, by her and the joy wreathing her face at his arrival. "Mrs. Byng, will you be so kind as to take over the reading for me, please?" she asked, not taking her gaze from him, as though fearing he might disappear if she should. He wondered if she sensed his reluctance to remain. A young woman with red hair seemed startled by the request. "Ah, Miss Truelove, I don't read nearly as good as you." "You read perfectly well, Mrs. Byng, and I'm certain the children would welcome a respite from my voice for a while. I would be forever in your debt." "Nonsense," the young woman said, getting up out of her chair. "'Tis me what owes you." He wondered exactly what her debt was. Probably a book she'd purchased on credit. Miss Truelove rose with such exquisite grace that she'd be putting a good number of society's ladies to shame the following week. Few matched her poise. After handing the book off to Mrs. Byng, she skirted around the children, patting a head here and there, before strolling elegantly toward him. It had been a long time indeed since he'd felt the pull of a woman. As much as he wanted to be nearer to her, he stayed as he was. "Mr. Somersby, I take it you received my message?" She sounded breathless, as though she'd run to him, and he envisioned how rushed her breaths might become as passion arced through her, beneath his hand, his body. He resented that he felt a spark of envy toward the man who would introduce her to the pleasures to be found when bodies were joined. "I did." "May we?" She indicated the hallway. With a slight bowing of his head, he stepped back into it. She followed. It was more shadowed here, and he imagined the satisfaction to be found in luring her into the darkened corner and taking possession of that mouth that still harbored a slight smile. Not where his mind needed to travel. He nodded toward the doorway. "You have a way of bringing the story to life." She arched a brow, her smile turning teasing. "A compliment? The next thing I know, you'll confess to liking me." "I don't dislike you, Miss Truelove." "No? I wasn't quite certain after things ended as they did last night." "I simply take exception to your hunt to marry a lord." "Would you take exception if I was born on the right side of the blanket?" "The circumstances of your birth don't signify. You're chasing a title, and behind that title is a man." "Who will no doubt be chasing my dowry." She crossed her arms over her chest, tucking them beneath her breasts, which served to bring them to the fore. His eyes should not have dipped in order to fully appreciate the lovely display, but they did, damn them. Why do you care? Because they're perfect, sized to fill a man's palms without leaving him wanting for more. Whom I should marry? Right. They were discussing something else entirely. I have respect for the aristocracy, and for men in particular. I don't like to see the male of the species tricked into marriage, no matter how comely the trickster. Now she balled her fists and sent them to her hips. Narrow hips, if the way her skirts fell were a true indication. Miss Truelove curved in and out in a most delectable manner. Whatever gave you the impression I would use deceit to gain a husband? She sounded truly insulted, then rolled her eyes. The letter? I can admire a man, a relationship, without using what I know of it for duplicity. Have you an encounter in your past that causes you not to trust women? She gave him a long, slow, thorough once-over that made him feel as though she were skimming her fingers over every inch of his skin. Sympathy filled those eyes that reminded him of the finest chocolate. Did she break your heart? What Elise had done, how naive he'd been, was none of her concern. If I'd realized it was your wish to spar and pry, I'd not have ventured from my residence. With a grimace, she squeezed her eyes shut. My apologies. I wanted to ask a favor of you, and I've probably mucked things up to such an extent you'll refuse me. When she opened those large eyes of hers, they reflected such sincerity that it might be impossible to find the words to refuse her, whatever she asked. I hope you won't think me overly familiar, but I noticed last night, during the few minutes when you were actually paying attention to your book, that you seemed to excel at reading, as you were turning the pages quite quickly. As I said, I was educated. Oxford. Her eyes widened slightly. I see. He didn't know why he'd felt a need to impress her. Unwilling to elaborate further, he felt a fool for mentioning it in the first place. Then you're perfect, she said. He scoffed. I don't believe that term has ever been applied to me. Certainly not by Elise, at least not after they married. Before that, she had him strutting about like a bloody peacock, thinking every aspect of him pleased her, when it was only his title that held any significance for her. Well, for what I have in mind, you're perfect. My brother's secretary, Mr. Tittlefitz, you might have met him when you leased your residence, as he sees to those matters, and I hold a class for adults every Monday and Wednesday. We focus on teaching reading. As my nights are going to become quite busy once I'm introduced into society, I wondered if you might be willing to take over for me when I'm not available. Not if his life depended on it. Why would he want to spend any more time in the company of a title chaser than he had to? Even if she wouldn't be there, their paths would surely cross to some extent. The only favor he intended to do was for himself, and that involved keeping his distance. I'm sorry. I fear I haven't the patience for such a task. But it is so rewarding. Do I look to be a man in need of rewards? She couldn't have appeared more stricken if she'd just witnessed him kicking a puppy. Damn her for making him regret the harshness of his tone. To be quite honest, you struck me as a man of leisure, who might be in want of a way to fill his hours, and wouldn't need recompense for the task. Her mien reflected that of a woman challenging a man. Damned if he didn't want to give in to her, to allow her to have the victory, but that way lay madness. I may be a man of leisure, but that does not mean I haven't responsibilities and duties that take up a good measure of my time. Excuse us, Miss Truelove. Without hesitation she moved nearer to him, out of the path of the women and children exiting her parlour, bringing with her the tantalizing scent of oranges. Goodbye, Mrs. Byng. See you next Friday. She patted the heads of the children, bid farewell to the mothers, giving attention to each person, large and small, young and old, who walked by, or were carried. Even the babes in arms received a touch on the cheek, or tip of the nose. When everyone had departed, she looked up at him, and he realized he'd not taken a step back, not one iota, that he'd remained inappropriately near, so close he could feel the warmth radiating from her. His hand flexed, twitched, as though it desperately wanted to reach up and cradle her cheek, determine if it was as silky soft as it appeared.
My apologies, Mr. Somersby.
Her low voice was the rasp of whispered secrets.
Of course, you have important matters that require your attention. I do hope you'll forgive my impertinence.
At that moment, he had the absurd thought that he'd forgive her anything, and understood with absolute surety that she was a danger. She wouldn't use the letter as a means to her end. She would use her brown eyes, her luscious mouth, her pert breasts, her narrow waist, her kindness. In the end, some gentleman would fall without ever realizing he'd been felled. Such was her power. He stepped back. "Good day to you, Miss Truelove." Then he strode down the hallway to the stairs and descended them as though hellhounds were nipping at his heels. Chapter 6. That evening, Fancy slipped out of her shop, closed the door, inserted the key. "Miss Truelove." With a tiny screech, pressing her hand to her chest in order to keep her heart behind her ribs, she swung around.
Mr. Somersby.
He'd not been waiting for her, surely. Granted, she'd been preoccupied with locking up, but certainly would have noticed had he been there. He'd merely come around the corner at the precise moment she was striving to sneak away, and her guilt was attributing nefarious purposes to his arrival. People were still out and about, going to the pub, going home. Wagons, carts, and buggies traversed on the street. Children ran hither and yon. Amidst all that, it was merely coincidence that their paths crossed. Besides, after their encounter that afternoon, it was unlikely he'd search for any excuse to be near her. She certainly had no desire to be near him.
If you're in want of a book, you'll need to return tomorrow, as I'm in the process of closing up.
Yesterday it seemed nothing would prevent you from matching a person with reading material.
Yesterday I didn't have plans.
I'm intrigued. You're not by any chance going to the Jolly Roger for dinner? Was that interest in his tone? Hope that they might again share a table? The man confounded her. Earlier it had been as though he couldn't escape her presence fast enough. She owed him no explanation, but found a sort of perverse pleasure in revealing that her life also included things that took up a good portion of her time.
Actually, I'm off on an adventure.
She peered up at the windows leading into Mick's office, grateful not to see him standing there. After telling him that she'd be dining in tonight, she didn't need him to catch sight of her up to no good. She couldn't remember a time when she was allowed to do anything that wouldn't better her marriage prospects. She'd been restricted from exploring areas far from home because her mum had worried someone might lead her astray, might introduce her to spirits, cigars, gambling, or profanity. Her siblings had all been able to do as they pleased, whereas she'd been watched like a hawk. Surely a bit of rebelliousness was in order. What sort of adventure?
I really don't see that it's any of your concern.
He released a long, drawn-out, suffering sigh. I realize you are no doubt miffed about my response earlier.
No, not at all.
A lie. She was greatly disappointed his answer would result in them having fewer opportunities to become fast friends, and would place an additional burden on Mr. Tittlefitz.
Your time is yours to do with as you please, as is mine.
Then, as a bit of obstinacy hit her, She decided she really didn't care if he knew her plans. As a matter of fact, she took satisfaction from the thought of possibly shocking him. "Now, if you'll excuse me, a penny gaff awaits." His eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze becoming more intense, as though she'd suddenly grown a second head. "Why in God's name would you go to a penny gaff?" Again, she owed him no explanation, but where was the harm in giving one? While Aidan owned a club catering to women's fantasies, she was forbidden from going there and had to make do finding her own entertainments. With a sigh, she turned the lock before slipping the key into a hidden pocket at the waist of her skirt, very much aware that light fingers would be about where she was going, so anything of import that might be nicked was hidden away. "When I have my entree into society, I will be expected to behave with utmost decorum, and places such as this will be forbidden to me." "They should be forbidden to you now." She rolled her eyes at his admonishment. What should it matter to him how she spent her evening? "They have been, which is why I'm going tonight. It might be my last chance to actually experience one." "Alone? Without a chaperone? Have you gone mad?"
"It is not the sort of place where one takes a chaperone. Besides, she might tell Mick, and he'd be none too pleased."
"As well he shouldn't be. I forbid it." She barked out a laugh.
"You are not in a position to forbid me to do anything, Mr. Summersby. Good evening, sir."
With a slight turning of her shoulders, she edged past him and strolled up the walk. His footsteps, loud and with purpose, echoed around her. "How are you going to get there?"
"I'm hiring a hansom a few streets over."
When she was well beyond Mick's keen eyesight. "You can't go alone. There are dangers, Miss Truelove."
"I'm prepared for them."
"Pickpockets, brigands, thugs, all manner of men with ill intentions who will not hesitate to take advantage of a woman alone."
"I appreciate your concern, Mr. He grabbed her arm. Fortunately, it wasn't the one holding her reticule. She swung it with all her might. It thunked against his head and sent him staggering back, his hat flying into the street. Catching his balance, he pressed his hand to his head.
"What the devil is in that thing?"
"Books."
Darting forward, she rescued his hat before it was crushed beneath the wheels of a passing carriage. Back on the pavement, she extended it toward him.
"I'm so sorry. I reacted without thought, although I also suspect you were striving to demonstrate how a blackguard might attempt to take advantage."
He failed to respond to her assessment, but had an air of guilt about him. "Why would you take books to a penny gaff?" She lifted her reticule.
"Because they provide weight, in case I'm accosted. I have a small dagger hidden away behind the waistband of my skirt, and a knife tucked into my boot."
"Do you know how to use them?"
"Quite effectively, actually. While my siblings have always sought to protect me, they also knew I lived in the rookeries, and they couldn't watch over me every hour of every day. So they taught me how to look after myself. I do hope I didn't damage your skull. You have a rather nicely shaped head, and I'd hate knowing I made you lopsided."
He laughed, the sound deep and rich, echoing around her, through her, taking up residence in her soul. "Miss Truelove, you are... I am beyond words. Still, I can't allow you to traipse off into an unsavoury part of London."
Penny gaffs were generally found in the poorer sections of London. "Again, Mr. Summersby, you are not in a position to allow me to do anything."
He shrugged. "I suppose I shall have to pop into the hotel to let your brother know." A fissure of fury swept through her.
"You wouldn't dare!"
"I can't help but believe that if something unpleasant were to happen to you and he found out I let you go off unaccompanied, that he'd have my head."
"Don't be daft. He's not going to find out."
"People are wandering about. I'm certain one or two have made note of our conversing." Word is likely to get back to your brother, and I will have no defense for allowing you to go off alone."
Why was he insisting upon accompanying her? After this afternoon, she'd fully expected him to avoid her at all costs. She was on the verge of screaming like a shrew. "Mr. Summersby, it would be inappropriate for me to be seen with a man without benefit of a chaperone."
"What are the odds you'll run into anyone you know?"
"Oh, 1 in 1,000, I should think, but—"
"Thus we're unlikely to be seen or recognized by anyone of importance."
"True, but—"
"You've also had dinner with a gentleman without benefit of a chaperone."
He had her there, but still she felt a need to argue. "I was not having dinner with a gentleman. He was merely making use of the chair at my table." He flashed a grin, so devastatingly perfect that she would be content to spend the rest of her life saying things that would bring forth that smile.
"Semantics."
I would further argue that Becky, nay the entire staff, served to chaperone that dinner.
"I'll give you that. I felt their eyes on me the entire night."
He took a step toward her.
"How's this, then? You are going to the Penny Gaff alone. I, however, have decided I'm in the mood for some entertainment this evening, and am going as well. Not with you, of course. But as we're heading in the same direction, I dare say space will be available on the seat in your cab, so where is the harm in our sharing the ride?"
There was harm aplenty within the small confines of the hansom cab, he realized, when her thigh was pressed up against his, when the rocking motion of the conveyance occasionally caused the side of her breast to rub up against his arm. She seemed unaware of the touch, whereas his body reacted as though she had climbed into his lap. Leaving her shop earlier, he'd felt rather like an arse for not accommodating her request, even as he justified his reasons for avoiding her. Then on his way to the pub, he'd been taken aback by the joy that had spiraled through him when he'd rounded the corner and caught sight of her in a modest, deep, buttery-shaded frock with a square neckline that revealed the hollow at the base of her throat and an inch or so of skin below it. He'd been dazzled and unable not to think about dipping his tongue in that provocative spot in the center of her collarbone, which was no doubt the reason he'd been so damned reluctant to part ways and was now accompanying her on her adventure. Lust was once again driving him to make stupid decisions, and yet he couldn't seem to find it within himself to regret the choice he'd made. She'd instructed the driver to take them to the Devil's Door. He wasn't familiar with that particular establishment, but was rather confident as to what he would find there, since he'd visited other gaffs in his youth, when he and his friends had been in the mood for ribald entertainment.
"How did you even hear of this place?"
"When I was 12 or so, a lad who lived near us invited me to go with him. I asked Gilly what I should wear." She slid her gaze over to him, "and that put an end to that. She explained that it wasn't the sort of place a proper lady would ever frequent, but I've thought about it over the years, and decided before I truly become proper, I should have a night of being improper. So here we are."
"What became of the lad?"
He wondered if she'd loved him, retained a tender spot for him in her heart. 6 months later, he married another lass who lived in the area.
"Good Lord! How old was he when he asked you to go with him?"
He suspected it was more the fellow's age than where he was taking her that had resulted in her sister squashing things. 15. They marry young in the rookeries. His bride was all of 14, although I doubt she was actually ever a bride. I suspect they had no ceremony. They might not have even had a license. Often couples simply move in together, declare themselves married, and who is to know different? My siblings will pay for the license of any of their employees who wish to marry. As you can well imagine, they are keen to ensure the children are legitimate."
"Was it difficult growing up not being so?" He abhorred the thought of her being made to feel less. My family made it not matter. Still, I was aware that it did. My children will be legitimate, and that's important to me, as will be their father, a right and proper lord who can trace his lineage back generations. The wonder of that, to know who came before him. He'd always taken it for granted, had actually seen it as a burden, not only to live up to his parents' expectations, but to the expectations of those long dead. Anyway, that's how I know about this particular theatre. Have you ever been to a gaff?
I have.
Did you enjoy the shows you saw?
To be honest, I can barely recall them. But if you enjoy the din in the pub, the rowdiness of a penny gaff should absolutely delight you. Her profile was to him, but he saw the slow upward curl of her mouth. Would any lord be able to resist that innocent yet seductive movement? Could he? I'm counting on it. If I may be honest, I'm a bit surprised your family doesn't keep a closer watch over you. Young, unmarried, living alone.
They don't imagine me misbehaving, doing what I ought not, because I was ever so good while I was growing up. Never got into trouble. I also think they believe having Mick living across the street, able to drop in on me at any time, serves as a deterrent to misguided actions. That slow upward curl again. But he is very much preoccupied with his wife. He's mad about her, you know.
I assume you're hoping for the same level of devotion.
It would please me immensely to be so adored, but I am realistic enough to know my dowry will no doubt play a large role in determining my future. I'm trying very hard not to feel as though I'm being sold off. He'd never thought of it in those precise terms.
Women have come with dowries for centuries. It's not an insult to have one.
I know. I'm very fortunate. I simply hope it's not the only thing he likes about me.
He wanted to remove his gloves and skim his fingers over her cheek in reassurance. Instead, he kept them balled into a fist on his thigh. If he had not left society, would he have met her at a ball? Would he be as intrigued? Would he willingly walk into a trap to have her?
It's probably very unwise of me to be alone with a man about whom I know so little. Within the confines, her voice was a low hush, as though she wasn't quite certain she wanted the words to be heard. In which area of London did you grow up?
I didn't. I grew up in Yorkshire.
A country lad. I hadn't envisioned that for you.
What had you envisioned?
I'm not really certain. A father who was a success at some business. A solicitor, perhaps.
A curmudgeon, mostly. But he was skilled at investing and managing his income. I've benefited from his attention to details.
Is he no longer here?
No. He passed some years back.
Do you miss him?
I miss having his counsel.
I believe that's the most you've ever shared with me, Mr. Summersby. I feel considerably safer.
I would never take advantage, Miss Truelove.
I should hope not. My brothers would kill you if you did, and your body would never be found.
He grinned broadly in the encroaching darkness. Such a tragic end. Perhaps he could write a penny dreadful about it, although I'd prefer you make me the hero, as the hero never dies.
Regretfully, that is not always the case. My father was a hero. He died in a war on foreign shores before I was born. But my mum told me all about him.
You know who your mother is?
Her light laughter floated around him. Etty Truelove is my mum.
I'm confused. I was under the impression she only took in by-blows.
The others, yes, but not me. She gave birth to me.
Which further explained why her siblings were so protective of her. Not only because of the age difference, but because she was the child of the woman who had raised them.
She must have been remarkably young when she began taking them in.
Barely 20. Her husband had died, and she needed a way to earn some coins. She lacked an education, you see, so her options were limited.
He wondered if that was part of the reason that she was teaching others to read. His reason for not helping her suddenly seemed petty and selfish, especially as his resolve to avoid being in her presence had lasted only a few hours. He didn't want to be drawn to her, and yet he was. She leaned forward slightly.
"Ah, here we are."
The cab came to a stop. Matthew passed up the fare through a small opening in the roof, and the doors quickly flipped open. After climbing out, he handed Miss Truelove down and glanced at the building before them where people were streaming in. "It looks to be a church."
"A converted one, from what I understand. Quite appropriate, don't you think? As I'm certain it's filled with sinners."
He'd wager no truer statement had ever been spoken. After he paid their admittance fee at the door, they climbed the stairs to a balcony and made their way to the benches at the front, which provided a clear view of the stage and the rows of pews lined up before it. A good deal more pandemonium was visible in the front. Young lads, many appearing to be in need of a bath, were jumping around, running hither and yon. Women were jostling bawling babes, no doubt trying to soothe them into silence. Some men were shouting and shoving on each other, while a few were sitting back, puffing on their pipes. She looked over at him and smiled.
"So much mayhem. It's marvelous, isn't it?"
He thought of dinners, plays on Drury Lane, recitals, and garden parties he'd attended. Much more civilized, much less chaotic. "I think I would tire of it, night after night."
She nodded. "I agree. It should be saved for special occasions. Although for some of these people, I suspect it offers an escape, especially for those who can't escape into books."
"Are you always thinking about books?" Her gaze lit upon his lips.
"Not always."
When she looked away, her cheeks were lightly flushed, and he wondered how much more they might darken if he gave in to temptation and kissed her. But before he did something he shouldn't, a gentleman in an ill-fitting jacket strode onto the stage and began offering what Matthew was certain he believed to be witty comments about Americans. The crowd, laughing uproariously, spurred him on. Miss Truelove, seeming less than entertained, leaned toward him, her mouth near his ear, bringing with her the scent of oranges. He was rather certain her actions were the result of the loud clamoring that made it difficult to hear anything, that she didn't mean to be provocative, yet provocative she was. How simple it would be to turn his head and capture her mouth.
"Why do people find it humorous to make sport of others?"
"To distract others from making sport of them." As far as Matthew was concerned, the gent couldn't leave the stage soon enough. He was followed by a lady who couldn't have been any older than Miss Truelove. She was far too thin, her skirt and petticoats too short, revealing her slender ankles and bare feet. But she belted out a song about two lovers whose parents sought to keep them apart. It ended with their deaths at their own hands with the aid of a silver dagger, in order to be together for eternity. Glancing over, he saw Miss Truelove discreetly wiping tears from her cheeks. Pulling a handkerchief from his pocket, he slipped his fingers beneath her chin and turned her head toward him. Very gently, slowly, he gathered up her tears. "It's only a song."
"But such a tragic one."
Her brown eyes held so much sadness, he wished he had a talent that would bring her a measure of cheer, chase away the sorrow. That is the way of love, sometimes.
"Still, I can't imagine it's better not to have it, even if only for a little while."
"But having had it, could you give it up?"
"I don't know. And who is to say that we cannot love more than once?"
Having collected all her tears, he stuffed his linen back into his pocket, touched by her tender-heartedness, A flurry of coins was tossed on the stage. The girl gave a series of quick bows and curtsies as she scurried around, gathering up her loot, and then she was gone. Leaning in, he whispered, "I'll find out who she is, and send money round to her tomorrow." Dear Lord, but he'd empty out his coffers for the smile she bestowed upon him. "That's so generous of you, Mr. Summersby." "Hardly. Not when he could easily afford it. You enjoyed her performance, did you not?"
"I did. Do you think she really has no shoes?"
"I suspect the absence of them is part of her costume." She shook her head.
"I forget these people are performers."
"The really good ones manage to do that, to make you forget it's all an act." His wife had certainly fallen into that category, laughing at his jests, bestowing upon him long, lingering gazes whenever he was walking toward her. She'd always smiled brightly upon first catching a glimpse of him, causing his heart to ratchet up its beat a notch in anticipation of his being nearer to her, until he realized all her actions had been merely a ploy to achieve a certain end, his standing beside her at the altar. Fancy didn't enjoy most of the performances, especially the lewd ones where people pretended to fornicate. Children were in the audience, for goodness sake. Still, she was glad she'd come, had the experience of it, so if anyone spoke of penny gaffs, she'd at least have an idea of what they might have seen. She was especially glad Mr. Summersby had accompanied her. When they stepped out of the theatre, she spied a woman selling meat pies.
"Oh, I'm famished. Would you like one?"
"You don't know what's in it."
"Well, it's a meat pie."
"What sort of meat? Dog? Cat? Rat?"
"Honestly, just because this is a poorer area of London does not mean the food suffers."
She stepped up to the cart.
"A meat pie, please."
"Make it 2, he grumbled, before handing over the required coins.
"It wasn't my intention for you to pay for everything tonight."
"It's no hardship, Miss Truelove."
"That's not the point. I don't want to be beholden."
"It's the least I can do after inserting myself into your night."
Not about to confess that she was glad he had, Fancy glanced around. The crowd who'd left the theatre had dispersed, and those who'd been waiting for the next show had made their way inside. "We'll sit on the steps, shall we?" She didn't wait for him, but settled herself halfway up the stairway that led into the theatre. He dropped down near her, his long legs stretching out before him. He wasn't as near to her as he'd been in the cab, and she rather regretted that no portion of him was touching her. It had been quite lovely to brush up against him as they'd traversed through the streets.
"It's surprisingly good," he muttered.
"I noticed a queue earlier when we arrived. If you set up a stall outside a theatre, you need to establish a reputation for dependable fare if you hope to have any success at all."
He gave her a sideways glance. "Your brother teach you that?"
"No, I figured it out on my own. Not to mention that it makes a great deal of sense. People don't return if they're dissatisfied with the results of a purchase."
She shrugged.
"Well, around here they might return in order to introduce you to their fists."
She bit into the tasty crust, laughing lightly as the thick filling dribbled down her chin. With her gloved hand, she wiped it away. So unladylike, but it was rather delicious. When he didn't respond, she looked over to find him studying her with a hunger in his eyes, as though he wished to lick the broth from her skin. Or perhaps she was merely projecting her own desires onto him. "I have a linen in my pocket." His voice sounded rough and raw.
"The one with my tears?"
He nodded. She'd been deeply touched when he'd gently wiped away the dampness, and for some reason she didn't want to soil the cloth, having an irrational thought that perhaps he would never again wash it, but would keep her tears for eternity. She shook her head.
"It's really too late now. I'll continue to use my gloves and simply remove them when I'm done."
They'll be ruined.
They were already ruined. She noted he'd had the wisdom to remove his before they began eating. Have another pair. Abruptly, he returned his attention to his meat pie, and she took another bite of hers. Then she felt a need to confess. I've peered through a part in my draperies and caught you lurking at your window late at night.
I'm hardly lurking, simply looking out over the mews.
Not at my window?
Sometimes my gaze might pass over it, but it is not my intention to spy on you, Miss Truelove.
She didn't know why his words disappointed her. Perhaps because she wanted him to be as intrigued by her as she was by him. From your window across the way, you can see my bedchamber, but not the perfection of what rests on the other side.
Are you referring to yourself?
Her light laughter floated around them. I'm not so arrogant as all that. Beneath my window is a small reading nook. My brother's built a bench into the wall. My mum sewed a thick stuffed cushion and embroidered pillows for it. Sometimes I sit there and read until the world falls away.
Don't let my looking out prevent you from doing what you enjoy.
Now who's being arrogant? To think you could stop me from doing something I wished to do? I simply wanted you to be aware that if you should see me sitting there, it's not because I seek to garner your attention, but rather it is my habit to do so.
I shall keep that in mind. What will become of your shop when you marry? Will you continue to manage it?
I won't have time, will I? Not with all my social and wifely obligations. Morning calls, dinners, plays, being seen everywhere. Mick still owns the building. He'd been unwilling to give it to her because the law wouldn't allow her to keep control of it once she married. Her husband would be able to do with it as he pleased. He has promised to let me have a say in how it's managed, but I won't be working there. Certainly not living there. No, Marianne will take over the running of things, although I hope to still have a hand in the teaching. Ladies married to lords do good works, you know. That shall be mine. It would be a very different life, but she was excited about the possibilities of it. The challenge was in finding a man who also saw the potential and embraced it. She took the last bite of her pie, wiped her gloved hand over her mouth, and began tugging it off.
You missed a spot.
Turning, she found him studying her so intently, she feared she looked an absolute mess. She lifted a hand, the glove dangling halfway off it. His fingers closed gently around her wrist.
May I?
His voice held such sincerity, she might have nodded had he asked to ravish her, but all he wanted was to remove a tiny bit of food that she'd overlooked. In amazement, she watched as he touched his tongue to his thumb, quite possibly the most sensual thing she'd ever seen a man do.
Just there,
he said, pressing his thumb near the corner of her mouth. Then he licked off whatever he'd gathered, and she grew so warm that it was possible the moon had morphed into the sun.
And there,
he touched the other corner.
And here,
her chin.
And there,
the space between her brows, where his thumb lingered. People strolled by, and she wondered what they thought of this couple on the steps, barely moving.
And there,
her left temple. I dare say I wasn't that messy.
Your face is perfect, Miss Truelove.
From your mouth to the Lord's ears, and I don't mean God's, I mean the Viscounts and Earls. I hope they find me comely.
I don't see how they can't.
His tone was turf, rife with disapproval. As though she'd suddenly ignited, he'd moved his hand away, and she found herself aching once more for his caress. May I be honest with you, Mr. Summersby?
I dare say I hope you always are, Miss Truelove.
She took a deep breath, not at all certain her words would ease whatever tension had abruptly risen within him. You confound me, sir.
And how is that?
How to explain?
so it didn't appear that she truly cared, when in fact she cared a great deal, more than was wise for a woman who was on the cusp of going on a husband hunt.
"You don't seem to know your own mind."
He arched a heavy dark brow. "Indeed."
"It's as though you can't decide whether or not you find me to your liking. This afternoon, for example, I was left with the impression you couldn't wait to be rid of me. Now, here you are, having inserted yourself into my adventure, making it a much more pleasant experience than it would have been had I come alone as planned. You saw to my tears and tidied my face, and yet I can't help but believe that just now I've offended you."
He released a long sigh before shifting away from her, planting his elbows on his thighs, clasping his hands, and staring into the street where the first wisps of fog were making their presence known. "I was once married. It was not a happy arrangement."
Her heart lurched at the confession he'd made and the somberness of his tone. "Did you get divorced?"
"No, she passed away. But our marriage came about because she arranged for us to be caught in a compromising situation. I had no choice but to marry her. So when you told me you were willing to do all that is necessary to acquire your dream of landing a peer—"
"It's not my dream."
He jerked his head around to stare at her.
"It's my mum's." She felt rather silly saying that. "I'd be content to spend my life as a spinster working in my shop."
"Then why not simply do that?"
She looked up, wishing the stars were visible. "Because they have all worked so hard and sacrificed so much to see me well situated that I have to at least give it my best. I fully realize that a woman of my scandalous background will not be any lord's ideal, but I doubt one of them will find any lady more prepared to manage a household than I. I can exhibit grace and confidence and be an asset. If you will not think me too obnoxious, I must admit I will be quite the catch."
He gave a short chuckle, a small grin. "It seems you can add a lack of modesty to your list of attributes."
"Mick says we must project what we want the world to believe."
Growing somber, she dared to place her hand over his forearm.
"I'm sorry about your wife, your marriage. Have you been a widower long?"
"During some moments, it feels like forever. During others, as though no time at all has passed. I mourn her death, did not wish it upon her."
"But you have scars from her deception."
He studied her a full minute before confessing. "I do find it a challenge to trust women's motives."
"Rest assured, I have no plans to trick any lord into marriage. My siblings have all married for love. I'd rather like to follow that custom. So I'm in no rush to tie the knot. I intend to take my time and find the right fellow."
"And if that means no more penny gaffs?"
She smiled. "One was more than enough. Besides, I'll have theatre and operas."
"No more meat pies eaten on steps."
"I'll have the memory."
He trailed his fingers down her cheek, along her jaw. "Will you?"
"I shan't forget tonight. I'm glad the seat in the hansom cab had room for you."
His hand dropped from her face, and he began tugging on his gloves. "It's late. We should probably be off."
Just like that, whatever magic spell they'd woven around each other was broken, probably for the best. He stood, reached down for her hand, and tugged her to her feet. They carried on as though the night had been nothing more than an outing between friends. But at least it seemed they were at last friends. Without much bother, they found a hansom cab. Sitting practically snuggled against him seemed the most natural thing in the world. When they arrived at her shop, she unlocked the door and smiled up at him. "Thank you for sharing my adventure, Mr. Summersby."
"It was my pleasure, Miss Truelove."
Once inside, she locked the door, leaned against it,
and waited for the echo of his retreating footsteps. It seemed to take forever for them to sound. When they finally did, she rather wished that instead she'd heard a knock. For a chance to visit with him some more, she would have welcomed him in, even as she knew it would serve no good purpose. Chapter 7. It was nearly 2 a.m. when Matthew let himself into his massive London residence. Having left the heavy mahogany door open, so the light from the lamps lining the drive could at least chase back the shadows a bit, so he could make out the shapes, he crossed over to a table, struck a match, and lit the waiting oil lamp. The residence had been built nearly a century and a half earlier, so it didn't have the convenience of gas lighting, which his terrace on Etty Lane did. However, his terrace could easily fit into the foyer and front parlour, while still leaving space for walking around their edges. After closing the door, he lifted the lamp higher and glanced into the parlour. All the furniture, portraits, paintings, and statuettes were shrouded in white, giving the residence a ghostly feel that suited his mood. He didn't want to see the portrait of Elise hanging over the fireplace, or his ancestors looking judgmentally down on him as he began his journey along the hallway. Ever since Elise had taken ill, sleep had been an elusive mistress, seldom on hand to give a man satisfaction. This night was no exception, but it was made worse by the fact that when it came to Miss Truelove, he'd begun to feel like a royal arse. It was quite possible he'd misjudged her when it came to how she might endeavour to gain a husband. The more time he spent with her, the more she contradicted his notions about her. He didn't know why he'd been so insistent on joining her tonight. She obviously hadn't wanted his company. Not that he could blame her for that. She had the right of it. Where she was concerned, he didn't seem to know his own mind. He wanted to avoid her, and yet when the opportunity presented itself to be in her company, he'd leapt on it like a ravenous hound being tossed a bone. She intrigued him, damn it all. With her mixture of innocence and worldliness, she was a puzzle box he wanted to figure out how to open. And she made him feel guilty about his treatment of her from the moment the letter had fallen out of her pocket. He'd assumed she was as conniving as Elise, and as a result had treated Miss Truelove abominably and unfairly. When he reached the library, he merely stood in the doorway and took a moment to appreciate what had always been his favourite chamber in the residence. He had a keen desire to bring Miss Truelove here. He imagined her sighing in wonder, gasping in delight at the 2 floors of bookcases, the upper one accessible by a wrought-iron spiral staircase in the corner. He had no idea how many books lined the shelves, a couple of thousand at least. Not that any of them were visible at present. The staff had suspended sheets of white cloth over the shelves to protect the treasures stored there, including the one he'd come to find. He strode over to a far corner of the room, near the spiral staircase, carefully set the lamp on a low table draped in white, reached up, and yanked down a sheet to reveal a section of books. He was relatively certain he'd last seen the one he was looking for in this area. He couldn't decide if Miss Truelove would be appalled that the books within these walls were shelved with no rhyme or reason, or if she'd find the chaos delightful. Although he had a feeling she'd roll up her sleeves and pull every book off the shelf in order to arrange them in categories, no doubt taking pleasure in touching each and every one. When he'd first stepped into her shop, he'd been cocooned in wonder. Nothing within her walls was left to chance. It all reflected a celebration of the written word. She'd gone to a great deal of bother to arrange everything just so. She'd not told him that, of course, but it was evident in the way every aspect came together in such a pleasing manner to reveal her absolute love of books. And so it was that he wanted to gift her with something that would make him feel less of a disappointment, less of a cad, less judgmental. Therefore, he'd come here in the dead of night to— "My lord." He swung around to face the butler, who had served this household longer than Matthew had memory, standing in the doorway with an untied dressing gown hanging off his lanky form, a lamp held aloft in one hand, and no, it could not possibly be.
"Jenkins, is that a pistol you're holding in your trembling hand?"
"Aye."
"Pray, tell me it is not loaded."
"What good is it unloaded, I ask you?"
"Then please point it at the floor and not at my person."
The elderly gent did as ordered.
"I heard a commotion, my lord, and came to investigate. Not knowing what to expect, I came armed for trouble."
"I did not create a commotion.
I was as quiet as death.
Still,
I heard you. What are you doing here, sir? Are you moving back in? Should I rouse the servants to start setting everything back to rights?"
"Don't rouse anyone. I'm simply looking for the copy of Mr. William Shakespeare's Comedies, Histories, and Tragedies." He found some irony in the original title lacking the apostrophe that he'd accused the name of Miss Truelove's shop of not having. Published in the early part of the 17th century, the leather-bound book contained the original versions of his plays. One of Matthew's ancestors had managed to purchase one of the only 750 copies printed.
"Any notion as to where I might find it?"
Jenkins craned his neck, looking around the library, his eyes wide as though a horde of invaders had suddenly made an appearance.
"No, my lord, although I believe the rarest books are up there."
He nodded toward the shelves at the top of the staircase.
"You might be correct on that score."
He walked over to the desk, the only piece of furniture not shrouded. A large silver bowl was filled to overflowing with bits of vellum.
"The invitations you've received, sir."
Jenkins approached. Even in slippers, he made not a sound. The man had long ago mastered the art of not being heard or being seen as an intrusion when he entered a room. Often he left with no one the wiser.
"As they weren't on the list of items to be sent round to you, I wasn't quite certain what to do with them."
Toss them in the fire would no doubt give the butler an apoplectic fit. Matthew was relatively certain that for some of the events, the time for attending was past. Still, a modicum of civility remained in him, and he knew he should at least send acknowledgement of having received them.
"I'll take them with me." "Very good, my lord."
Jenkins seemed far too relieved by that answer.
"In the future, include them with the letters that arrive in the post that you have brought to me every few days."
If something appeared urgent, it was brought to him immediately. Otherwise, he saw no point in constantly sending a footman out.
"As you wish, sir."
Then he could toss them in the fire and save Jenkins the worry over them.
"Another matter I need you to take care of for me. When I find the book, I'll leave it here on the desk with a note."
He took a piece of foolscap out of a drawer, dipped his pen in the inkwell, and scrawled Fancy Truelove's name and the address of the bookshop across the paper.
"I want you to wrap up the book with the note and have it sent to this address. Don't use the post."
The postmark would indicate the post office from which it had begun its journey, and he didn't want her to know it came from Mayfair.
"It is to have no markings on it to indicate from whom or from where it originated. Have a footman deliver it, but he is not to be dressed in livery, and is not to use one of my marked carriages. It is a gift, but it is to be an anonymous one." "It will be delivered with the utmost discretion. Shall I help you search for the book, my lord?" "No, I've disturbed your slumber long enough as it is. Good night, Jenkins."
"I'll have the servants put matters back to rights in the morning, sir." He glanced over at the one exposed bookcase before once again meeting Matthew's gaze.
"Good night, my lord."
After his butler silently shuffled out, Matthew returned to the shelves where he thought he'd last seen the book. The tome was taller than most, which should have made it easier to find, but his relations had collected a goodly number of tall books. The one for which he searched should probably be stored under glass. He had little doubt Miss Truelove would give it the care it needed. It was an expensive gift he was going to bestow upon her, but knew of no one who would appreciate it more. 3 hours later, he found the tome exactly where Jenkins had predicted it would be, on the upper floor. With a great deal of care, he set it on the desk, pulled out another bit of foolscap, and considered the message that should accompany it. Finally, with his expert penmanship, he scrawled out the words, "It is in want of someone who will appreciate love and cherish it." As he strode from the room, he had the uncomfortable sensation that he'd been referring to himself, more than the book. Chapter 8. "I think you're going to enjoy the Moonstone very much indeed, Mr. Harper." Fancy couldn't help but believe that Mr. Summersby would also enjoy the mystery, and wondered if he'd read it.
"I'm looking forward to reading it, Miss Truelove, which isn't something I ever said before you taught me my letters."
"You were a fast learner. I'm ever so glad you found the effort worth your while." Once the transaction was completed and Mr. Harper took his leave, she gave the shop a quick perusal. 2 ladies had come in together and were browsing the area where they were most likely to find a story that involved a grand love, while a gentleman was searching through her travel books. She'd already offered to help each of them, but they preferred looking on their own. She certainly understood that. Before she had her own shop, she'd spent hours in bookshops or combing through bookstalls, searching for the perfect story to take home with her. Saturday was usually her favourite day of the week, because she generally had a few more customers. Several people, including a mother with her 3 children, were upstairs in the reading parlour. Marianne was keeping a watch on things up there. Fancy needed to hire someone to assist her clerk during the hours when she herself might not be available. The notion of asking Mr. Summersby if he'd like to take on the job flashed through her mind, but she quickly squelched it. She didn't know why she was intent on making opportunities to have him about. Perhaps because, like the book she'd just sold, he was a mystery. The bell above the door tinkled, and an elderly gentleman carrying a large brown wrapped package secured with string wandered in, stopped, and glanced around to take in every nook and cranny. It always amazed her that people resided in this area whom she had yet to meet, but then as it was growing and expanding, more were moving in. "Good morning, sir. How may I help you?" Swinging his gaze back to her, he removed his hat to reveal pale grey eyes.
"Miss Fancy Truelove?"
"Yes." He walked toward her with smooth, lithe motions, seeming to move quickly while giving the impression of not moving at all, his steps eerily quiet, as though he loathed causing any sort of disturbance. When he reached the counter, he set his package upon it in the same respectful manner that one might place a present before the Queen.
"A gift for you."
As his hat began its journey back to his head, he turned on his heel and walked silently toward the door. "Who is it from?" He didn't stop, didn't hesitate. "Who are you?" Without a word, he opened the door and exited her shop. She rushed after him, but by the time she'd made it out onto the pavement, he'd disappeared, leaving her to wonder if he hadn't been a mirage. But when she returned to the counter, the package was still there. Tugging on the bow, she loosened the string and parted it, then carefully removed the paper to reveal an oversized leather book, well preserved, but obviously quite old. She lifted the note resting on it, deeply touched by the inscribed words written by a meticulous hand. "Well, you've certainly been brought to the right place," she whispered, gingerly turning back the cover. As her gaze fell on the title, she released an audible gasp and pressed her hand to her mouth. This rare edition had to be worth a fortune. "Are you well, Miss Truelove?" She lifted her head to the two young women who'd been browsing. They looked enough alike to be sisters. One was a frequent visitor, the other had never been in her shop before. "Yes, I'm quite well. Thank you for inquiring. Have you found something to your liking, Miss Sear?" "Indeed. My sister and I are going to take Lorna Doone." She placed the book on the counter. Originally, the story had come out in 3 volumes, but its popularity had grown after it was released in a single, fairly inexpensive edition. "I think you'll enjoy it very much." "I don't see how we can't. Not if it's as romantic as claimed. We so enjoy romance," the second Miss Sear said. "They're my favourite as well." Once they'd completed the transaction and left the store, Fancy turned her attention back to Shakespeare. She couldn't fathom who would send her such a treasure. With a great deal of care, she carried it into her office and set it on the desk. Strange how her first thought was to find Mr. Summersby and tell him about it. She had no doubt he would be as in awe of it as she was. Throughout the day, she periodically popped into her office just to look at it, touch her fingers to the nearly pristine leather of the cover. Had it ever been read, or had it simply served as a prize, something to possess in order to boast about having? Now it was hers, but for what purpose? All afternoon she pondered its arrival. After locking up, she carried thoughts of it to the pub with her, anxious to share the news of it with Mr. Summersby. When she didn't see hide nor hair of him, she sat at a table near the window, positioning herself so she had a clear view of the door, intent on catching his attention when he walked in. Only he never did. "As you can well imagine, I'm the most popular lady in London at the moment." Lounging in a thickly padded armchair in the Marquis of Fairhaven's library, sipping his excellent Scotch, Matthew could well imagine it, but then his sister had always garnered attention. Her dark hair and green eyes that matched his guaranteed it. "All the ladies are calling on me, seeking information about you." She gave him a pointed look. "And what am I to tell them, I ask you?" It was the same question she posed each time he visited. "I'm still in mourning. I've taken a sabbatical from society. I've flown to the moon. I don't care, Sylvie. Tell them whatever you like." She downed her sherry like a sailor hitting his first pub after arriving in port, following years at sea. A footman hurried over and refilled her glass. "You're not taking this seriously. I don't even know where you're presently residing. Are you living on the streets?" "Don't be dramatic, darling," Fairhaven said, his tone offering comfort and reassurance. He had to give his sister credit. Following their mother's example, she'd gone after her husband's title. He recalled once overhearing his mother chastising his sister shortly after she had her coming out. "You've fine cleavage, my dear girl. Use it to your advantage to lure in the gent of your choosing." Apparently, she had done just that. But unlike their mother, Sylvie had managed to win her husband's heart. "His appearance should reassure you that he is taking care of himself, even if it does appear he's misplaced his razor." He almost smiled at that. He'd always liked Fairhaven. "Have you a valet?" she asked. "No." Her face crumpled as though he'd admitted to using opium. "I'm enjoying the independence, the solitude. Besides, his terrace was too small to house live-in staff. It was working out quite well to have Mrs. Bennet pop by each morning to tidy up after him." "I dare say, darling. He looks healthier now than he did when he came to London 2 months ago. He was so pale and wan then."
And thin. Yes, I know. You do look as though you've filled out a bit. You were wasting away, and I was so worried. I know Elise's passing was difficult, but then so was your marriage. I wish you'd been able to find it within your heart to forgive her for placing you in a position of having to marry her. He had, to an extent, although he'd told Elise he had forgiven her completely, in hopes of easing her journey from this world into the next. While he no longer harboured the anger at her betrayal, neither could he forget how easily he'd been manipulated. Elise had sworn she'd not planned to trick him, but then a guilty person once caught always claimed innocence. When the ladies had begun calling after the letter appeared, he'd studied each one, wondering how she planned to entrap him. They'd each been so eager to gain his attention. With so many vying for the role of his countess, the competition was fierce. How many would decide drastic measures were required to gain what they wanted? He knew full well it wasn't him personally, but his title that called to them. Speaking of forgiveness, have you forgiven me for carrying out Elise's wishes? It was his sister Elise had entrusted with her letter. I don't hold you responsible. You didn't know the trouble it would cause. Honestly, I don't understand why you can't see that she did it with your best interest at heart. May we speak of something else? Are you making the most of the season, attending balls? She brightened. She thrived in a social environment. He suspected Miss Truelove would as well. He wondered if she'd been pleased by his package when it arrived, and had no doubt that it had been delivered because Jenkins was dependable and would see to the task. He wished he'd been in the store browsing when she'd opened it, so he could have seen her reaction. Even knowing it was an incredibly valuable item, far too costly for a gentleman to give a lady, he had no regrets for sending it to her. He had little doubt if she knew from whence it came, she'd have not accepted it. Anonymity had been his only course of action. "Oh, yes," Sylvie enthused, bringing him from his thoughts. "Of course I'm accosted at every event, mostly by mammas, wanting to ensure I alert you that their daughters are available. You could have your pick of the lot, you know. Because of the damned letter. He could even have Fancy Truelove, if he wanted. All he had to do was confess his identity, and she would fall at his feet like all the others. Only he didn't want her to want him because of the letter, or his title, or the fact that he could place her on a pedestal within society. He longed to be wanted for who he was, without all the paraphernalia that came with being what he was. He wanted to feel again the way he'd felt last night. His time with her had been refreshing. No insincere flirtation, no seeking of attention, simply an enjoyment of each other's company, an easing into a friendship, without pressure or expectations. Will you be attending the Duke and Duchess of Thornley's ball? He'd found an invitation to it in the stack he'd taken from his residence in the early hours of the morning. He imagined Fancy clutching the clipping from the Times to her breast. Do please invite the Earl of Rosemont? Absolutely. That affair is all the talk. I wouldn't dare not go. You no doubt received an invitation. You should attend. I'm not in the mood to be accosted by every mamma in attendance. You will never find happiness if you keep yourself cloistered away. Honestly, Matthew, you must get on with things. You're all of 27, and our family has a tendency to have difficulty breeding. If you delay much longer, you might not get your heir. I'm not in want of a broodmare, Sylvie. I didn't mean to imply you were, but surely with a bit of effort, you could find a woman well suited to you. More suited than Elise, say? Saved from having to comment on his sister's assertions, when the butler arrived to announce that dinner was served, he followed the couple to the formal dining room with every bit of silver perfectly aligned.
Suddenly he had an intense urge to be sitting on steps outside a raunchy theatre, eating a meat pie and wiping crumbs from an incredibly delectable mouth. Fancy didn't open her shop on Sundays. It was a day of rest, although she seldom rested. That morning she'd attended church with her mother and then helped prepare a lovely meal. All her siblings, except for Beast, and their spouses were gathered elbow to elbow at the long oak table that dominated the room in the small dwelling in which they'd all been raised. As the family had increased in size, so her siblings had replaced the table, but it was time for a bigger one, especially as soon, with luck, Fancy's husband would be joining them for the monthly Sunday luncheon when they gathered to catch up. It seemed of late their lives were all going in different directions, and so they made a point of not losing touch with each other. 2 more nights, my love, and then you step from this drab world into a fancy one. Are you nervous? Fancy gave a light staccato laugh. I wasn't until you mentioned it, Mum. She'd been striving very hard not to think about the upcoming ball, about how everything would change, although yesterday morning's delivery had gone a long way to keeping her thoughts occupied. Are you going to wear the white frock with all the pearls? While her sisters by marriage had suggested she go to Paris to have her ball gowns made, and had even offered to accompany her, she'd decided to use Gilly's seamstress instead. The young woman, extremely skilled with a needle, was striving to build her business, an endeavour aided by the fact that one of her clients was now a duchess. Fancy had also liked the notion of staying in London so her mum could accompany her and help her select the fabric and styles. Knowing her mum wouldn't attend any of the balls, she'd wanted to include her in as many aspects of her season as possible. Most certainly, it's my favourite of the lot. How will you wear your hair?
We'll bring her by on the way to the ball, Mum, so you can see her in all her splendour,
Mick said. That would be lovely, Mick. Reaching out, Mum placed her hand over Fancy's, where it rested on the table. Fancy always sat to her left, near her mum's heart, or so her mother would say, when Fancy was younger and she was telling her where to sit. Tears pooled in her eyes. You're going to have your fancy life. I have a fancy life now, Mum. I'm happy. More than happy, actually. But it'll get even fancier. I've wanted this for you for so long. It's a dream come true, you know, to see my gel treated like royalty. She was a long way from that, although she'd certainly felt special the last time that she was in Mr. Summersby's company. She was rather glad they'd sorted things between them. I know, Mum. You'll win them all over. I shall certainly try. Then, because she didn't want to think about her upcoming introduction into society, she turned to Aidan's wife, Selina. How are your sisters enjoying Europe? Selina had 3 sisters. Constance and Florence were twins, the same age as Fancy. Alice was 17. Her brother was the Earl of Camberley. Selina smiled softly. Based on the letters I've received, they're having a marvellous time. The twins are worried they'll be a bit long in the tooth to make a good match when they have their coming out next year, but they understand the wisdom in waiting. They'll have a more successful season once Camberley has put himself and his estates to rights. Reaching over, she rubbed her husband's hand, bestowing upon him an expression of warmth, love, and gratitude, because he was responsible for ensuring her brother got his financial affairs in order so he could regain his standing among the ton. I do hope you'll give them my best when you write them. And who knows? If all goes well for me this year, I'll host a ball in their honour upon their return. The twins were to have had their coming out the year before, but when Selina's husband had passed, they'd all observed a proper mourning period. While Selina's morals were now questioned, since she'd married within a few months of her husband's death. Having been a duchess for years, she knew how to project power. Her sisters weren't going to suffer overly much because of her scandal. What was one scandal in a family that hadn't any? Whereas Fancy's family was one of naught but scandal, whether it revolved around the circumstances of their birth or the roads they'd travelled in life. Each had then brought scandal to the one they'd chosen to marry. Born in sin, raised in sin, it seemed they were all destined to die in sin. Every season marked them as sinners. No matter that their mother read her Bible every day. Several times they'd tried to convince her to take on a maid-of-all-work at least, possibly a cook, but she refused anything that would make her life easier. Sometimes Fancy wondered if her mum was punishing herself for some reason. She'd been unable to object, however, when the lads had gutted the residence and rebuilt a warm and comforting abode within. Nor could she stop them from having coal delivered on a regular basis. Shop owners extended her mum all the credit she required, because they knew the Truelove siblings would make good on any debts owed. Fancy wasn't yet in a position to make much difference, but when she married, she could carry a greater portion of her share. Perhaps she could even convince her mum to move in with her, so she could spoil her, if she married a man who would be so generous. That was her goal, to find a man who would not only accept her, but accept her family. After the meal, when her siblings' children had awakened from their nap, Fancy played with them, imagining it was likely she'd have her own child within the year. Lords were keen to gain their heir as soon as possible, and she was determined to be a good and dutiful wife. But when she thought of the boy she might deliver to her husband, she imagined him with dark hair and striking green eyes. Walking into her shop later in the afternoon, Fancy couldn't help but think of Mr. Summersby, and how a misunderstanding had nearly led to them not becoming friends. Although perhaps she was being overly optimistic there, and they were more acquaintances than friends. She rather wished he'd be at the ball, a familiar face among the crowd. A gentleman of leisure, he might be welcomed. Although, as he was residing here, and not in a more exclusive, fashionable area, it was doubtful he associated with the aristocracy. No, if she was to spend any more time with him, it would have to be here. Although perhaps she'd enjoyed their evening together far more than he had. At one point, as his thumb had travelled over her face, she'd thought he was on the verge of kissing her, had wanted him to, out of desire more than anything, but also curiosity. She didn't want to be a complete innocent when she made her debut. She was well aware the men who would dance with her had no doubt kissed a staggering number of women. They wouldn't be judged as immoral. But women were supposed to remain pure, untouched, pristine. But sometimes she had an urge to get a little dirty. However, as a bye-blow, she'd never be seen as pure. She might as well do a little something to earn the judgment. Perhaps she should have kissed him, rebelled, just a little. But she wanted to do nothing to put her own dream at risk, her dream of finding a man who would love her, in spite of her beginnings. Her only fear was that a time might come when she would have to choose between fulfilling her mother's dream or her own. It caused a roiling in her stomach to even contemplate marrying a man she didn't love. Taking into her body a man who stirred nothing in her heart would in all likelihood destroy her. As though sensing her morose thoughts, Dickens rubbed up against her leg. Bending down, she lifted him into her arms. "I'm being a silly chit, worrying about things that might never be. I must make the most of my freedom while I have it, and it's a glorious day outside." She climbed the stairs to her lodgings, set Dickens on the bed, and proceeded to change out of the elegant frock she'd worn to church into something with fewer flounces. She pinned a smaller hat into place. The wind had nearly ripped the broad-brimmed one from her head, as she and her mum had walked home from church. A smaller one would serve better. Taking her key from her reticule, she slipped the brass into her pocket. Strolling over to the corner, she picked up her kite. Dickens mewled. Meandering by him, she gave his head a quick scratch. "Yes, I'm going out for a while." Once outside, she walked past the mews and the street upon which Mr. Summersby lived, carrying on past other streets and residences until she reached the park. Mick had set aside several acres of land where people could take a leisurely stroll, or children could play without worrying about being trampled. A pond had been created in the centre of it, saplings planted here and there that would eventually provide shade. She sought the open area where already kites were soaring. Lifting hers, she tested the wind before taking a quick jaunt, hearing the snap of the breeze catching her kite, feeling the tug. Reeling out the spool of string, she slowed, finally stopped, and watched as the kite took flight, wishing she could be up there soaring with it. As excited as she was about the coming ball, she dreaded it as well, feared disappointing her family, disappointing herself. What if no lord—
"Are those books on your kite?"
Swinging her head around, she was taken aback by the joy that spiraled through her at the sight of Matthew Summersby standing beside her, gazing on her almost affectionately. The thick carpet of grass had muted his approach. "My brother Aidan painted them on the paper for me. He's terribly skilled, created all the framed artwork in my shop." And she was babbling. "You didn't dine at the Jolly Roger last night?"
"No, I dined at my sister's."
"You have a sister?"
For some reason, she'd had the impression of him being all alone in the world. "I do. She's older. Can be a bit dictatorial and interfering at times."
As the youngest in her family, she could certainly relate. "Was she so last night?"
He chuckled low, and it was a sound that reached deep within her to warm her soul. "She was, as a matter of fact. Took me to task on a number of matters."
"Will you avoid her, then?"
"No. It's only the two of us now, as our mother has also passed. My sister is married to a good man, has a daughter, a rambunctious little thing. It occurred to me too late that I should have stopped in your shop and purchased her a book. I shall remedy that the next time I go to visit."
"I look forward to helping you select the most perfect book." But then she was beginning to realize she looked forward to any excuse to be in his company. Not wanting to give him a reason to move on, she asked, "Do you not have a kite?"
"No."
"Would you like to fly mine for a bit?"
"I'd not deny you the pleasure you're obviously enjoying from your own efforts."
"My pleasure would only increase if you were enjoying yourself."
Although his hat shaded his face, something dark, like yearning, flashed across his eyes before he averted his gaze. "Your brother was wise to set aside land for a park. It'll increase the value of his residences, make them more appealing to his tenants."
"He let me help plant the saplings. I look at the children playing today and imagine them years from now with their own children rollicking about in the shade the trees will provide."
His gaze came back to her. "You like giving to people, even if you're not there to see them receiving your gifts."
The sun had either come closer, or she was embarrassed by his words, because her cheeks felt as though they were suddenly aflame. "It's a fault of mine, I suppose."
"I've yet to find any fault with you, Miss Truelove."
His attention swung up to the sky, to the kites floating toward the heavens, and she was relatively certain he was now embarrassed as his cheeks sported a reddish hue. "That's not quite true."
She knew he found fault with her hunt for a lord. He glanced down at her. "No, it's not."
"I prefer honesty between us, Mr. Summersby."
"Then I find no fault with your company. How's that?"
It made her feel as though her entire body was smiling. "I'll accept it as a compliment." With a nod, He turned his attention back to the sky. "What is your favourite memory of flying a kite?" she asked.
"I've never flown one."
"Never?"
"My parents didn't allow for such frivolities."
"It's not frivolous if it brings joy, helps one relax. You must give it a go."
"I will either lose hold of it, and it will go flying too close to the sun and burn, or I shall send it plummeting to the earth, where it will crash into 1,000 pieces. In either case, it will be of no future use to you."
"Nonsense. But if it should happen, I can always build another. The wind will fight you and try to steal the kite, but you are lord and master here. I'll guide you."
Without thought, she stepped in front of him.
"Place your hands over mine where they rest on the spindles."
"Miss Truelove, I'm not certain this is wise."
"It's only a kite, Mr. Summersby. Come along. Don't be shy."
It seemed an eternity passed before his arms circled her and his hands came to rest on hers as they clutched the wooden spindles of the reel that Beast had carved for her, so it was easier to control the length of string that kept the kite tethered to her, in much the same manner that Mr. Summersby was now tethered to her.
She'd not considered how his strong, muscled arms would bracket each side of her, how his chest would press lightly against her back. She felt like a caterpillar in a cocoon going through a transformation, although she wasn't quite certain what would emerge at the end of it. Never before had she been so aware of a man. In spite of the fact that he was layered in clothing, shirt, waistcoat, coat, the heat from his skin still managed to mingle with hers. So much heat that she felt as though she were candle wax and melting. Her knees threatened to give way at any moment. She was at once grateful they both wore gloves and tempted to jerk them off so the silkiness of her hands could brush against the roughness of his palms. Her mind was devoid of thought, as the acute awareness of his nearness overwhelmed her in a most pleasant manner. "Are you enjoying Dick Turpin's adventures?" she heard herself ask.
"Very much so."
He dipped his head, his mouth near her ear, his low voice causing distant areas of her body to react as though he'd pressed his lips there, his warm breath skimming over her ear, across her cheek, sending pleasure spiraling through her. She had to get a hold of herself, was giving a lesson here. "I'm going to slowly slide my hands out from under yours."
"I rather wish you wouldn't."
How very much she wished the same, but being held in his arms like this was so terribly inappropriate. "I thought you might like to grip the spindles, so you can have a keener experience." She felt his hands close more securely around hers.
"I'm perfectly content with the experience."
Oh, that voice, rough and raspy. She thought no orchestra in the world could play a tune that would rival it in creating a deeply enamoured response within her breast. If she carried on with these unsuitable thoughts, she feared she might swoon, when she'd never swooned in her life, although the finishing school she'd attended had held a lesson on how to do it gracefully. She'd considered it a silly waste of time, but how was she to have known then that a man's nearness could make it feel like one's stays were slowly shrinking, making it difficult to breathe? Time to concentrate on the reason she was now locked within his arms. "Can you feel the breeze buffeting the kite?"
"I can."
"Can you imagine how lonely the wind must be up there, with only the birds for company?"
"It'll have your leaves to toy with once the trees grow."
She smiled with pleasure at the acknowledgement her meagre efforts would have far-reaching consequences, just as the reading lessons she taught did. It was impossible to know how the smallest of actions might eventually make an incredible difference. "Yes, it will, but that is years from now. Shall we take the kite a bit higher? Give it more freedom?"
"If you like."
We'll slowly turn the reel, letting out more string, but carefully. We must pay attention to ensure we don't lose the interest of the wind. Otherwise our kite will fall.
Did your siblings teach you that?
They taught me everything of importance. They also made sure I had everything they didn't. Dolls, tops, kites. My mum says they lived their childhood through me. They never really had one of their own, you see. It wasn't Mum's fault. It's just the way it is in the rookeries. I think we've given it enough lead.
Glancing back over her shoulder in order to glimpse his joy, she discovered his intense gaze focused on her, and was left with the impression he'd been studying her profile for some time.
You're not watching your kite.
I found something far more interesting.
Wouldn't you rather be up there with it?
I'd rather be down here, with you.
His sun-weathered skin growing darker as though he was quite possibly blushing, he gave his attention back to the kite.
I rode in a hot air balloon once.
Really? I'd love to do that. It must have been grand to see the world from up there.
It was like stepping into the pages of a book, visiting an entirely different realm. At the time, I wanted to stay up there. Now I'm glad I didn't. Otherwise, I'd have never learned how to fly a kite.
He slid his hands from hers and quickly stepped back, leaving her feeling somewhat abandoned and forlorn.
Thank you, Miss Truelove, for sharing your kite with me.
Turning around partially, she faced him as much as possible, while still maintaining control of the kite. You're welcome to borrow it, any time you like.
You're far too gracious, Miss Truelove. I'll see you Monday night.
It felt as though her heart was about to follow the way of the kite and go soaring. You're willing to teach now?
I'm willing to see what it's all about. 7, correct?
Come a little early, so I can explain a few things before people arrive. He doffed his hat.
Monday.
As he strode off, she realized she didn't need to travel in the wicker basket of a balloon to know what it felt like to float on air. Chapter 9. Glancing around at the reading parlour of Miss Truelove's shop, Matthew remembered one of Aesop's fables warned that when a man faced temptation, he was likely to give in to it. That had certainly been the case yesterday afternoon. He never should have approached Fancy Truelove, and he most certainly should not have stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her. Even now, if he had pen in hand, he would be able to outline exactly where her body had nestled against his. With her in his embrace, his sister's remark regarding finding a woman well suited to him had bounced around his mind like tumblers at a circus. Her hunt for a title aside, what if Fancy Truelove was well suited to him? Where was the harm in exploring the possibility? He couldn't deny being intrigued by her and enjoying her company. It was unlikely she would attempt to trap him into marriage, because she was unaware he possessed that which she yearned so desperately to acquire, or what her family wished her to acquire, if she'd spoken true about her own dreams. He was fascinated by her makeshift classroom, and it was makeshift. No desks, no proper tables, a few low ones designed as a place to set a cup and saucer or a glass, or a pair of feet if a rude person took up position on one of the nearby settees, sofas, or chairs. Yet a coziness enveloped the room, very much like that found in a library. In the corner rested a mound of pillows that he knew children sat upon while listening to Miss Truelove read. On the walls throughout were the paintings her brother had created, whimsical forest animals and mythical creatures reading. Although he was most intrigued by the hanging over the mantelpiece, it reflected Miss Truelove lounging on a sofa with books scattered on the floor around her. When he'd peered into the room a few days earlier, was it only a few days? He'd not noticed the artwork
or the shelves lined with books on either side of the fireplace. He'd been arrested by her, all his attention devoted to her. It was always that way with her. Even at the park, after he'd noticed her, he was lost. He'd intended just to take a late afternoon stroll through the green, and instead he'd received a lesson on kite flying. Even if their relationship didn't develop into anything permanent, he wanted to become one of the memories she spoke of in later years, wanted to be more than on the periphery of her life.
I'm truly glad you're here, to get a feel for all we accomplish with the lessons we offer,
she said, coming up alongside him. She hadn't been in the room when he'd first walked into it. Based on the strength of the orange scent surrounding her, he assumed she'd been finishing up her bath in her lodgings above. That thought had him imagining her sinking into the tub of steaming water, dew forming on her skin, gathering in the little notch at her throat that had so enthralled him during their adventure. "Your girl downstairs told me to come up."
"Yes. Marianne watches the door, keeping potential customers out, allowing only students in, as the shop is closed for the evening. You seem to be giving everything a thorough study. Do you find it all to your liking?"
He found her to his liking. Would she give up her quest for a title in order to be with him? Although in the end, through him, she'd acquire what she sought. "I've yet to discern any rhyme or reason to these books. I'm unable to determine their category." Most appeared to be fiction, but he also noted some biographies and histories, as well as a few on travel.
"For the most part, they're stories or subjects I've enjoyed reading."
"It seems an odd thing, though, to send your customers up here, searching for something, rather than having the books downstairs."
"Oh, these are for reading within this room, or borrowing."
He faced her. She wore a prim and proper dark burgundy frock that buttoned all the way to her throat, hiding that enticing little hollow, for which he was grateful. He didn't need the distraction, or to have his body rebelling as want gave way to desire. "A lending library?"
"Precisely, except I don't charge a yearly subscription fee. Anyone may take any book home."
"What induces them to bring back the books?"
"Well, hopefully good manners. If, however, they don't return the book, I assume it's because it found a place in their heart, and I don't penalize them for it."
"How can you afford that?"
"Donations. Mostly from my family members, a few of their spouses, relations, or friends. Even the lessons we teach are based on the generosity of others. On this shelf here," she swept her arm to the side, "we have primers. Each new student receives one to take home with him or her to keep, so they can study it at their leisure. One of the challenges we face is that people have differing levels of knowledge when they arrive, and then some are faster learners than others."
"It seems as though it would be less confusing to have terms, as in schools."
"I agree, but haven't it in me to turn someone away after they've found the courage to walk through the door to ask for help."
"How many students have you?"
She shrugged. "Probably a dozen or so at any one time, although often fewer show up. Work, family, or life sometimes interferes. Another challenge, remembering what a person has learned and coaxing them along in the right direction."
"It seems it would be a lot less work if you had a more formal schedule."
"Eventually, perhaps I will. I hope someday to have a proper school that will focus on the needs of illiterate adults."
A sound at the door caught his attention. She turned and beamed a radiant smile at the tall, slender gent with striking red hair, tamed into a modern fashion.
"Mr. Tittlefits."
He approached cautiously, his suspicious gaze flickering between Matthew and Fancy. "Miss Truelove?"
"I'm rather certain you've probably already met Mr. Summersby. He's leasing
86 Etty Lane." "You've quite the memory," Matthew said, reluctantly impressed by the young man's skills. "Mr. Truelove expects me to know the tenants and to quickly see to whatever needs might arise. It helps to recall where they reside.
I'm certain you've exceeded his expectations, Mr. Tittlefits, Miss Truelove said.
The man looked at her with such an adoring manner, she might as well have proclaimed him king. Anyone who drew breath could discern the secretary had a tender regard for his boss's sister, which Matthew was selfishly grateful didn't appear to be returned in kind. She favoured him as no more than a friend.
Mr. Summersby is considering assisting with the teaching on the nights when I'm not available.
The falling of the young man's joy was subtle. I could handle it without help. Obviously his pride had been nicked.
That's too much to ask of you.
You may ask anything of me, Miss Truelove. Reaching out, she rubbed his shoulder.
I won't take advantage of your generosity and kindness, Mr. Tittlefits.
Looking past him, the smile she gave to the tall, broad man escorting 2 women through the door was 10 times what she'd given Tittlefits, and Matthew knew a sharp tightening in his chest. Not jealousy, surely.
Beast!
She rushed across the room and flung herself at him, her arms circling his neck as he caught her easily and held her close. The smoothness of their actions indicated they'd engaged in them 1,000 times. Her brother, Tittlefits explained quietly beside him. He doesn't come around much. Doesn't like books. Tittlefits chuckled low. Too busy terrorising the darker parts of London, from what I understand. Beast finally released his sister. Matthew could see where the man might have acquired that moniker. His presence fairly swallowed the room, made it seem too small. He possessed a confidence that indicated he was not one to be toyed with.
I've not seen you in ages, Miss Truelove said.
I've been busy, but the lasses here were wanting to learn to read, so I decided to bring them to you. Matthew watched as she turned to the girls who to his eye were women, probably younger than 25, although they had a worn, frayed look about them, like clothing that had been washed far too many times, and gave them an enthusiastic greeting.
We're so pleased to have you here.
She waved him and the secretary over.
Allow me to introduce Mr. Tittlefits, one of the tutors, and Mr. Summersby, who is considering taking on the task of instructing as well. And you are?
One of the girls, short of stature and quite buxom, homed her gaze in on him and stepped forward. Although she was buttoned up to her chin and down to her wrists, she still managed to bring attention to her well-endowed attributes by moving in a sinewy, lithe motion, like a snake on the verge of striking.
I'm Lottie, I am, and I'm happy to do some instructing, handsome.
That's not the reason you're here, Lottie, Beast said, a firmness in his tone that would brook no argument.
Right,
she winked at Matthew.
Maybe after lessons. I'm Lily,
the other girl said, a bit shyly, not nearly as bold as Lottie.
I know some of me letters, enough to spell me name. I just don't know how to put the rest of 'em to use, so they mean something. When we're finished with you, Miss Lily, you'll be able to read and write anything you like, Miss Truelove said, with confidence that would transfer to the doubtful. Go with Mr. Tittlefits. He'll get you primers.
I'll be leaving now, Beast said. You girls take a hansom back to the lodgings.
Thanks, Beast,
they said in unison, before traipsing after Tittlefits. Matthew felt a pat on his backside as Lottie walked by him. Ah, yes, these were well-worn ladies who thrived in the night. Beast heaved a heavy sigh. If they give you any trouble, let me know. Sometimes they like to be a bit mischievous, especially Lottie.
They'll both be fine. Once lessons get started, they'll become enthralled by the learning.
She rubbed his arm.
Don't you worry.
After giving his sister another hug, he left. She turned to Matthew.
Mr. Tittlefits handles the newer students, teaching them their letters and some of the basic words. Miss Lottie might be disappointed when she realizes that, although you're more than welcome to sit in their circle and observe how he gets on with them if you like."
He couldn't stop himself from smiling. "Is that jealousy in your tone, Miss Truelove?"
"Certainly not. It's just that she seems to have taken an interest in you."
"I suspect she takes a keen notice of all men. How do you suppose she came to be in your brother's company?"
"Beast has a heart of gold. He's always finding strays or those suffering through hard times, and doing what he can to better their lives."
She leaned conspiratorially toward him.
"I suspect she's a fallen woman. Both of them, actually, and Beast is striving to reform them. Learning to read is the first step."
"You're not put off by them?"
"If not for my family, it's quite possible I might have travelled the same road they did. I don't sit in judgment, Mr. Summersby. If you do, then I mistook you for the caring sort, and you are probably not the one to help us out when I'm occupied."
Her eyes reflected her disappointment in him, and it irked that he may have given her reason to find fault with him. "I'm not judging them. He'd be hypocritical if he did. He turned to prostitutes in his youth, high-priced ones, to be sure, but they still plied their wares like the poorest of girls, who catered to those who lived in the rookeries. Many women I know wouldn't be as accepting as you. You're quite remarkable."
Lowering her head slightly as though embarrassed, she looked up at him through her long, sooty lashes. "Hardly." He couldn't help but think that suffering through a lack of acceptance in her youth made her more tolerant of others now.
"If I'm to replace you, it seems I'd benefit most from sitting in your circle."
Before she could respond, footsteps caught their attention. A woman crossed the threshold and staggered to a stop at the sight of him. Her cheeks flamed such an intense red that he was surprised they didn't ignite. "Good evening, Mrs. Bennet," Miss Truelove said. "I believe you know Mr. Summersby. He's considering assisting Mr. Tittlefits on the evenings when I'm not available."
His maid-of-all-work gave a little bob of a curtsy.
"Mr. Summersby, sir?"
"Mrs. Bennet, it's a pleasure to see you."
"She's one of our best students," Miss Truelove said. He'd thought it impossible for her face to flare any redder, but it did, and with slowly dawning awareness, he realized she was mortified he knew she came here. He also now understood why she hadn't left him a note to alert him that Miss Truelove had paid a call.
She couldn't write. "I've no doubt of that whatsoever."
Mrs. Bennet held up her primer, a bit frayed at the corners, the spine bent. "'Tis a gift to be able to read. One that is easily shared," Miss Truelove assured her. "I dare say, Mrs. Bennet, you'll be teaching before too long." "Ah, I'm not there yet, but soon, hopefully. My husband can read, but hasn't the patience to teach me."
"I suspect he's worn out at the end of the day, after giving most of his patience to his workers at the construction site," he said. "But your efforts are commendable, Mrs. Bennet. Learning a new skill, any skill, is always a challenge."
The blush in her cheeks began fading. She seemed truly grateful for his words. He'd complimented numerous ladies, but the praise had always been flirtatious, light and teasing, and women had taken the admiration as their due. "Get settled, and we'll begin work shortly," Miss Truelove said. With a duck of her head, Mrs. Bennet scuttled past Matthew. How did she follow a recipe book? She couldn't. Her only choice was to cook whatever her mother or a relation or a friend had taught her, remembering every ingredient, every measurement. He couldn't help but be impressed that she managed not only her household, but his.
"She was embarrassed by my presence," he said quietly.
"People fear being mocked, berated, or belittled for not possessing skills that others take for granted."
"You give them pride."
"We give them the ability to read. Within these walls, we provide a place where they are not judged. Some people learn quickly, others not so fast. We make sure they never feel ashamed, even if they don't master the skill."
"And if I'm like her husband, and haven't the patience for it?"
She smiled softly. "Then I'll have misjudged you." She hadn't. Not if his enthralled attention was any indication. Another new student arrived. Based on his wariness as he studied his surroundings, like a trapped animal searching for an escape, she suspected he was recently released from prison, in which case her brother Finn had sent him. Although it had been years since he'd been incarcerated, he tended to offer help to those who needed it when they were set free. He joined Mr. Tittlefitz's group. 3 more current students, 2 men and a woman, joined her circle. They took turns reading aloud, the others following the story along in their primers. When one of them blundered, she gently nudged the lady or gent toward the correct word, helping to sound it out. Although on a couple of occasions she'd lost her place and stumbled, and Mr. Summersby had been the one to assist her. It was disconcerting having him so near, sitting beside her, facing the students. Her lungs were filled with his scent of bay rum. He looked so splendidly handsome in a navy jacket and trousers, grey waistcoat, snowy white shirt, and perfectly knotted cravat. Her gaze kept wandering over to him, and every so often his would glide over to clash against hers. Her cheeks would warm as she turned her attention back to the task at hand. She couldn't help but believe that something was shifting between them, and could only hope it wasn't unwise to find excuses to have him near. An hour in, several footmen from the hotel dining room paraded in, carrying small cakes, biscuits, and tea. She stood and clapped her hands. "Refreshments have arrived. We'll take a short break now." As people scattered, the footmen set their items on a table near the door and began serving.
"Your brother provides the food and drink, I assume?"
Mr. Summersby said quietly just over her shoulder, creating a tingle of pleasure that traversed along her spine with his nearness. It took every morsel of dignity she possessed not to back into him, so his arms could encircle her, as they had yesterday afternoon. "Yes, I suspect the offering entices at least one of our students to return." She faced him. "May I prepare you some tea?"
"No, thank you. After this, I'll be headed for a glass of scotch."
"Is it so awful?" He slowly shook his head.
"No, but it is humbling to realize how often I've taken reading for granted. It's a remarkable thing you're striving to accomplish here, Miss Truelove."
"It's a small thing, really. I appreciate how you helped me earlier when I stumbled."
His gaze roamed slowly over her face, as though he were searching for something. "Why did you stumble?"
"Because I find myself drawn to you, and in 2 nights I'll be at a ball, hoping to garner the favour of some lord."
"Phew, it's hot in here, isn't it?" Lottie asked, as she wedged herself between Fancy and Mr. Summersby, who was forced to take a step back to avoid having the woman pressed up against him.
Fancy watched in fascination as Lottie gave freedom to 3 buttons on her bodice, and then trailed her finger over the exposed flesh.
"Would you like to go outside, handsome, where it's a bit cooler?"
"No, thank you."
She shifted her gaze to the side, to Fancy.
"She's a proper lady, she is. She won't even give you a kiss."
Fancy nearly shoved the woman aside in order to prove her wrong by latching her mouth onto Mr. Summersby's. That thought brought her up short. Whatever was wrong with her? Was she truly thinking of kissing him? She couldn't deny wondering what it might be like to have his mouth pressed up against hers. "I would very much hate to have to report your inappropriate behaviour to Beast. You might want to do yourself a favour by returning to your studies." Lottie winked at Mr. Summersby. You might get that kiss you be wanting after all." She sauntered away, her hips swaying in such an exaggerated fashion that Fancy was surprised the woman didn't harm herself. Her parting words made it difficult to meet Mr. Summersby's eyes. Instead, she settled on studying his chin. It was one of the finer examples of nature doing its best work. It jutted out, not too much, but enough so it didn't become lost in the muscles of his throat. It fanned out into a strong, square jaw, well-defined, but then everything about him was. "We should probably return to our lessons now." She despised how her voice sounded almost meek, a tiny bit breathless.
She wasn't half wrong, you know.
Her gaze did jump to his then. "About it being hot in here?"
About my wanting to kiss you."
Chapter 10.
He shouldn't have said it, but hell, it was hard not to want to devour her mouth when the woman was passionate about every damn thing in her life. He watched her turn red and nod jerkily before she mumbled something about getting back to work. Then she gathered her students around her like a goose her goslings, or perhaps a knight his armour. He'd unnerved her, which hadn't been his intention, yet he'd felt a need to at least confirm he was drawn to her. Did she truly think that men attending the ball weren't going to want a taste of that luscious mouth? That any gent in her company wasn't wondering what it might be like to press his lips to hers, urge them to part, and slide his tongue inside in order to know fully the velvety confines within and the taste of her? If his thoughts continued on this path, he was going to grow hard and embarrass himself. The doxy would certainly notice and no doubt call attention to him, or at least tease him unmercifully later. So he focused on her hair, the silkiness of it, and how the heavy black strands would flow over his hands if he removed the pins holding them in place. He shifted uncomfortably in his chair. That foray certainly hadn't helped matters. So he concentrated on the fact that her attention wasn't on him, was on the others, as they struggled to make sense of the words that told the story of a young girl who dreamed of attending a ball and capturing the attention of a prince, very much as Miss Truelove dreamed of capturing the attention of a lord at her upcoming ball. He imagined her being whisked over the dance floor, the joy that would light her eyes, the smile she would bestow on her partner. She would meet more than a handful of other gents, become enamored of them, and perhaps one would take her for a ride in a hot air balloon, if he cared enough to learn about the things she might enjoy, if she wasn't merely a dowry to fill empty coffers, if they would look beyond her birth in order to appreciate the remarkable woman she was. She had the skills and intelligence to successfully manage a bookshop. She had the generosity of spirit to make books available to those who couldn't afford them. She sought to better the lives of the overlooked by giving them the gift of reading. She didn't sit in judgment of people, not even women who earned their keep upon their backs. She was goodness and kindness, and saw the best in those around her. Becoming aware of the echo of books closing, he realized he'd lost his way in the narrative, hadn't been listening as passages were read. Not that it mattered, not tonight. He wasn't a tutor, merely an observer. People stood. Offering words of encouragement, she hugged each one before they began wandering toward the door. She even had something reassuring to say to the pupils Mr. Tittlefits had worked with. While the secretary began tidying up, spreading chairs throughout the room, not having to bother with the refreshments because the footman had cleared all that away before taking their leave, she turned to Matthew. "What do you think?" "It's a commendable endeavour."
"Will you be part of it?"
He gave a brisk nod. "On the nights when you're not available."
Her beatific smile nearly dropped him to his knees. Did she have to be so bloody grateful? "He's going to assist you, Mr. Tittlefits."
"Jolly good." The man's tone lacked enthusiasm, and Matthew was left with the impression the fellow didn't think it was good at all. "I'll see you Wednesday, then. Good night, Miss Truelove. Mr. Summersby."
"Enjoy the remainder of your evening," she encouraged him.
With a brusque nod, the young man made toward the exit, surprising Matthew by his willingness to leave him alone with Miss Truelove, although he supposed her young clerk was about somewhere.
"Oh, Mr. Tittlefits,"
she called out as he reached the door. Abruptly, he stopped to face her.
"Would you be so kind as to walk Marianne home? She doesn't live far from here, and while I know Mick works hard to keep the streets safe, it is dark."
"I'll be happy to escort her, Miss Truelove." When Matthew could no longer hear the man's steps on the stairs, he spoke. "He is enamoured of you, you know." Her cheeks blossomed like the pinkest rose unfurling.
"I'm aware, but I've never viewed him as anything other than a friend."
Pressing her lips together, she looked somewhat guilty.
"However, Marianne has a tender regard for him."
He tilted his head to the side, giving her what he knew was an admonishing stare. In his youth, he'd spent hours before a looking-glass, practicing a series of expressions designed to put people in their place or cause them to move more quickly. "Are you playing matchmaker, Miss Truelove?" With a grin, she held up her thumb and forefinger with only a tiny bit of space between them.
"Perhaps a little. They're really quite perfect for each other, if he would only notice her."
"When one's head is turned by another, it's difficult to notice anyone else."
"Do you speak from experience?"
"Unfortunately. I suppose the lessons are at the same time on Wednesday?"
"Yes, although the students will be different. 1 class a week is all most of the students have time for."
"You won't be here at all?"
Her absence made him fear the evening would be rather bleak.
Still, he would endure it if for no other reason than to please her.
"I'll pop in before I head to the ball."
"Are you nervous?"
"No, I have complete faith in your ability to guide the students in their reading."
He had little doubt she'd purposely misunderstood his question, and perhaps her doing so provided the answer, and yet he yearned to hear it from her. "About the ball?" She nodded.
"Rather. I'm not certain that even having relations who are part of the aristocracy is enough to see me accepted."
"Simply be yourself, Miss Truelove. You'll win them over." Her light laughter echoed around them, through him, as though the centre of his chest served as its North Star.
"As though you know what the nobility will welcome."
She turned on her heel. "Come along." He followed her down the stairs. Her hips didn't sway as much as Lottie's, and yet they were all the more provocative because of it. She was all the more provocative. She was small of stature, and yet there was a mightiness to her that filled the space as adeptly as her brother had earlier. Something about her made it impossible to ignore her, not to notice her, not to want to map out every aspect of her, from the tips of her toes to the top of her head, as well as her heart and her soul and her thoughts, beliefs, and dreams. Never before had he found a woman so compelling, had he yearned to fully understand everything about her, every aspect that encompassed her and made her who she was. He'd like very much to have her arms around him, to have her pressed up against the length of him, to have his hands skimming over the silkiness of her cheek. The shop was quiet, in a comforting sort of way. Somewhere a clock was ticking. He stood at the door, waiting to depart, while light from a distant street lamp spilled through the window to flow over her, creating a mesmerizing array of light and dark shadows, deep curves, enticing lines. She was temptation itself, and he had the unconscionable image of her suddenly reaching up, loosening the 3 buttons that followed the line from her throat, and slowly trailing a finger along the narrow length of exposed skin. "May I show you something?"
"Please do. Even one loosened button."
He gave his mind a mental shake. His thoughts were traipsing toward the gutter, and she deserved much better than that.
"What did you have in mind?"
"Over here. I've placed it against the far wall so the sun can't reach it." He followed her across the room to where a large clock stood. Beside it was a glass case perched on a wooden pedestal. Beneath the glass, open and spread beautifully like a butterfly's wings, was the book he'd sent to her. "It contains the original versions of Shakespeare's plays," she whispered reverently. Gingerly she touched her fingers to the edge of the case, and he imagined the prince approaching Sleeping Beauty with the same caution. "It was printed more than 200 years ago. After all these years, there can't be that many copies left. Do you have any idea what a rare find this is?" He'd known she'd appreciate it, far more than any of his ancestors had, far more than any future generations would.
"How did you come to have it?"
With her brow deeply furrowed, she looked up at him. "That's just it. I don't really know. An elderly gentleman brought it in and left it with no explanation."
Jenkins.
He should have known the man wouldn't leave the chore to anyone else. She sighed, waved her hand. "A few bookshop owners and a couple of antiquities dealers know I'm always in the market for the unusual, but it's worth a fortune."
"You could sell it to finance your lessons."
She glared at him as though he'd sprouted horns and a tail. "It's not the sort of thing one sells. If anything, I should donate it to a museum. But it seems rather at home here, and I'm reluctant to part with it."
"Especially as you already had a way to display it."
"Oh, no. I designed what I wanted, and then took it to Mr. Bennet before going to church yesterday. He was kind enough to put it together for me, using leftover bits from all the construction Mick is doing, and brought it to me this morning. I just wish I knew who sent it."
"Someone who wanted you to have it, I should think."
"But why?"
"I wouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth, Miss Truelove. I doubt any other person alive would give it as much care."
She smiled softly. "You may have the right of it there. Of all the people I know, I thought you would appreciate it the most."
What he appreciated was that he'd accurately judged the joy it would bring her.
Looking up at him, she held his gaze for the longest moment, as though she were waiting for something more than words about a book. He was incredibly tempted to take her face between his hands and tell her that she was as rare a find as the original version of Shakespeare's plays.
"I should be off."
The forced words sounded almost strangled. He wondered how she would react if he leaned in and kissed her. Would she stop him? Was she saving those lips for her lord? Or would she be willing to experience a taste of passion and pleasure? "You're welcome to take a book with you. Not to borrow, but to keep. It's how I thank those who assist me in my endeavours to educate."
"It's a wonder, Miss Truelove, that you make any profit at all, with your penchant for giving people books without taking coins in return."
"I wouldn't object to your calling me Fancy." A courtesy she'd obviously not bestowed upon Mr. Tittlefits. A courtesy he would be a fool to accept, as viewing her in an informal light could have him lowering his guard, allowing her to skirt past his defences when she was already battering at the wall. How easy it would be to simply allow it to crumble, to open himself up to the possibility of having her in his life on a more permanent basis. But he needed to test the waters with her first. He'd lived the old adage about marrying in haste and repenting in leisure. He wasn't going to make that mistake again.
"Good night, Miss Truelove."
She offered up a tentative smile, and he regretted that he might have hurt her with his rebuff of her offer to call her by her Christian name. "Good night, Mr. Somersby." He didn't go straight home, but instead wandered through the streets, his mind a chaotic swirl as he debated the wisdom of pursuing her without telling her who he was. But how else was he to be sure her feelings toward him weren't influenced by his position? When he finally returned to his residence, he followed his usual routine of pouring himself a glass of scotch, walking upstairs to his bedchamber, and gazing out the window. Only tonight he was met with a lovely view. Fancy true love, sitting in the reading nook she'd told him about, her profile to him, her back against a wall. He could see only a portion of her, chest, shoulders, head, bent knees upon which a book rested. Then she twisted slightly, lifted a hand, and waved. So simple an action that seemed to reach down and touch something deep inside him. Without much thought, he set his glass aside, shoved a chair in front of his own window, grabbed a book, and sat. With any luck, he'd give the appearance of reading, while in truth he was simply watching her, wondering how the mere sight of her could bring such calm to his soul, knowing when he finally retired for the evening, he would dream of making love to a shop girl. Chapter 11. The following afternoon, inside the sweet shop unimaginatively named Sweet Shop, Matthew studied the selections within the glass case. In the mood for some sugar, but without even a hint of lemon, he'd already perused the jars on the shelves and found nothing of interest. When the bell above the door jangled, he didn't bother to look, his focus narrowing to some red, hard candies. "Good afternoon, Miss Truelove," the silver-haired lady behind the counter said with enthusiasm. He couldn't stop himself from turning then. Did the woman always wear a smile? Was she always glad to see people? "Hello, Mrs. Flowers." Her eyes warmed. "Mr. Somersby." "Miss Truelove." Her yellow frock reminded him of the sun cascading over a field of clover. With so little effort, she seemed able to brighten the dullest day. Moving up to the counter, she set a piece of paper on top of it. "These are the sweets I'd like to have on hand for Friday's reading time." Mrs. Flowers, he now knew the woman's name, thanks to Miss Truelove, and regretted that he'd been remiss in introducing himself. It was such a small thing to call someone by name, but he'd seen an immediate change in the clerk, as though she'd been greeted by royalty. Took the paper and read it over. "Ooh, strawberry bonbons. They'll delight the little tykes. I thought they might. They'll make a mess with them, though. I'll have damp linens on hand for cleaning sticky fingers, but if they get your books dirty, I'd rather they look at them with dirty fingers than not look at them at all." He couldn't imagine his own mother having that attitude. As a lad, he'd been bathed and placed in fresh clothes any time he came in from outside, or just before he was presented to her in the afternoon, so she could ask him how he'd occupied his time. He suspected Miss Truelove would give her children more than half an hour a day, that she wouldn't have to ask how they'd spent their day, because she would be involved in their play, their studies, their lives. She would embrace them, never causing them to doubt they were loved. "Then I'll have this order filled and delivered to you before noon on Friday. Is there anything else I can get for you?" "Think I'll just have a look." She eased over until she was standing near enough that he could smell the fragrance of oranges. "Have you a sweet tooth, Mr. Somersby?" "On occasion. I'm not really certain what I'm in the mood for, however." "I favour toffee myself." I haven't had that since I was a lad. I'll take a dozen toffees, Mrs. Flowers." "Very good, sir. I'll have the same," Miss Truelove said. "Put them on my tab, Mrs. Flowers." "Please don't. You're going to start rumours flying about." Rumours that perhaps he had an interest in her. Based on the way Mrs. Flowers was watching them, He doubted a penny purchase was going to make any difference. She was going to tattle one way or the other. As he'd long been fodder for gossip, he wasn't bothered by the notion of a bit more, especially when it would be harmless nattering.
"It's a small way to thank you for welcoming me into the area. Besides, when you have your coming out, you're going to discover nothing prevents the spread of sensationalized tales. You might as well embrace it."
After he paid for the purchases, he handed her the sack and followed her out onto the pavement. She immediately popped a toffee into her mouth. He watched the twisting of her lips as she stroked her tongue over the hard candy. He didn't know if anything had ever been more sensual than the movements he couldn't see, could only imagine as he envisioned her sucking, stroking, working her tongue over another hard surface. Christ! He needed to regain control of his errant thoughts. She stood there as though reluctant to leave him as much as he was to bid her farewell.
"Have you plans for your last evening before your season officially begins?"
A bit of wickedness sparked in her eyes. "I hear the Fire King will be performing in Whitechapel. I intend to go see him. I'm rather certain there will be room in the hansom if you've a mind to spend your night enjoying street entertainments."
"Did you grow up in Whitechapel?" he asked her several hours later, as they strolled along the crowded street where people jostled each other to get a view of the tumblers or the jugglers or the men walking about on stilts.
"No, but near here." Matthew had been to fetes, fairs, carnivals, even a circus. What he was observing now reminded him of a carnival, but it was in the city, in the streets, rather than in the country, on a lawn with lots of space around it. He suspected a good many of these people hadn't the means to take the railway out into the country, and so the performers had brought their talents here and created a festival with a joyous atmosphere. But in spite of all the frivolity and the attention-seekers, his gaze kept drifting over to Miss Truelove, her enthusiasm and excitement intoxicating. She appreciated her surroundings in a way few did. She understood the need for the poor to escape into fantasy, the need for the performers to be valued. She took in everything with the same intensity that he imagined she took in the pages of a novel, wondrously transported into another realm. She didn't judge, found no fault. She merely immersed herself in the ambience. He couldn't imagine any woman of his acquaintance walking boldly among those who appeared they'd not bathed in a while, or whose clothing was frayed and tattered, while smiling at them, greeting them as though they were long-lost friends.
"Do you know these people?" he finally asked.
"I've never seen them before, but they aren't so different from all the people I do know. Struggling to make ends meet, doing the best they can with what they have, hoping for something better for their children, enjoying a night without cares." Earlier she'd entwined her arm around his to ensure they weren't separated, and now she gave it a squeeze. "Don't you love how much fun everyone is having?"
He loved how much fun she seemed to be having, completely free of cares, giving no thought to what she might be facing tomorrow night. As the wife of a lord, she would host affairs, and he couldn't imagine that anything under her command would be staid or dull. She would find a way to make everything interesting and exciting.
"Oh, look! There he is! Come on!"
She grabbed his hand, and while they both wore gloves, it seemed far more intimate a joining than her arm intertwined with his. He found himself closing his much larger hand around her smaller one. So tiny. He was beginning to understand why her family was taking such extreme measures to see her well situated, whether within the nobility or not. They felt a need to protect her, to ensure no harm ever came to her. Yet he wasn't certain she was deserving of their worry. Here she was, wending her way between people, causing others to step aside, as though the Queen were barreling through them. No one took offense, no one reacted in anger. She had the ability to be soothing,
even as she made people feel guilty for being a barrier to her destination. With a great deal of poise and confidence, she worked her way to the front, tugging him along behind her. It was packed here. People scrunched up together, stretching their necks, striving to get a better view of what was happening within the circle they'd created. He slid in behind her, putting his arms around her, much as he had when they'd flown the kite, but there was no spindle to hold, so he simply folded his hands over her stomach. He had little doubt that if she objected, she'd have elbowed him in the gut or stomped on his foot. Instead, she merely settled against him as though she belonged there, and damn if he didn't feel that she did. Turning her head slightly, she fairly yelled in order to be heard above the cacophony. "Isn't he marvelous?" Finally, he turned his attention to the reason they'd undertaken this adventure. The gentleman strutting around the empty space that had been made available to him was well over 6 feet, possibly falling just shy of 6.5. He was broad, muscle upon muscle visible because he wore naught but breeches and boots. His dark skin glistened in the light of the flaming torch he held.
"Behold," he called out in a booming voice, "the wonder that was once dragons."
He took a sip from the pewter tankard he held, strode around the edge of the makeshift circle before taking up position in its center. He held up the torch, puckered his mouth slightly as though to whistle, spewed liquid, and when he drew the torch away, a stream of fire arced upward into the darkness above. When the fire vanished, he spread his arms wide and smiled broadly.
"Are you entertained?"
The crowd was deafening with their cheers, and once again he strode around the perimeter before moving to the center and giving those watching another display of his control over fire. Once, twice, 3 times. Matthew could fairly feel Miss Truelove shimmering with excitement in his arms, and he rather wished he'd been the one responsible for her trembling, her exhilaration. Yet he couldn't deny the Fire King deserved the adulation showered on him as his minions gathered up the coins tossed at his feet. He handed his torch and tankard off to someone and gave a sweeping bow before raising his arms high.
"Thank you, my friends. Please be gracious enough to move on and allow others in before the next performance in 15 minutes.
Matthew lowered his mouth to the delicate shell of her ear so he wouldn't have to shout.
"I suppose we should be moving on."
"Not yet." Glancing in the direction she was looking, he realized the Fire King was striding purposely in a direct path toward her. As though anticipating his arrival, she moved out of Matthew's arms, which caused him to have an instant dislike for the man. "Hello, Fancy." Leaning down, he bussed a quick kiss over her cheek, which she turned up to him, and it took everything within Matthew not to punch the bloke's perfect nose. "The last time I saw you, you were swallowing fire. Got bored with that. Decided breathing it was more exciting." "How do you do it?" "Tricks of the trade, my sweet." "My sweet?" A bloodied nose was becoming more a probability. Fancy, damn it, if this man could address her as such, Matthew could certainly think of her with less formality. Turned slightly. "Fire King, meet Mr. Summersby." "Mr.?" The Fire King, what a ridiculous name, repeated. "Thought you were destined for a duke, my girl." "My girl?" A bloodied nose and a blackened eye, perhaps, were in order. And did every person in Christendom know she was on the hunt for a lord? "We're not married," she said. "We're simply friends enjoying a night of entertainment." "Your brothers don't know about him, I suspect." "No, and you're not going to tell them." "When would I have the opportunity? I haven't seen them in ages." He gave Matthew a long once-over. "Take care of her, mate." Then he was striding off with his torch and tankard-bearer striving to catch up. "You didn't mention you knew him." Matthew modulated his tone, striving not to sound jealous. "I met him shortly after he began performing.
The Fire King. What young girl wouldn't be captivated? He has quite a following.
I imagine he does.
She angled her head slightly. You sound jealous.
Don't be absurd.
He was being absurd enough for both of them. She slipped her arm around his. Shall we see what other entertainments await us? Growing up, Fancy had always enjoyed the nights when the streets transformed into a festival. Some of these people made their living performing, while others brought out their talents only on those occasions when they could share the attention. She suspected it wasn't an easy life, but then very little in the rookeries was. But on nights like this, it was so lively, so energetic, and she certainly enjoyed sharing it with Mr. Somersby. He seemed at once enthralled and wary, as though expecting to be attacked at any moment. Although she knew all she had to do was say, "I'm Fancy Truelove," and any bad characters would skitter away. Such was her brother's reputation and power in this area of London. While Mick, Aidan and Finn were no longer a part of the rookeries, like Beast now, they had at one time ruled them. Anyone with any sense at all avoided getting on the wrong side of a true love. It always ended badly, and not for the true loves. She very much liked having her arm wrapped around Mr. Somersby's. She liked even more the way he would shift his body slightly to protect her if it appeared that anyone with too much drink in him might stagger into her. His movements were subtle, but she noted them all the same, although it seemed she noted the smallest of things about him. His alertness and the way his head swiveled as though he were constantly watching for any sign of danger. His hands fisting as she'd spoken with the Fire King, as though he were jealous. The subtle way he removed coins from his pocket and handed one at a time off to the barefoot children they passed. So many coins, leading her to believe it was a habit he engaged in when he wandered through the poorer sections of London. He'd known what to expect here, and he'd come prepared. It was chaotic in this area tonight. Food carts, drink carts, shell games, a sword swallower. A few small tents rested along the walls. Inside were all manner of things to be seen for a penny. A female contortionist, advertised as being a human puzzle box. "It's impossible to tell where she starts and where she ends," the barker shouted. But Fancy was drawn to the rotund man with the balding pate, shouting about debauchery and wickedness. "Come one, come all, to decadence in all its glory." Then he caught her eye and began waving her over with exaggerated sweeps of his arm. "Come, lady, come and behold what your eyes have never seen." "What do you suppose that's about?" Fancy asked Mr. Somersby.
"If it's something you've never seen, then it's probably something you shouldn't see."
His words only served to ignite her curiosity more. "I'm going to have a look."
"Miss Truelove, I'm not certain that's wise."
"It's not as though I'm swallowing fire. You can come with me if you like." Boldly she approached the gent and handed him a penny. With a flourish he held back the tent flap, and she was a bit relieved when Mr. Somersby followed her inside the confining space. A lit lantern rested beside a stereoscope on a small table. She glanced around. "Do you believe that's it?"
"Appears so. I'll have a look."
"No, I'm going first." Taking a deep breath, she picked up the stereoscope and peered through the 2 glass circles at the image that seemed almost real enough to touch. She was very much aware of Mr. Somersby's chest, brushing up against her shoulder blade, and that touch was no doubt responsible for the heat cascading through her, not the disappointing photograph at which she was looking.
"Well?"
His voice was a rasp near her ear, his warm breath skimming along her cheek. "It's a woman, lounging on a settee, in her unmentionables, except they were barely on. The swell of one breast was clearly visible, her nipple hidden, although it appeared the cloth was in danger of slipping away completely."
"My turn."
"Absolutely not."
She jerked the contraption away from her eyes and hugged it to her midsection. "You don't need to view a woman in her disarray." He'd not moved, was still incredibly close.
"I've seen women in their unmentionables, Miss Truelove. In fact, I have taken great pleasure in removing said unmentionables."
His voice had gone deeper, lower, to a depth where secrets were best shared, and she quite suddenly found it difficult to breathe, imagining his finger gliding along lace and slipping silk down, 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 until nothing was covered. She was trembling with desire as the images bombarded her. "It's not fair."
"Pardon?"
She glanced back at him, not having to look far, realizing his mouth was now incredibly close to hers. The heat, the desire, the yearning increased. It was wrong, so wrong, not at all proper. "Where's the photograph of a man in his smalls?" His eyes grew large.
"You want to see a man in his smalls?"
"Why not? The Barker claimed I'd see what I'd never beheld. I've seen myself in my unmentionables, standing before the cheval glass." When his eyes darkened and his gaze intensified, as though he was now having the improper thoughts that his earlier words had elicited within her, she suddenly had a need to torture him as much as he had her. "In fact, I have seen myself in nothing at all." He went still, so very still, as though he might shatter if he moved. His eyes smouldered to such a degree she thought she might very well ignite. She wasn't particularly learned when it came to men, but had no doubt that she was witnessing the birth of desire.
"You're playing a dangerous game, Miss Truelove."
"Am I?" Slowly, he lowered his head, not to her mouth, as she'd expected, but to her neck, just below her ear, where the skin was more sensitive than she'd ever realized. He kissed, nipped, stroked his tongue over the delicate flesh, and the incredible sensations traveled clear down to her toes. When he took her lobe between his teeth, she nearly cried out from the pleasure of it. Her knees weakened. The stereoscope slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. She didn't care about anything other than the journey of his mouth along the underside of her jaw. All the din and commotion outside fell away. All she heard was his breathing and low moans. When he pulled away, she nearly begged him to come back. "You're the one playing a dangerous game." She did wish she hadn't sounded breathless, had given the impression of being more in control. His grin was devilishly wicked.
"But I understand the rules. Don't think for a moment I'm not tempted to set you on that table and take you here and now. But I would ruin you for anyone else."
Ruin me? Had she really just had that thought?
"I don't think you're ready to pay that price," he continued.
She was not going to be disappointed he was a gentleman and not a scoundrel. He had the right of things. Being ruined would not fit at all into her plans, although she had the impression that he wasn't referring to ruining her precisely, but rather that she would never find with any other man the satisfaction she would find with him. She might label him as arrogant, if she wasn't convinced that he was no doubt speaking the truth. Seeming to comprehend that she had no witty response to his claims, he bent down, picked up the stereoscope, and placed it back on the table. "Aren't you going to look?" she asked. "You paid your penny."
"Oh, I've gotten more than my money's worth."
Then he offered her his arm, and she wrapped hers around it.
"Took you long enough,"
the Barker said when they finally exited the tent.
"Gonna have to ask for another penny."
Mr. Summersby handed it over, and they strolled on. She had come here to distract herself from thinking about what tomorrow night would bring, but now she had to wonder if it would be possible to meet any lord whom she would desire as much as she did this man. Chapter 12. Once up on a time there.
There, Matthew corrected gently. The reader, a woman who appeared worn by life, her blonde hair pulled back in an untidy bun, looked up at him with large, pale blue eyes.
But I thought the E at the end made the vowel sound different, like in time. The I don't sound like the I in Tim, and that's 'cause of the E at the end.
Yes, well, there are exceptions. Some words you have to memorize, rather than sounding them out.
She scowled. Reading's hard.
At first, but it does get easier, and it's rather worth the challenge of it. She returned her attention to the primer, having more luck with the words that followed. The book was the sort used in schools. The alphabet was listed in the beginning, then 2 stories followed. She'd apparently already made her way through Cinderella with Fancy, and was now eagerly tackling Little Red Riding Hood. He suspected for many the primer Fancy gave them was the first book they'd ever owned. For some it was no doubt the first they'd ever held. 4 others sat in the circle with him, following along in their primers, awaiting their turn to read the words aloud. He strove very hard not to make those gathered around him feel embarrassed when they stumbled. Even if one didn't read perfectly, one was trying, and that was the true accomplishment, seeking to better oneself, doing what was necessary to reach that end. Just as Fancy was seeking to better her lot in life by attending a ball tonight and snagging the attention of some lord. He was tempted to give her a list of swells to avoid, but then she'd wonder how he knew them, and he'd have to confess he was the one about whom the letter had been penned and published for all the world to see, the suddenly heralded Earl of Rosemont. She'd view him differently then, and he didn't want to be looked upon like he was a prize to be won. He was continually distracted by the bumps, taps, and scrapes coming from the floor above him. An hour earlier, a veritable phalanx of maids had paraded past the doorway and taken the stairs up to Fancy's lodgings. He suspected the servants had been sent over by Lady Aslin. His mind kept envisioning what was happening up there as they prepared her for this auspicious night that could very well set her on a course that would take her away from her little shop. It didn't help at all that the night before she'd put in his head the image of her standing before a mirror, sans clothing. A bath would have been prepared. She would have lowered her nude form into it. The steam would float up to caress and coat her skin in dew, some gathering in that enticing notch at her throat. The water, if not the soap, would be perfumed, and she would arise from the tub like a nymph from a lake, carrying the scent of flowers in a meadow. Someone would use soft linen to remove the water droplets from her flesh. Another would brush the long, silky length of her black hair. He imagined how marvelous it would feel to sink his fingers into the glorious strands, or gather up the thick tresses and drape them over her shoulder in order to leave her nape unobstructed, so he could place a warm kiss on either side of her ridged spine. The last thought caused a reaction in the lower half of his body that had him shifting uncomfortably in his chair, a reaction he should have grown accustomed to by now, because it happened each time he thought of touching his lips to any aspect of her body, her mouth, her fingers, her toes, her breasts. Christ, he needed to get hold of himself. Thank goodness the noises above had quieted. Suddenly, light footsteps began echoing from the direction of the stairs. In perfect alignment, signaling pride as though they'd just achieved victory in a crucial military campaign, the maids marched by the open doorway. The room went quiet. No stammering of words or encouragement uttered. The girl in the red-hooded cloak abandoned, her story no match for the suspense that had captured everyone's attention, their gazes going to the empty portal where the servants were last seen.
because if they were done with their task and taken their leave, then could she be far behind? So, like the others, he gave his full attention to the doorway and waited, as an anticipation he'd not known in years took hold and blossomed. An itch took up residence on the tip of his nose, but it went undisturbed, as none of his muscles seemed wont to move. Then she appeared and stole his breath. Her white gown, what she might have worn had she been presented to the Queen, lovingly caressed her form, outlining the gentle swell of her breasts, the tuck at her waist, the rounding of her hips. Pearls adorned her throat. Miniature ones sewn in intricate patterns over the bodice caught the gaslight and winked as she strode into the room. A fan dangled from her wrist. Long white silk gloves travelled from her fingertips to just past her elbow, and he imagined a gentleman taking her for a stroll about the garden, searching for a dark corner where he could roll them off and kiss the suddenly revealed flesh. Her dark hair had been gathered into an elaborate coiffure, held in place with pearl combs that stood out in stark relief against the black background of her tresses. Her brown eyes seemed larger, more luminous. Her cheeks sported a bright pink, no doubt a result of her excitement for the evening ahead. She smiled warmly, softly. "I simply wanted to wish you all a good evening before I leave." You look, gorgeous, Miss Truelove," Mr. Tittlefits stammered. "Thank you, Mr. Tittlefits. You're most kind to say so. I do rather feel like Cinderella, after all the attention the kind maids gave me." She slid her gaze over to Matthew. Only then did he realize that at some point her arrival had stirred him to come to his feet. She was waiting for him to speak. He was rather certain of it, and yet no words he uttered would do her justice. Still, he could not allow her to leave with even a pinch of her confidence shaken. "No woman there shall outshine you." Her cheeks turned a deeper hue. Her eyelashes fluttered, not in a teasing manner, but as though she were touched by his paltry compliment. Or perhaps embarrassed he should say such a thing. What had she wanted to hear from him? Whatever it was, he'd have spoken the words she yearned for, if he'd only known what they were. She looked back at the younger man. "You will lock up when you're done here tonight, Mr. Tittlefits?" "Yes, miss. You're not to worry yourself. Mr. Summersby and I have everything well in hand." "And you'll see Marianne home?" "Yes, miss." He couldn't help but smile. Even on the most important night of her life to date, she was still thinking of others, striving to play matchmaker, and he wondered if she ever selfishly put herself first. "Good night, then." With poise befitting a princess, she disappeared from sight. Being introduced into society was a nerve-wracking affair that slowly morphed into a tedious, boring one, as Fancy stood beside Gilly, welcoming the guests who descended the wide, sweeping staircase into the elaborately decorated grand salon, with its massive, sparkling chandeliers, ornate moulding, and painted ceiling, after being announced in a deep, booming voice by the major domo, outfitted in a red jacket, heavy with gold braiding, grey knee pants, and white stockings that showed off his lovely calves, which looked to be natural. She was well aware footmen took pride in their calves, some even going so far as to pad themselves with false ones. Gilly's lavender gown was not as revealing as some, but then her sister never had flaunted her femininity. Her Duke was at her side, his eyes reflecting the sort of tenderness and fondness Fancy hoped to inspire in some young lord. She dearly wished her mum was here to see it all, but she felt out of place around such extravagance. One wall was naught but mirrors, which made it seem that so many more people were here than there were. The room was 2 floors in height, a balcony circling 3 sides, cutting it in half. Potted plants, ferns, and fronds lined the walls. Flowers seemed to be everywhere. It was all so glamorous. It was the world her mother had wanted her to step into, and yet the dear woman didn't believe herself deserving of walking into this room tonight. Oh, she'd visited Gilly's residence, but when only family was about, she shied away from meeting anyone she considered above her. Her mum's refusal to recognize her own worth saddened Fancy. She had travelled in the coach with Aslin and Mick. As promised, they'd stopped at their mum's so she could see Fancy decked out in her finery. Her mum had wept at the sight of her. Tears of joy, she'd claimed. Fancy desperately wanted tonight to be a success, to bring her one step closer to helping her mum realize her dream of Fancy having a posh life. On her journey here, Aslin and Mick had run her through her paces to ensure she knew how to address everyone who was likely to be in attendance. Her family's greatest fear had been that no one would show. It was a fear not realized. The room was practically wall-to-wall people. She wasn't vain enough to think they were there on her account. No, she suspected the majority of them had come to gawk at the Duke of Thornley's wife and measure her worth as she hosted her first ball, although Gilly seemed far more relaxed than Fancy felt. It hadn't helped calm her nerves any that when they'd arrived, the Duke of Thornley had casually told her, "Bertie sends his regrets, but affairs of state will prevent him from attending." Bertie, Prince of Wales, future king. Thornley had spoken his name as though he had an intimate friendship with the man, played lawn tennis and polo with him. He probably did. She'd never really given any thought to the fact that her sister's husband spoke to royalty, and no doubt did it with the same aplomb he exhibited as he faced the queue of guests waiting to be received. He seemed to know them all. After greeting someone, he'd turn to Gilly and say, "Duchess, I want to present to you Lord Whoever or Lady X or Lord and Lady Z or the Duke of whatever." Gilly would smile the smile that welcomed everyone into her tavern and made them feel right at home. "A pleasure. My sister, Miss Truelove." Each guest curtsied or bowed to Gilly. She was, after all, a duchess. Fancy received a few curt nods of the head, a good many quick touches of her gloved fingers, a few actual kisses to her fingertips, followed by "my pleasure." Then on they walked to visit with those they knew, to enjoy refreshments, or take a turn about the dance floor while a 20-piece orchestra seated in the balcony played the most enticing music. And so it went. The elaborate dance card, shaped like a fan with a tiny pencil attached to it via a string that she'd been given by a young maid when she'd first arrived, dangled from her wrist. Not a single dance claimed. No waltz, no quadrille, no polka. She told herself it was because the gents didn't know how long she would be receiving, but she fully understood she was expected to stand and greet for 2 hours until 10:30, unless the guests coming down the stairs dwindled to nothing. She wished she'd asked Gilly to invite Mr. Summersby, for surely she would have, even though he wasn't of the nobility, simply as a favour to Fancy. She wished she could look toward the stairs and see him descend them. Of course, then he wouldn't be available to help with the teaching, although he could always arrive here late. People did. It was the reason the queue seemed never-ending. When she'd walked into the reading parlour, Mr. Summersby had immediately snagged her attention, the slow way he'd come to his feet, as though entranced, while Mr. Tittlefits had looked at her like she were a delight to behold. Mr. Summersby gazed at her as though she were a dollop of clotted cream he would like to slowly lick. It was an absurd thought to have had at the time, because the heat in his eyes was melting in its intensity. She'd been surprised he hadn't actually crossed the room to her, had stayed where he was, his fingers clutching the primer, his knuckles turning white. She wondered if he'd left dents in the book. His reaction more than anything had helped to settle her nerves, had assured her that her gown and elaborately coiffed hair didn't make her appear foolish, reaching for something beyond her grasp. The way he had looked at her had convinced her that if he were here, he would claim a dance. If only some other gentleman would. It was an odd thing indeed to find herself comparing each gentleman to whom she was introduced to Mr. Somersby. His hair wasn't dark enough, his eyes not green enough, his shoulders not broad enough, his voice not rich enough. None of the polite words spoken sent delicious shivers along her spine, conjuring up images of forbidden acts and sultry nights. She'd hoped, he might kiss her the night before, after he walked her to her door. But he'd refrained, and that was all for the good. She knew ladies of quality did not go about kissing men, and she was striving to be a lady of quality. Although she was left with the impression that they weren't all above reproach, it seemed not all ladies arrived with their husbands, not all husbands accompanied their wives. It made it a challenge to match up couples, to sort out who was paired with whom when they were introduced a number of people apart. On the other hand, surely she wasn't expected to remember the name of everyone to whom she was introduced, although most likely she was. She'd been taught little tricks for doing so. Lord Winters of the red-tipped nose, Lady Winters of the ruddy cheeks, as though both had just arrived, fresh out of a winter storm. She was determined to get all the names right when their paths again crossed, to impress them with her feet. She wanted to be remembered as more than the bastard, wanted something other than her birth to distinguish her from all the others here who were not raised by Etty Truelove. "You're late," Gilly snapped. Fancy glanced away from the man to whom she'd just been introduced, Lord Brockman, of the shiny pate and broad smile, balding broad Brockman, and knew a surge of warmth at the sight of her brothers Finn and Aidan, with their lovely wives, Lavinia and Selina, on their arms. "We purposely delayed our arrival to give you a respite from meeting strangers," Aidan said. "We thought you'd welcome the familiar." Gilly narrowed her eyes. "You weren't thinking it'd give you less time around the knobs?" "Well, that too," Aidan said with a laugh. "You're here now. I suppose that's all that matters." "Seriously, Gil," Finn began, "we thought you'd appreciate a friendly face an hour in. Although, to be honest, we did get held up with the crush of people arriving. Mum should see this. She'd be delighted." "Is it only an hour?" "Afraid so." Aidan turned to Fancy, gave her a gentle hug and kiss on the cheek. "You look lovely." "I don't suppose Beast came," she stated more than asked. "He's not one for affairs such as this," Finn said. "None of us are," Aidan pointed out. "Yet here we are." "It is more important for you with your wives to be accepted by society," Gilly said firmly, "especially if you have any hope at all of seeing your children accepted." Fancy fought not to feel self-conscious that her origins were plain and humble, that she would be faced with the same challenges of seeing her children accepted. While they knew nothing at all about Gilly's true parents, the three brothers attending tonight did know who had fathered them, and that noble blood ran through their veins, whereas she knew she couldn't claim so much as a drop. Aidan lifted her wrist. "What's this, then?" "It's a dance card." "I know what it is. I just sit through Mick's lectures." Mick had once had a lover who had taught him a good bit about the nobility and etiquette, and he'd shared all he'd learned with his siblings. When she was old enough, he'd taught her as well, although he hadn't mentioned where he'd learned it. She'd picked up that bit, eavesdropping on a conversation. "Why are there no names on it?" "It's a challenge to know when I'll be available, since I'm unsure as to when I'll be done here." He narrowed his eyes at her lie, heaved a sigh. "How much longer must you stand here?"
An hour at the most. Taking the pencil, he scrawled his name beside a waltz, then winked at her. Selina rubbed his arm. We're holding up the cue. She bussed a quick kiss over Fancy's cheek. It'll take a little time, but eventually it'll fill up. She remained optimistic that her sister by marriage spoke the truth. Finn also claimed a dance after greeting her. Lavinia gave her a hug. The first one is always the hardest. She was further encouraged. It's more promising than I expected. Not completely true. She'd hoped for more than her brothers' names on her dance card. Lavinia gave her an understanding smile. It will get better. The couples wandered off, and Fancy found herself being introduced to a matronly woman with a very disapproving expression on her face. Better couldn't come soon enough. Introductions continued. The young, the old, the debutantes, thrilled with another opportunity to dance, flirt, and possibly catch the eye of a gentleman. People were polite with her, but distant. But then that was the way of the aristocracy, was it not? So many people murmured their pleasure at meeting her that she lost track of the number as well as the names. Even the little game she played for associating names with individuals began to fail her. Simply too many needed to be remembered. Then she realized she wasn't extending her hand to anyone or plastering a smile on her face.
That's done, Thorne said. Let's make a break for it before the next round of guests arrives.
He held his hand out to his Duchess, and hers glided into his so easily. But then Fancy wasn't surprised. She'd seen the closeness between them too many times to count. She longed for that sort of relationship, where so much was communicated with merely a look or a touch, to be known so well. Gilly waved Mick and Aslin over. Mick, you'll dance with Fancy. Her words were a command, not a question. Owning a tavern and a pub, she was accustomed to ordering people about.
Naturally.
He winked at his wife.
You'll have my next dance.
And each one after that, she replied, a twinkle in her eyes. The Duke raised his arm and signalled the orchestra. The music quieted, went silent, and everyone turned their attention to Thornley. Such was his power, his ability to command an audience with little more than his presence. Then he took Gilly's hand, urging her closer to him, and tucked it within the crook of his arm.
My Duchess and I thank you all for joining us this evening. It is our pleasure to have you share her sister's debut into society. She is an exceptional young woman, and we are wishing her the very best.
A look toward the orchestra, another gesture. A tune not on the dance sheet, Gilly whispered. This one is for you, Fancy. The gentle strains of the violin, lilting through the parlour, were soon joined by flutes, lutes, the pianoforte, and a host of other instruments, creating a lush version of the Fairy Wedding Waltz. As one, the crowd scattered to the edges of the chalk line that designated the area marked for dancing. The Duke led his Duchess into its centre, took her in his arms, and swept her over the polished parquet. After they circled once, Mick escorted Fancy onto the floor. My first official waltz in a ballroom, she said lightly, striving not to reveal her nervousness, concentrating on his beloved face. One of her earliest memories was looking up from her small bed to see him hovering over her as he sang her name over and over to lull her into sleep. Even when she'd been only 2 or 3, and he 16 or 17, he'd taken on the role of her protector, being more of a father to her than a brother.
It's been a long time coming.
You made it possible. Quickly he jerked his head around.
Gilly did all this.
But you paid for the schooling that taught me to comport myself as a lady might. You gave me the confidence to not mind that so many eyes are following us at this moment. Thankfully, the Duke again lifted an arm,
and soon other couples were swirling about the floor, having to watch their own steps or partners in order to avoid ramming into anyone. But still, she saw the speculative gazes, the curious looks, the occasional dismissive nod. She didn't think anyone would insult her with so much of her family about, but nothing was to prevent people from ignoring her.
"You're as good as any of them,"
Mick said. "Unlike you, I carry no noble blood in my veins."
"It's all red, fancy. Besides, you are not your beginnings. None of us are. We are what we have made ourselves to be. You're a shopkeeper, and you're doing good work with your tutoring in the evening. You've nothing of which to be ashamed."
"I hope some of the gentlemen here feel the same."
"They're fools if they don't. And I won't see you married to a fool."
She laughed lightly. "I suppose if no one should ask me to dance, it will be because they are terrified of you."
"If they are good men, they shouldn't be."
Through her mind flashed a vision of Misters Summersby and Tittlefits giving up their evenings in order to help others better themselves. She had an unkind thought that the gentlemen in attendance here were beneath them because they were seeking entertainment, and yet if not for their presence, she wouldn't be here either. "Have you encountered many of these lords at your club?" The Duke of Headley had helped Mick get a membership at White's. Most assumed it was because Aslin was the Duke's ward, but the Duke was also Mick's father, had been the one to place him in Etty Truelove's arms. Mick's thick dark beard hid the dent in his chin that so matched Headley's, but nothing could disguise the blue eyes they shared.
"A few. They're becoming more accepting of me."
He lifted a shoulder.
"Or at least my acumen when it comes to business. It's the reason most approach me."
His diction was as polished as Mr. Summersby's. Why did she continually think of the man? Every gent she'd met seemed paltry beside him, not only physically, but also by the manner in which they projected themselves. He would have been impossible to ignore descending the stairs. If he were on the dance floor at that very moment, he'd be drawing her gaze. She seemed unable to rid herself of thoughts of him. She was here to meet a lord, to become part of the aristocracy. "Are there any for whom you have a high opinion? Anyone in particular you think might make a good husband? Who might come to love me? Who would give me no reason to regret giving him my hand in marriage? Who would go to penny gaffs with me, or enjoy a night of street entertainments?"
"You should pose that question to Aidan. He knows the ones who are in debt. You would no doubt be wise to avoid those fellows."
It was the same tone he'd used when he'd caught her sharing the rock candy that he'd brought her from Brighton with a lad 5 years older than she.
"You don't want to settle for a lad around here."
She was all of 6 at the time, and the thought of settling with anyone had yet to enter her mind until he put it there. "But what if I like one of those fellows? Do I ignore my heart's longings?"
"The heart is not always wise. Follow it with caution."
"You're such an expert on love." The words were sharp and to the point.
A corner of his mouth curled up. "Have you met my wife?"
She couldn't help it. She laughed lightly. "I think you just got lucky there."
"I was indeed fortunate. I want you to be even more so."
The music drifted into silence. Easing out of his hold, she patted his arm. "I am going to make a remarkably good match and know so much happiness that you'll grow sick of me boasting about it." Aidan Truelove adored vice and sin. He had a gaming hell known as the Cerberus Club, as well as the Elysium Club, that catered to fulfilling women's fantasies. For many ladies, one of those fantasies was not being a wallflower. He'd never attended a formal ball before tonight, But watching as no gentleman asked his sister for the honour of a dance, he finally understood why women flocked to the ballroom at his establishment. Within those walls, they were guaranteed a dance. Oh, Fancy had danced, but every gentleman who had taken her upon the floor was related to her in some way. Mick and Finn were her brothers through their mum. Thorne was related to her through Gilly, Lord Kipwick through Aslin, Lord Collinsworth through Lavinia, Lord Camberley through Selina. But none of the other gents had gone near her. Bugger 'em all. "You're scowling quite fiercely." He glanced over at his beautiful wife. She'd been a duchess, 3 days a widow, when he'd first met her. People still referred to her as Duchess. He didn't mind. In her heart, she was Mrs. Aidan Truelove, and that was all that had ever mattered between them, what was in their hearts. "No one is dancing with her." "She's danced several times. I've asked Kit to take her out on the floor." Viscount Kittredge, one of Selina's dearest friends. "Someone she knows through you. I'm talking about all these mucks she's only just met." "It's her coming out, her introduction into society. It takes a while for the gents to warm up to a debutante." He gave her a pointed look. "How long did it take you at your first ball to have your dance card filled?" She sighed. 5 minutes. But I was raised within society." He grinned. "And you were touted as being the most beautiful woman in London. That probably didn't hurt." Her smile was soft but bright. "No, I suppose it didn't." "I should have brought some of my gents from the club." "Is that who you want her to marry?" She rubbed his arm. "Patience, my love." He shook his head. "I haven't got it. Not where Fancy is concerned. I'll not see her hurt or disappointed. I won't be long." He made a move to leave her, but her fingers closed around his upper arm, holding him in place. "Don't start trouble." "I'm only going to have a few words with one gent, and after that, all should fall into place." "I'll have another dance once you're done." Grazing his fingers along her cheek, he almost took her mouth then and there. He did love her. "I'll give you 3. Then, because she was his wife, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. "I love you, Lena." "Find us a dark alcove somewhere, and I'll show you how much I love you." His laughter echoed around him as he strode through the grand salon until he reached a circle of 3 men, chuckling and cackling, as though they hadn't a worry in the world. If he discovered they'd been making sport of his sister, they'd each suffer a drawn-out, painful death. "Dearwood." They immediately went silent, and the 2 whose names hadn't been spoken skittered away like cockroaches suddenly revealed by light. Did his family really want Fancy to marry one of these fops? Turning to face him, the Earl visibly swallowed. "Truelove, I have your vowels." The man's eyes widened. "Here? On you?" He sighed. "No, at my club. Dance with my sister, and I'll tear them up. Your debt to me will be considered paid in full." Dearwood was an unattractive fellow when his jaw was hanging down. "But do close your mouth before taking her upon the dance floor." His lips snapped together as he gave a brisk nod before turning on his heel. "Dearwood." The man came to an abrupt halt and glanced back, his stricken expression indicating he feared the club owner was on the verge of rescinding the offer. "Discreetly let it be known that this offer is open to any man who owes me blunt." Strolling as unobtrusively as possible among the layers of people away from the dance floor, Fancy refused to go anywhere near the section of chairs, take a seat, and delegate herself a wallflower so early into the process. She hadn't expected immediate acceptance, had known she'd be an object of curiosity. Still, She'd anticipated a few of the gents unknown to her before tonight would at least be interested in satisfying their inquisitiveness by taking her on a turn about the dance floor. She passed small clusters of 2 or 3 people chatting away, averting their gazes or stepping in to make the circle smaller when they caught sight of her approaching. Not a cut direct, precisely, but certainly not an invitation to join them. She wasn't rude enough to intrude. As she walked on by, she would catch snippets of conversation. Pretty enough. That didn't mean they were discussing her. 5,000 a year. Probably a reference to her. Each of her siblings were contributing £1,000 a year to her dowry. Scandalous. Seemed pleasant enough. Where's the card room? At that one she leaned in, smiled, and said, "Up the stairs, to your right, 3rd door down." The gents had stared at her for several seconds, as though they'd never before had a question answered by a woman, and then scrambled away so fast, one might have thought she'd whispered, "I have leprosy." Ancestry is so important. Rather like her smile. Purchased a new curricle. Fine selection of liquors in the refreshment room. Well, the Duchess is a tavern owner. Having finished her 3rd trip around the room, she stopped a passing footman and picked up a coupe of the very excellent champagne from the tray he was balancing on his splayed fingers. She rewarded herself with a glass after each turn in order to shore up her resolve for another sweep by the guests. Her sisters by marriage had hovered around her at first, until she'd convinced them to dance with their husbands, that she was fine on her own. Besides, she didn't want to give any lords the notion she needed to be mollycoddled. They'd want a wife who could look after herself, surely, although she had to wonder. If the ladies didn't acknowledge her as belonging, would the gents? She understood the power that a woman held, especially when it came to society. Gents might make the laws that governed the land, but it was the ladies who created the rules that determined acceptable behavior. Perhaps she needed to find a way to earn the ladies' favor. Nothing like a mother suggesting to her son that he might want to take a closer look at Miss Truelove. "Excuse us, Miss Truelove?" Turning toward the unexpected feminine voice, she was met by 3 ladies who seemed at once nervous but giddy, their smiles flickering like a candle flame on the verge of running out of wick, as though they weren't quite certain they should speak to her. She'd never realized flaxen hair came in different shades until she saw these 3 together: wheat, moon, straw. She gave them her most welcoming smile. "Ladies Penelope, Victoria, and Alexandria." Their eyes widened considerably. "You've remembered our names," Lady Penelope said. "There must be at least 200 people in attendance," and she'd been introduced to nearly every one of them. "I'm quite skilled at remembering names. It's a little game I play, you see. Lady Penelope, your eyes are an unusual coppery shade that remind me of pennies, hence Penelope. Lady Victoria, you have such a regal bearing, and so naturally I thought of the Queen, and since you share her name, you were unforgettable in my mind." "And me?" Lady Alexandria asked eagerly. "You were a bit more complicated. Your gown is so lovely with all the flounces reminding me of waves rolling upon the shore, which led me to thinking of a city on the ocean. Alexandria." "That's remarkable, Miss Truelove," Lady Penelope said, and Fancy decided she was the leader of the group, as the other girls nodded enthusiastically. "As I said, it's just a game I play. It helps me to remember the names of the people who visit my bookshop." She'd long thought it made her customers and students feel special if she could recall their names after one introduction. "Well, I say it's brilliant. We shall have to give it a go." More nods. "It's your first season, isn't it?" They appeared so young, 17 if they were a day, and made her feel remarkably ancient, or at least incredibly worldly.
"It is indeed.
How's it going thus far?"
"Quite well, really. I've had 3 gentlemen call on me. My dear friends have each had 2. But we've not settled on anyone,"
Lady Alexandria said hastily.
"It seems far too early for that,"
Lady Victoria added.
"I quite agree,"
Fancy said.
"You have no idea who you might meet before season's end." "Which is actually why we approached you."
Lady Penelope grinned, blushed, looked to her friends for encouragement.
"Do you know, offhand, if the Duchess invited Lord Rosemont?"
It seemed Fancy wasn't the only one who'd been touched by the letter.
"She did, yes." "Do you know if he's about?"
"I did not meet him in the receiving line."
"They say he's quit London,"
Lady Victoria pouted.
"We're so hoping it's not true. Although it's also rumoured he has taken up residence elsewhere, rather than in his usual London abode, because according to my brother, he does still make an appearance at Parliament when needed," Lady Penelope added. "So we were very much anticipating he'd be in attendance. He promised each of us a dance when we called on him."
"You called on him?"
I don't think there's an unmarried lady in London who didn't."
Which might account for his quitting London. She felt rather uncomfortable that she, too, had been wishing for a moment with him in order to express her condolences.
"I'm not really surprised we've yet to encounter him at a ball. My older sister told me that in some circles he's known as Rosemont the Recluse. She knew Lady Rosemont, you see, and said she often attended affairs without him. My sister was actually quite taken aback by the devotion expressed in the Countess's letter. Did you happen to come across it?"
"I did, yes." She sighed melodramatically.
"I think we all want a man to love us like that."
"Ladies."
At the deep voice, Fancy turned and gave a small curtsy.
"Lord Dearwood." "How did you remember his name?"
Lady Penelope asked, and it seemed Lord Rosemont was quite forgotten. "Young buck, with a wooden smile."
"Stag in the woods,"
she said instead.
"How clever!"
Lady Penelope enthused.
"But I would have gone with deer in the forest."
"There's no right or wrong," she assured the young lady. "It's whatever will help you remember."
"What's this, then?"
Lord Dearwood asked.
"Miss Truelove plays a game so she can remember everyone's name."
"Well, not everyone's," she said, heat warming her cheeks. "Sometimes it doesn't work, and I forget what I associated with the person, and think it would have been simpler to memorize the name."
"I'd like to hear about that game at some point, but for now, Miss Truelove, I was hoping you'd honour me with a dance."
The 3 ladies gave a gleeful squeal before skittering away, definitely younger than she was. Fancy smiled at Lord Dearwood. He wasn't unattractive, was probably as old as her brothers, and something about him indicated he was a man who enjoyed far too much vice, or at least food and wine. Perhaps it was the way the buttons on his waistcoat were straining against the cloth.
"I'd be honoured, my lord."
Offering his arm, he led her to the edge of the dance floor.
"We'll wait for the waltz to end, shall we?"
"Would you mind signing my card whilst we wait? I thought to keep it as a souvenir."
"Certainly."
As she watched him scrawl his name, she couldn't help but think of a man with larger hands, longer fingers, more elegance in his movements. She really needed to rid herself of thoughts of Mr. Summersby.
"Are you enjoying the ball thus far?"
"Oh, yes, especially now that you'll be dancing with me."
She felt the heat of a blush rushing up from her décolletage into her hairline at the flattering words that were spoken with such sincerity.
"That's exceedingly kind of you to say, my lord."
"Not at all. I owed your brother a bloody fortune."
Everything within her stilled. "I beg your pardon?" His wide grin reminded her of one she'd seen on a chimpanzee at the zoological gardens.
"He's cancelling my gambling hell debt."
She couldn't stop her voice from going flat. "If you dance with me."
"Precisely."
He nodded toward the floor that was clearing of couples as others moved into place.
"Shall we?"
"With all due haste." It was an odd thing to be held by someone she'd only just met, and she was grateful the quadrille limited how long and how often he touched her. The other couples who served as partners in this particular square were a sombre lot, and she wondered if they wished she wasn't there, although she did catch a few side glances, as though they were curious but didn't want anyone to know they were. Although perhaps they knew the truth of the situation, and were as uncomfortable as she was with the fact that a bribe was required to get a bloke to dance with her. Chapter 13. It was difficult to concentrate on reading when Matthew's gaze kept wandering to the darkened window across the way. He had shoved a chair in front of his and taken up position after returning from the reading lessons. Ever since Fancy had bid them a good night, he'd been tormented, envisioning her at the ball dancing with one lord after another. While the decent part of him hoped her dance card would have a scrawled signature beside every dance, the selfish part hoped she took no pleasure from the attention. Damn it all to hell, he felt like a rotten cur. After returning to his terrace, he'd considered going to the ball. He even had evening attire on hand. God alone knew why his valet had decided to pack it. He'd certainly had no plans to attend any formal functions, although it was always possible an obligation he couldn't escape would arise. Earlier he'd gone to the bother of drawing a bath. Soaking in the steaming water had managed to give him time to put matters into perspective and to debate the disadvantages of attending the ball. At the edge of his mind, he recalled promising dances to at least 24 women, so dance cards would be dangled in front of his nose like carrots to get a horse moving. First and foremost, however, was the matter of explaining himself to Fancy.
"You wanted to meet the Earl of Rosemont? Funny thing, you've already met him. He is I."
He imagined delivering the news with a bit of a laugh and a broad smile. Unfortunately, he couldn't envision her receiving it with equal good humour. She would no doubt be hurt, possibly livid. Revealing himself in such a public arena was such a dreadfully bad idea. However, if she did manage to overlook his failure to elaborate on his identity when they met, he would no longer be able to discern if what was developing between them, friendship or something more, was influenced by his title. Might she seek to lure him into a conservatory? All the lengths that are necessary. She had declared those words, and they'd resounded as a promise, a vow. Although she claimed she would draw the line at deception, he'd learned that a woman's words couldn't always be trusted. He rather liked that she didn't know his full identity, that when she looked at him, she wasn't doing it through the lens of his title. So he'd left his bath resolved to stay in and let her have her night, to flirt and be flirted with, to dance the evening away, to have a debut that was all she hoped for, even if it didn't include the Earl of Rosemont. Once more, he glanced toward her window. The ball would no doubt go on until 2 in the morning. For him, the minutes were ticking away into an eternity. After her 5th dance, following the one that she'd shared with Deerwood, she was more than displeased with the additional information she'd gleaned and went in search of her brothers. While they were tall, a good many men were equally so, which made it difficult to spy them in the crush of the crowd. She did wish Beast had attended. He was a good head taller than most, which would have made him easier to spot.
Then she caught sight of them on the far side of the room, near one of two fireplaces. Quickening her pace,
"I say, Miss Truelove."
She came to an abrupt halt as a tall, narrow-shouldered gentleman stepped in front of her. What was his name? Good Lord, with more important matters weighing on her mind, she couldn't think.
"Will you honour me with a dance?"
Blonde, broad, blue eyes, Viking, fjords. Not at this moment, Lord Beresford. She made to move past him, and he wrapped his gloved fingers around her upper arm. The scathing look she cast his way had him immediately releasing his hold, appearing somewhat contrite.
"But it's simply not done, Miss Truelove, to rebuff a gentleman's request for a dance."
I'm not declining altogether, just not right now. She held up her wrist, the dangling dance card twirling. I have a few dances left. Select the one you'd like, just not this one. With great deliberation and very slowly, he printed out his name, as though he anticipated she might like to use it for an embroidery pattern at some point. He beamed at her.
"A waltz."
I look forward to it. Now, if you'll excuse me." Without waiting for his permission, she threaded her way around people, having to stop twice more to impatiently allow gentlemen to sign her dance card. Who would have ever thought she wouldn't take delight in the attention? Finally, she reached her brothers. Grateful Gilly was there as well, so she could confront them all in one go. Thankfully, no one else was near. It seemed when the Trueloves were gathered en masse, people were wont to keep their distance. Her siblings all seemed to be in good cheer, chatting, laughing, sipping what appeared to be scotch, perhaps from Gilly's personal stock. "Have you no faith in me?" They all swung around so fast at her words that it wouldn't have surprised her to learn they'd each gone dizzy. "What are you on about?" Gilly asked sincerely. "Of course we have faith in you." "Then why are you bribing men to dance with me?"
"I beg your pardon?"
"Aidan is cancelling any debt owed to his club, Finn is offering breeding or training services, and Mick is offering investment advice. Are you saying you've not offered anything to entice the fellows into dancing with me?" Gilly's jaw tightened as she glared at their brothers. "You daft dunderheads. You didn't."
"No one was dancing with her."
Aidan's voice was clipped, harsh, and she could sense how much it angered him that they'd been ignoring her. He'd always concerned himself with ensuring women were happy. It was one of the reasons his newest club, catering to ladies, was such a success. While the knowledge lessened her own hurt a bit, it couldn't erase it completely when viewed from a different perspective. "You didn't believe I could entice them on my own?"
"Eventually, yes. One dance and you'll have them eating out of the palm of your hand. But they weren't moving fast enough to suit me."
"It is not you they have to suit."
"If they want to marry you, it damn well is."
She loved her brothers, but at the moment at least one of them was in need of a smack across his head.
"We were trying to make the night unforgettable for you,"
Finn said, looking somewhat chastened. He'd always been the more sensitive of her brothers. "Well, you've certainly managed that." She held her hand out toward Gilly. "May I?" Her sister glanced down at the tumbler she was holding.
"It's scotch."
"I assumed as much." Gilly handed her the glass, and Fancy took a good healthy swallow, licked her lips.
"You've had it before?"
"I'm not as innocent as you all think."
"The quiet ones never are,"
Finn said softly. "I am, however, rather mortified."
"We meant well,"
Mick stated tenderly. "I know you did. It's the only reason I won't stay cross with you for long. But if gentlemen believe you'll offer them some sort of compensation for showering me with attention, they'll never dance with me on their own volition. They'll be waiting for the payoff, and to be honest, it should be me." She grimaced. "And the dowry you've all so graciously put together."
He scowled. They should want you without the dowry, but our origins prevent you from being accepted without it. Still, once these knobs get to know you, as Aidan implied, they'll love you as much as we do.
It was impossible to ask for a more loving, supportive family. She took another sip, allowing the heat to relax her. I appreciate the sentiment. However, after everything you all have done for me over the years to get me here, it's now time to shove me out of the nest and let me fly. I'm fully capable of flying.
It's hard to realize you've grown up.
Well, I have. The music drifted into silence. She downed what remained of the scotch before giving the glass back to Gilly. She lifted her wrist. I have another dance claimed, so I must be away. Please don't interfere again.
I think they're duly chastised, Gilly said.
But knowing her brothers, she feared they'd unintentionally clipped her wings. I dare say your debut was a rousing success, Aslin announced with enthusiasm as the carriage travelled toward Mick's hotel. Apparently, Mick had yet to tell his wife how the rousing success had come to be. Yes, I was quite taken aback by all the attention. After confronting her brothers, she'd stopped prodding her dance partners in order to determine why they'd approached her. She didn't want to know if they had no success at gambling, investing, or horse management. Instead, she'd made inquiries regarding their estates, hobbies, and pleasures. Some seemed taken aback that she had such an interest in them, but all welcomed the opportunity to talk about themselves. The next ball should go even better. It would occur the following Wednesday, and would be hosted by Aslin's former guardians, the Duke and Duchess of Headley. Again, people would come out of curiosity, because the couple never entertained, but they were doing so because Mick had asked. Her family was calling in favours. She didn't want to consider the cost to them or their pride, all so she could have the fairy tale life they'd envisioned for her, which made it difficult not to forgive them for tonight's error in judgment.
I've bought a bit of acreage on the outskirts of London, Mick said. I'll be adding that to your dowry.
No. The word came out succinct and to the point. I appreciate it, but you've given me far too much already. Lessons, allowing me to use your building for my shop, a dowry that is a yearly income, not simply a sum, and now my season. I can never repay—
Family doesn't repay.
He's stubborn, Fancy, Aslin said. Yes, well, so am I. For most ladies, a £5,000 dowry would be more than enough. But mine is £5,000 per year as long as I draw breath, which I am planning to do a very long time. It's as we discussed earlier. You can't continue to entice gentlemen to want me. If they aren't content with my dowry as is, then they aren't worth considering. I'd be happier as a spinster managing my shop. Perhaps then you would let me purchase it from you.
You know my reason for not putting the building in your name. When you marry, your husband could do anything with it he damned well pleased. Turn it into a bordello. Neither you nor I would have any control over his actions.
But if I were to not marry—
It would break Mum's heart, Fancy.
What of her heart? What of her dreams? What if she found herself falling for a man who possessed no title? Still, she simply nodded.
I remember when you were born, how she cradled you in her arms, tears in her eyes. I'd never seen her weep before. She was always so strong. From the very beginning, she had dreams for you.
I know.
I'd be dead if not for her.
She knew that as well. Knew not all baby farmers took such loving care of their charges. I'm not ungrateful, Mick, but please, don't add anything else to my dowry.
As you wish, But some lord is going to be very fortunate to have you, sweetheart. I intend to make certain he's worthy of you."
Glancing out the window, she couldn't help but feel that her marriage to a noble would be the crowning achievement of all he'd worked toward. Although she knew a good many young ladies would envy her position, she sometimes found herself wishing she had no dowry at all, so no doubts would creep in regarding the reasons a man had asked for her hand. If one ever did. She was truly in no rush to take a husband. If she had 2 or 3 seasons, she wouldn't be disappointed. Her shop sustained her. For now, it was all she really needed. "I'd like to go see Mum in the morning, let her know how the night went."
"You won't mention—"
"No, I'll not mention how you and the others interfered," she assured him. "What's this?" Aslin asked.
"I'll explain later."
She'd like to be a fly on the wall when Mick did that. She suspected her sister by marriage would have a reaction similar to Gilly's.
"What time would you like the carriage readied?"
Mick asked. 7. In the dark confines, with only the occasional street lamp casting light to wash away the shadows, she saw the flash of Mick's smile.
"Most ladies would sleep the morning away after attending a ball."
"I want to be back early enough to open the shop on time."
"I think people would understand if it opened later than usual."
"I'm as serious about my business as you are about yours, Mick. I'll be unlocking the door at 9. When the carriage came to a stop in front of the hotel, Mick leapt out and then handed Aslin down before reaching back in for Fancy. Once her feet hit the bricked walk, she rose up on her toes to kiss his cheek. "Good night."
"I'll see you safely home."
"Mick, I'm across the street. No one is about." It was after 2 in the morning, and the streets were quiet, every business shut down for the night.
"Still."
He escorted her to the shop and waited until she'd closed the door behind her and turned the lock. When Mr. Tittlefits had locked up, he'd left a gaslight burning low to welcome her home. Shadows quivered around the bookshelves. With her back against the door, she inhaled the beloved fragrance of ink, paper, leather, and binding that filled shelf upon shelf. If she could find a way to capture the scent, she would dip candles in it and burn them throughout her future residence, so she would always be comforted. She did hope her husband had an extensive library, was a reader of books. Could she marry someone who wasn't? Shoving away from the wood, she headed up the stairs, her steps increasing in tempo as she neared her private rooms. She didn't know what was driving her, knew only that she wasn't where she wanted to be. Dashing through the front parlour, where low light greeted her, she rushed into her bedchamber and came to a stop at the window, the draperies falling on either side of it. Warmth, joy, and relief swamped her at the sight of Mr. Somersby, standing with his arms upstretched and spread wide, his hands pressing against the window casings. In spite of the late hour, he was still awake, looking out, the unbuttoned cuffs causing his sleeves to have slipped down to his elbows, his throat visible because of his dishevelled state, and she wondered if he'd been waiting for her return. Placing her forehead to the cool glass, she feared he'd think her forward if she were to knock on his door at this late hour. It was ridiculous how much she longed to speak with him, to tell him of her night. Then he was gone. But still she stood there, waiting for him to douse the light before crawling into bed. Was any man with whom she'd danced thinking of her at the moment? Did they wonder if she'd gone to her slumber, if she'd carried them into her dreams? She wouldn't. Not a single one. But Mr. Somersby. A looming shadow caught her attention, charging through the mews with a purpose to his stride. It sent her heart into a gallop, a pace that only quickened when she heard the pounding on the back door that led into the storeroom. Delivery men used that entrance so as not to disturb any customers, but for a gent who lived around the corner, It was the most direct route to her shop. She rushed from her rooms and down the stairs, the litany, "I'm coming," reverberating through her mind until she reached the wide portal, shoved back the bolt, and swung it open. The light from the streets barely reached here, and she hadn't thought to turn up the gas lights, so he was almost lost to the shadows, and yet still she felt she saw him clearly.
"I wanted to ensure you were all right."
His voice came out strained, as though he'd been in fear of her life, as though she'd gone on safari and spent the evening facing wild animals that were intent on devouring her. Perhaps she had. "I survived, and am none the worse for wear." She stepped back. "Do come in. The fog is making it chilly out there." It wasn't yet so thick as to make it difficult to see, but wisps of it were floating in. Crossing the threshold, he shut the door behind him. Now that they were both standing inside, the storage room seemed incredibly small. Perhaps it was just that his presence overwhelmed the space. She'd noted it before, the manner in which he dominated his environment with such ease, as though it was his right to be in command. "I'm sorry. I don't have any spirits on hand to offer you."
"I've had enough scotch for the night."
She could feel the intensity of his gaze as it roamed over her, as if he was searching for wounds.
"Your coming out was a success, then?"
Statement, not question, and yet it demanded a reply. She gave a tiny scoff, hating that it sounded so hard and bitter. "No, not really." Feeling the burn at the back of her eyes, she refused to give in to tears.
"What happened?"
His tone was that of a man displeased, a man on the verge of calling others out to answer for their actions. "My family had such hopes, but I fear they were rather dashed. I danced with my brothers by marriage, the brothers or good friends of my sisters by marriage, always some relation in one manner or another. When they'd all had their turn, I wandered among the guests for several dances, observed, but not approached, not spoken to. Very much like an exhibit at the Zoological Gardens or some theatre of curiosity. Come see the girl born out of wedlock.
"Fancy, no."
He'd never called her by her given name before, nor had his palm ever cradled her cheek so lovingly. She wasn't quite certain which of those two occurrences were responsible for making her feel as though her heart were made of candle wax and slowly melting.
"People fear what they do not understand,"
he continued. Slowly she shook her head, grateful his warm, gentle fingers stayed against her skin. The worst was yet to come. Of a sudden, gentlemen began asking me to dance, but I sensed they were simply going through the motions, so I began making inquiries. If his thumb had not begun stroking the curve of her cheek, she might not have found the strength to confess the rest. It seems my brothers were offering favours to those who took me on a turn about the room. I was beyond mortified, because I'm certain everyone knew. The aristocracy adores gossip, and tonight I provided it.
"Those lords are fools, every last one of them. I would not have needed a bribe to ask you for the honour of a waltz."
She gave him a sad smile. "But you weren't there, and you're my friend." Something, an irritation, an anger, flashed across his face. He looked up to the ceiling. His jaw tautened, relaxed, and as though he'd reached some conclusion, he lowered his gaze to her.
"Waltz with me now."
Her laugh was soft, gentle. "We have no orchestra."
"We don't need one."
His hand left her cheek, skimmed down her arm, and laced itself between her gloved fingers. He began leading her out of the storage room.
"What is your favourite tune?"
"The Fairy Wedding Waltz."
The first one I danced to at my first ball."
"I know it. If you had a pianoforte, I could play it for you."
"You play the pianoforte?" She had expected him to take her upstairs to her lodgings, to her parlour where there was more room, although she quickly realised he wouldn't know that. Instead, he stopped in the middle of the area that separated her counter from the walls of bookshelves that ran perpendicular to it, faced her, and released his hold on her. She nearly snatched back his hand.
"My mother insisted. When I was a lad, I hated the lessons, but she told me if I practiced diligently, I would acquire very deft fingers. I found they make me quite popular with the ladies."
The seductive way he looked at her made it difficult to draw in breath, and when she thought of his fingers doing more than touching her cheek as they had earlier, she had a strong urge to unfasten lacings and hooks and invite him to play a tune over her skin. Why was it that when she was with him, she wasn't content to be separated by a few inches? Why did her musings conjure up images of bared flesh and limbs entangled, kisses and embraces? Bowing slightly, he held out his hand.
"Miss Truelove, may I have the honour of this waltz?"
She didn't know why she was more nervous than she'd been at the ball, why it was imperative she not trip over her feet, but dance to perfection. She wanted to impress him, to demonstrate that her lessons hadn't been a waste of Mick's coins. With a sigh to calm her rioting nerves, she placed her hand in his, taking comfort from the surety with which he wrapped his fingers around hers. His other hand came to her waist, and she placed hers on his shoulder, her posture perfect. He began humming, and with the slightest dip, glided her over the floor, past the shelves that housed books on various countries, continents, and wildlife, around the edge of it, and up the aisle where one could find information on constellations, down a row where biographies brought long-ago personages back to life. They circled round and round, past romantic novels and detective stories, past Dickens, Bronte, and Austen. This waltz was better than any she'd had earlier, because he took her along a route that encompassed all she loved and adored. All night she'd longed to have a man look at her, as though he'd waited his entire life to have her in his arms. Matthew never took his eyes from hers. She liked thinking of him as Matthew, rather than Mr. Summersby. As they journeyed around the room, an intimacy swelled up between them, like an ocean wave leading a tempest toward shore. She was aware of everything about him. He carried the fragrance of bay rum, but beneath it was the very essence of him, and a hint of the Scotch he'd had earlier. Before coming to her, he'd not bothered to tidy himself up with waistcoat, neckcloth, or coat. She rather appreciated that he wore only his boots, trousers, and a shirt, a few buttons free of their moorings, so she had a clear view of his throat, a glimpse of the edge of his chest. She was willing to dance in his arms until dawn, but he ceased his humming and slowed their steps until they were still and quiet, the only sound their breathing. Although he didn't release her, not completely. One hand remained on her waist, while the other slipped away from hers and came to light upon her cheek. He skimmed his thumb over her lips. Everything within her tightened, as though he'd taken that thumb over places that had never before been touched by a man.
"May I kiss you, Miss Truelove?"
His voice was raspy, like that of a man lost in the desert who'd gone years without water. Her mouth was suddenly dry as well. She barely nodded, yet he noted it, and slowly lowered his lips to hers. A gentleness accompanied his actions, as though he feared breaking her, or perhaps he sensed that he was the first to ever take such liberties, and sought to ease her into it. On her waist, his fingers jerked before closing more firmly around her. His other hand left her cheek
and his arm circled her, pressing her steadfastly along the length of him until her breasts were flattened against his chest. To her astonishment, his mouth opened slightly, and his tongue lapped at her lips before urging them to part. Then his tongue was stroking hers, over and under, rough and silky. With a deep groan, he took the kiss deeper until she felt its effects in her toes. Oh, God! She wound her arms around his neck before her knees gave out and she embarrassed herself by tumbling to the floor. Numerous times she'd caught her brothers kissing their wives, but she'd never understood what a wondrous, compelling thing it was, how it warmed one throughout and caused tingles between one's thighs, how it made one long to have deft fingers working some sort of magic. And even as she wasn't quite certain for what precisely her body was reaching, she knew he possessed the means to assuage the yearnings that were building to a fevered pitch within her. She was vaguely aware of him backing her up. Her bottom struck something hard. The counter, her addled brain realized. Then, with his mouth never leaving hers, he lifted her onto the polished wood, scandalously parted her knees so he could stand between them, nearer to her, and with a low growl began to plunder with more earnestness, exploring every hollow as though his life depended on his being able to describe her mouth in exquisite detail. Aware of soft sighs and keening whimpers echoing around her, it took her a moment to realize she was the one making them. The sensations he was stirring to life within her were threatening to cause her to come undone. He dragged his mouth over her chin, along her throat, and up to her ear, where he nibbled on the lobe before whispering, "May I have permission to kiss your breasts, Miss Truelove?" Dear Lord! She nearly melted into a puddle of desire on the spot. Scandalized, she knew what her answer would be. No, absolutely not. Yes. His mouth slowly trailed along the décolletage of her gown, while his hand glided up to cup her breast, to squeeze, to plump gently. Hooking a finger in the silk, somehow he managed to free the orb until it was straining toward him. He took her nipple in his mouth and began to suckle. Pleasure jolted through her. With a small cry, she dropped back her head and wrapped her legs around him, pressing her most intimate spot to his. Good Lord! Her actions were met by the hard ridge of his desire, and she wanted nothing more than to rub against it with no clothing separating their skin. His tongue swirled over the areola, soothing what he'd tasted. She was vaguely aware of her fingers tangled in his hair, her palms pressed to his scalp, as he once more closed his mouth around her breast. It felt wicked, so very wicked, to have so much of her flesh within the heated, cavernous confines, stroked lovingly by velvet and silk. She'd never known a sensation so sublime, so intoxicating, so necessary. Her entire body called out for him to continue, to go further, even as she wasn't quite certain what all the further might entail. Oh, she'd seen dogs rutting in the mews, and while she knew that was the eventual end of this journey, she hadn't thought the getting there would include such a vortex of pleasure. Not that she had any plans to allow him to reach journey's end. They could only engage in the beginning, the start of the trek. As long as he was asking permission and she remained in control, but every nerve ending, every muscle, every inch of flesh screamed for her to give in, to relinquish her hold on remaining proper and above reproach, to allow him to carry her to the ultimate climax. Her mewling grew louder, her sighs higher in pitch. She was fairly squealing with abandon. A screech and hiss. God's teeth! His mouth was no longer working its magic over her breast. and she jerked out of her wondrous state as reality crashed in on her in the form of Dickens, crawling onto her lap, seeming to claim her as his. As much as she loved him, at that particular moment she was a bit put out at him for his intrusion. Shaking his hand, Mr. Summersby moved back slightly. "Did he claw you?"
"Poked me. Didn't break the skin."
"I'm so sorry." Lifting her cat, she gazed into the slumbrous green eyes. "Bad Dickens." Then she set him aside on the counter, where he promptly leapt down and wandered off. "Let me see your hand."
"It's fine."
Leaning in, he peppered kisses over her sensitive flesh before tucking her breast back into her clothing. She could sense his retreat, and wicked girl that she was, she wanted him to remain. "You've left one completely unattended." She could scarcely believe she'd been so bold as to utter such a thing. He lifted his gaze to hers, one corner of his mouth curling up into an ironic grin.
"Yes, but things are likely to get out of hand if I don't stop now. Your cat very likely saved your virtue."
"Why did you even begin it?"
"Because I spent the better part of my night imagining some lord luring you into a garden and doing just this. Because I want you, Fancy, but I like you far too much to ruin you for anyone else, not when your season has only just begun."
Taking a small step back, he placed his hands on her waist, brought her down to the floor, and cradled her cheek.
"Are you still intent on securing a lord as a husband?"
"My family will be devastated if I don't marry into the nobility."
"Perhaps you should consider what you want."
"I want them to be proud of me. I want all the effort and coins they've put into me not to have been for naught. Perhaps at the next ball, some fellow will dance with me of his own accord, and the rest will follow suit. Thank you for the waltz. It was a lovely way to end the evening." He hesitated, and she thought he might pull her back into his arms. Instead, he headed for the storage room. Opening the door, he glanced out, then leaned back in and brushed a soft kiss over her lips before stepping outside. After closing the door, she pressed her fingers to her swollen lips. Would her family understand if she set aside their plans for her in order to embrace her own desires? Chapter 14. Fancy took that kiss to bed with her and woke up, still able to feel the press of his lips against hers. The first kiss he'd given her had been devastating in its complexity. The last kiss, devastating in its simplicity. It was the sort of kiss that spoke of a far greater intimacy than that created by unbridled passion. It was the sort of kiss that branded one as belonging to another. Those thoughts travelled with her in the coach as she journeyed to her mum's residence. When she arrived, she shook them off, thanked the footman for handing her down, and crossed over to the door. Opening it, she stepped over the threshold into the small abode where she had spent most of her youth when she wasn't off learning how to project the image of a proper lady. "You're right on time, love," her mum sang out from the kitchen. "I have your tea ready." She shuffled in, balancing a cup on a saucer in each hand, and Fancy was hit once again with how much she loved this woman, whose brown eyes warmed and sparkled at the sight of her. "Sit down, pet." Fancy took one of the 2 chairs set before the fireplace, while her mum took the other, placing the saucers on the low table between them. Settling back, she smiled as though nothing brought her more joy than visiting with Fancy. "Now, tell me everything." "Ah, Mum, I wish you'd been there. Nothing I describe could do it justice." "People came, did they?" She rolled her eyes. "So many people.
The ballroom was packed. I could hardly move through it. Gilly was so pretty and self-assured. She charmed everyone. As did you, I'd wager. I tried. Here, I brought you something. Reaching into her reticule, she pulled out her dance card and handed it over to her. My dance card. The first several dances are blank because I was standing in the receiving line. But as you can see, I had quite a few gents dance with me. Her mum didn't need to know why they'd danced with her. Her annoyance with her brothers was mollified a bit, since their efforts gave her a card with names on it that she might not have had otherwise. With a great deal of reverence, her mother stroked the elaborate dance card. Oh, it's so pretty. Gilly did everything to perfection. The flowers, the orchestra, the footman wandering around. Did any of the gents snag your attention? Were any of them worth a second look? Matthew. But how would she explain him to her mum? The gentlemen were all quite nice, polite, respectful. They wouldn't dare be otherwise, in fear of losing their boon. Handsome, I'll bet. Most, yes. But I'm more interested in how he treats me than how he looks. Did any of them make you laugh? She shook her head. Not that I recall, no. Although Matthew had, on occasion. A dreamy expression came over her mum's face, followed by a faraway look, the past passing before her eyes. My husband made me laugh. Oh, we had some good times, we did. And my father? Did he make you laugh? As though awoken from a pleasant dream, she gave a little jerk and snapped her attention back to fancy. Of course, love. I wouldn't have been with him otherwise. Now tell me more about these fellas you danced with. There's not much more to say. I had a fine time visiting with the gents, but none made my heart sing. She scooted to the edge of her seat. Mum, what if the man capable of making my heart sing isn't a lord? Her mum's face went through a series of contortions as though she was striving not to let her disappointment show. You have to follow your heart, naturally, but wouldn't it be nice if it led you to a dukedom? She had a feeling her mum didn't really realize what she was asking. Like so many, she'd placed the aristocracy as a whole upon a pedestal. There aren't that many dukes, and Gilly already claimed one. Did she have to sound like a petulant child? It's just, there's a gent who comes into the shop, and he's rather nice. I find myself thinking about him quite a bit. To be honest, Mum, the men I met last night all seemed to run together. Not a one really stood out. You might meet someone at the next ball who does. I suppose. I haven't really given it much time, have I? Her mum studied her for a full minute before saying, Tell me about the gent who comes into your shop. What could she say that wouldn't give away she'd actually done things with him without a chaperone, had kissed him, had given him permission to do something he shouldn't have? He likes penny